Hey.
Okay.
We are
I'm
live.
like out of breath trying to get here.
We are live. So
Okay.
I
Cut
hit
it close.
I hit the whole wrong thing and didn't have the little screen playing. That's fine. It's been a while, guys. It's been a while. And this is all looking really weird on my computer. So how was your Sunday?
It's good so far. I've been watching. A friend of mine told me to watch this documentary on HBO. And I couldn't tell you what the name of it is, but I've been watching it. And it's so I'll have to figure out what the name of it is and send it to you because I can't, for the life of me right now, I can't remember what the name is.
Oh, look at that. Hey, Anti BullyGirl. Thank you for becoming a member. Hey, JoJo. You guys rock.
I can't see. Who's here?
Well, right now we have JoJo and Anti BullyGirl.
Okay. Hey, girls.
We've been watching, so we have our lurkers. It's fine. You can lurk. We're allowed. You're allowed, but say hello if you're not wanting to lurk. It's fine. I haven't been live in a while, and I put contacts in a while ago, and like I can't. This eye's blurry again, guys. I don't know. And so, but I got goodies in, and so I'm like opening them while I'm waiting, and like beaded pen. Let's see, it's not even going to show it. Beaded pencils. I've got my beaded pens. I've got beads.
I gotta get you some beads made too.
I've got wine stoppers and bottle openers. I'm excited to do those. I got all of this fun stuff in.
Hey, baby.
Play. Hey, inside the purple purse. How are you doing, my friend? And so, I'm just gonna brag for a minute. I have a new grandbaby, guys. Waylon wanted to be the biggest thing for the U.S. and was born on the 4th of July. So he had fireworks popping at the time he was born. It was hilarious. My daughter-in-law's doctor that delivered was a Jewish gay man. He was so much fun. I'm like, why couldn't doctors been this much fun when I had kids? Hey, Ellen Dragon. All of my peoples, I know it's been so long since I've been live, guys. I have life kind of took a really crazy twist here with our Ren Fair, which I still need to share all those details with everybody.
Oh goodness. That's a stream in itself.
Right, that's a whole nother stream.
Yeah, that's a whole other ballgame.
Kendall would text me and say, "Are you still alive? Just checking in." It was just, oh my god.
Sometimes I thought I was gonna have to drive up there and be like, "Okay, take a breath, sit down."
It was it's been a time, but hey, I am involved in a lawsuit. Just working on a restraining order now. The attorney was like, yeah, you need to be worried. We're getting a restraining order. Thought so. I mean, I didn't think it was just my imagination. Truly dealing with someone who was truly insane. Truly insane. And so the purpose
to be an ongoing pattern.
It follows me. Like Tori says, why you like attract them? And I'm like, I don't know. It just it's not even funny, guys. I don't even know why I'm laughing, except that I don't know what else to do but laugh at this point. So, is what it is. But hey, I am the owner of a brand new baby Renaissance fair called Whispering Grove. And so y'all will see more of that as we get our lease worked out in the future. I'm excited. It's a lot of work. But hey, the reason for this live was because I couldn't be there Friday because I was doing baby loves. And ABG did a live on TikTok. And girlfriend, you brought two of the biggest bullies on the same panel, and I love you, but you thought you would have control. Oh, and I haven't watched it, guys. So we're going to watch this together, and we're going to have some commentary. And there's been a lot. There has been. Hey, Mama Dukes.
Hey, babe.
I've seen a lot of clip channels, and I'm not going to react off clips. I want to see the whole thing. And I had it recorded. I told ABG, I'm going to record the whole thing, so I can do commentary later. And she said, yes. And so, there were a few of us that are content creators, some are subscribers, that have had a lot of dealings with the two people she had on panel. Oh, I just got started, Mama Dix. You're no big deal. We might have to have wrenches going like crazy. We don't know what's going to happen. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play this, and we're gonna look at it and give commentary. And I love ABG. She's my girl.
Same.
And whether or not I'm gonna say this up front, there may be things she says I may not agree with, and that's
Same.
okay. That's okay.
Yes.
As adults, we're allowed to not agree. Where it's wrong is when you are disrespectful about your agreeing and disagreeing.
Can I say something though?
Yes, ma'am.
I think some of the people that's upset, I understand 100% why a lot of people are upset. But I also want to break it down to, I think a lot of people had it in their mind that this was going to be, and I'm not going to even, for myself personally, I'm not going to speak on Natasha because I have no drama with Natasha. I have no problem with Natasha. Personally, her drama is not my drama, and she's been nothing but good to me. So with Natasha, I know that's not your situation. You and her have a history. Natasha and myself do not have a history. We've never been nothing but respectful to each other, and I'm going to continue to be respectful because I might not agree with a lot of things Natasha does. She might not agree with some things that I do, but mine and her, we've just never had an issue with each other. Right. So I think a lot of people thought this live was going to be about, because people's not talking about Natasha. Of course, they're talking about April. Natasha, people's not talking about Natasha at all that I've seen. But with April, because she's hurt so many people and is such a humongous bully herself, I think a lot of people thought this was going to be a time that there was going to be a creator that was going to call her out on her behavior, and that people were going to be able to come in and say, why did she lie about this? And how about the way she treated me? And how about what she did here? And how about doing this? And where Anti BullyGirl was trying to, like me and her talked before, that I would stay respectful because she asked people to stay respectful. I personally didn't see anybody being disrespectful. All I seen was people coming in wanting answers for their behavior, for April's behavior. But this wasn't what that was about. In my impression, it was about trying to get April to see how her behavior is and question her about why she acts the way she does. And I think people thought they could come in, ask questions, and that the bully was finally going to get set in her spot and then hopefully heal from there or make leadway from there. And that's where I think the clash is coming. I personally didn't see no disrespect. I just seen hurt people coming in wanting answers. And that's just my opinion.
Okay. And I can see where that could be. What's funny is I can now not find. It's saved on here, but it's saved really well because I can't find it.
I understand that, JoJo, and I get that it got crazy because there's a lot of people she's hurt. There was I was in and out of that live so much. Like I left 2 times for quite a long time because I was so triggered by her answers that I knew were barefaced lies and the manipulation of this woman. So it's like I would just leave because I'm not going to disrespect Anti BullyGirl. She's my girl, and I wasn't going to disrespect her because I promised her I wouldn't. So I would have to excuse myself and then come back because I wanted to be there to support her. And I did make a few comments. It just got to be too much. But
I had told Tish that even if I was able to be there, I would be very careful with saying anything in the chat because
just your name was going to trigger her.
Anything with me was going to trigger her, and I knew that it would be counterproductive. Sadly, Natasha and I, with all the issues we've had, we can somewhat coexist. I'd like to say there's a mutual respect there, but I don't think she does respect me, to be honest. She is said differently to you. How she comes across to me is not so much. She still calls me butthole lips out of all things. It's like, are we 12? And so, and she, she does that and gets kicked. People giggle and go on, or whatever. I mean, the way I look at it, when you start attacking somebody's looks, that shows more about your self-esteem than it does anything else. And so I give zero fucks. They can attack my looks all they want. I'm confident in who I am. And I'm not going to go crying into my pillow because somebody made fun of my look. I'm just not.
Jojo, I get that the intent was not to solve everyone else's problems, but that's where I'm saying that I think the disconnect between the audience and what the intentions of the live was that a lot of people didn't know Anti BullyGirl. So you're seeing that Anti BullyGirl is Anti BullyGirl. And you got the bully on your panel, and you got the people that's been bullied coming in. And I think that's where the disconnect came, that they thought this girl was going to like not fix the problems, but call her out on her behavior. And
I think that if that
there was a disconnect of what the purpose of it was. I think it's a problem.
I think they wanted it immediately instead of giving her time. From what I'm gathering, from listening to what you're saying, what Tish has explained, what others have said, from an outsider perspective, I think all of us want it instant. Like, y'all know, she comes on my panel and I'm going at her. I mean, it's just what we do because her and I have fought for years.
Right.
And everybody wants her held to the fire immediately instead of letting somebody do it their way of getting there. And I think had people paused just a minute and taken their emotions and stuffed them just a minute and let the process happen, I think they would have been happier with what come about. But ABG says, it became disrespectful when no one listened to or respected what I asked of them in my live. Had they listened and allowed me to do what I do, they would have been pleasantly surprised. See, and I didn't even read that when I said what I just said. So,
yeah, I mean, I still think that because she's caused so much pain, I think everyone just didn't want to see her protected as much as put on the spot. And as the minute that the audience put her on the spot, she's going to leave. She's just going to leave. So, it's like she can't answer for what she's done.
Come on up, baby.
She runs. So I think that's still, it goes back to Anti BullyGirl's intentions was not what a lot of the audience thought the intentions were. I'm having a hard time explaining it, but do you get what I'm saying?
Yes. Long time no see, Ozzy. Ozzy says, I was in the live and was shocked at how April did not act any different than usual. She overtalked others. She got loud with others. I mean, she's just who she is. I mean, I don't expect any different because that's just who she is. And ABG wants to come up and say something, so I'm absolutely going to give her the floor. If you're here and you click that link that I just dropped, ABG. Do you see it? She's not used to StreamYard every day. Click the link and it'll kind of walk you through on how you have to give your device permission and all that. Hey, Harlequin. And anyone has those two people on their, okay, hold on. Let me pin this so people can see it. And when anyone has those two people on their panel, people are going to screen record it. It happens all the time whenever they're live or on a panel. I have no control over what other people do. You're right. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
I told ABG that I thought she was crazy for having both at the same time. It's so hard to keep control because they have a very long list of haters and a long list of supporters. And so you're going to have those people in the chat going blah, 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 blah at each other. And it is a nightmare. Hey, Stevie, you're fine. We're just getting started. I haven't even started sharing it because y'all, I watched the very first few minutes of it. I've seen the clip channel things. And I saw the last little bit where I went ahead and ended it because it didn't have anything to do with any of this anymore. And so I'm literally going by what I've heard. I literally asked on JoJo's panel yesterday, did she really say this? Because I have a problem with that. and I'm going to hear it for myself. I want to hear it for myself and go with it. Okay, here she is. Hey, girl.
Hey.
All right. Okay. Stevie says, She had control over her, protecting them and not allowing people to call out their behavior, which appears as the ABG supports them. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
That's where I think the disconnect comes in. Is that there was one
I
voice
really
in
want
here
to
and
react to
another
that one.
voice.
I would really like to react to that last one.
So just so y'all know, she's been attacked all day about this, well, the last couple of days, and I talked to her earlier.
Okay, let me ask them.
Okay, go for it. Just everybody be respectful.
Yeah, this is where
opinions, but please remain respectful in the chat, guys. Please, I'm begging y'all because y'all always do so good at being behaved, and please do. And I'm having wine because I knew I was going to need it for this.
yeah.
Okay, go for it, girl. Come on, you can do it. She muted.
She'll get it here in a minute. She'll get it.
So what I think happened, Stevie, from talking with her earlier, I think they were trying to get control of the chat, and they needed you guys to just take a breath. And yes, we can have wine.
Yes, we can have wine.
Look, and this is a new one, guys. It's in a can.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure. I think. Okay. We hear you. I thought.
Well, I wish I'd known that. Okay, what do I just talk? Because I don't know what. Okay,
yes,
we can hear you.
I'm going to address that first thing I saw.
Okay.
I'm going to say that I'm a very straightforward person. You may or may not like what I have to say, but at the end of the day, it's going to be really irrelevant to me at this point because that was my life. That was my life. That was my floor. Well, I'm getting bad feedback.
Uh-oh. I don't hear it.
I don't hear it.
Do you have YouTube opened in the background?
I can't hear you because it's still talking back to me.
You probably have YouTube opened in the background. You may have to shut YouTube off.
Okay. All right. I really feel like everybody came in with an entitlement that they should not have come in that room with. In fact, they should have stayed out of that live because I made it very clear that this was going to be done by me and that this was about something I needed to address. And there was a reason she was there. And had everybody just sat down and remembered that they too have a TikTok platform, they are free to call her out anytime they want, handle it anytime they want. But at the end of the day, that was my moment. That was something I had waited for a very long time for. And if everybody would have just shut it up, they would have seen that she would have been forced for the first time in a very long time to actually open her mouth and speak nothing but the truth.
Okay.
I can't disagree with that. I mean, it was your platform. I just still think the way it was, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. It's 100%.
I can't hear you. I'm having too much feedback. Should I back out and come back in?
Try that.
I think it come across as it was not maybe on purpose, but it seemed to be advertised that April was going to be there, it being an anti-bully platform, that I think it just misinterpretation, and as what I think the problem ended up being at the end of the day.
I think so too. I think that because here's the thing, most of the time, hey Amelia, and I'm missing people. I should have.
And then it ended up turning into.
A lot of you came in, and I just started talking to y'all. I didn't say, hey, hello, blanket hello for those that I've missed.
I think it ended up coming across that she was protecting April instead of.
It did.
That's
what I'm understanding.
Times I had to step away because I'm like, she seemed too protected, but she's right. It was her platform to do it the way she wanted. I think it was just very much a disconnect of interpretation of what the purpose was. But I did tell her that I would be respectful, and that if I had to step away, I would definitely step away. and I had to.
Okay, let's see if that's better. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that I'll tell you. Yeah, and you know what? Does it? I mean, I understand what you're saying, and that makes sense. But at the end of the day, is it anybody's business who I do or do not defend in my life? I mean, they did not have to be there. Nobody had to be there. And Kendall, I told you that too, honey. I said, babe, girl, if it's going to be a trigger, don't be there, because I have to make sure that she's
Right. And I
treated
told
well
you,
inside that live,
right. And
because
I told you
everybody
up
that comes
front,
into my life is protected.
right. And I told you up front at first, I wasn't going to be there at all because I knew she would trigger me. I knew she would. And you said, you're really not going to be there on my big night. And I couldn't do that to you because you know how I feel about you, girl. You know how I feel about you. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I do need to be there to support you. And I will be respectful. And I was. I only said one thing, and my comment was not disrespectful. So I did exactly what I told you I would do. I would back up when it got too bad for me. And me and you had that conversation privately, but I still just think it's nobody did anything wrong or anything. I just think it was a just misinterpretation of what the meaning of it was, the purpose of it, being that your name is
I'm really echoing
anti-bullying.
bad. I can't.
Tron, I bet you have YouTube opened in the background.
I don't know what to do. I can't hear you till she's done talking.
Close. I think you have YouTube opened in the background. Close YouTube.
Hold on. Okay, now what?
Do you have YouTube open in the background? Usually that's what causes that.
I have what?
YouTube. Do you have YouTube still opened in your background?
I do. I should close it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't have that on.
So, Stevie, okay, let me ask you this, Stevie. You were defending and protecting a very well-known bully. We in the chat are not bullies. There's a difference. Okay, so let me ask you this. I agree with you that those were two very big bullies. I absolutely agree. But how am I going to word this? I'm trying to think of how to word this. Because Stevie's one of my supporters and I love you dearly.
Yeah.
And I'm not, y'all know I'm not defending that bitch. I am not.
No.
PG. Stay respectful, Brandy.
Look, I didn't call her the other word that she likes to call me, so there's that.
I would, Kendall, I need to tell you, honey, the reason I said that to you is because a big part of what I had planned on happening that night had a lot to do with you. And I wanted you so desperately, and it had a lot to do with Kim. And I wanted to make sure that the two of you were at least the two people that were in that live that night. And it was important to me. And because you guys were important to me. And I mean, you still are, and nothing's going to change that. But when I ask people to please just trust me and please just allow me to run my own live and not tell me what to do or jack with me because you don't agree with what I'm saying or doing inside that live. You don't have to be there. You could have left, not you, but the people, you know, nobody has any right. Nobody has any right to tell me who I can and cannot defend. If you don't like who I defend, if you don't like who I talk to, if you don't like who's on my following list, you don't need to bother with me. Just leave me alone. I won't bother you unless somebody asks me to. I mean, I have done a lot for the format that I'm on right now. I've done a lot for anti-bullying, and I've worked really hard for years to try to get Fancy believe that. And anybody that knows me knows that. And I had two very specific people in mind for that live tonight, and they were both there. And one of them did not even give me the proper honor or not. I am not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it because that's not fair. That's not fair of me, and that's not fair to do to you. So I'm going to just say this. There were two people I needed in that live that night because what I was going to do, what was going to happen with that live was that she was going to have to finally, just for once in her freaking life, open her mouth and have a little truth fall out of it, because there was no way she could dispute what I had. But nobody gave me an opportunity to do that. Nobody did anything except give me a hard time and hassle me in a place where they had no right to do that.
Right.
You had no voice in that room that night. I said that at the beginning of the live. This was not an open panel. This was not an open discussion. This was something I needed for myself to do for two people that I cared about. So everybody took that away. Every one of you took that away because you did not respect me in my room. Now you tell me, how am I wrong?
I get your point. I absolutely get your point.
Stevie, I'm going to ask you this question, and really
Now I'm not hearing you at all. Hold on. Oh my God. I gotta turn up all the volumes on everything. Hold on 1 second. Okay, now let's try.
Okay, can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
But you answered her.
She's lip reading.
Okay.
So, let me ask you guys, and she'll be back in a second. Is it possible, just bear with me a minute here, devil's advocate, is it possible she needed you guys to stop asking the questions so that she could get to the questions in her way? Does that make sense?
Of course, now it does. I mean,
is that a possibility?
Of course, now it does. It just.
Oh, Boston chick, don't start, please. You're welcome here.
I think it just is a lot of pain, with a lot of people, and pain's still raw with a lot of people, and I can see both sids.
I can too. And like I said, I haven't even watched the live yet, so I don't even know what we're talking about. I literally watched the clips in like the first 4 or 5 minutes of it. I don't even know what we're talking about. So I'm trying to see both sides, and I'm definitely looking at both sides, because Tish is my friend and I do know her heart and I do know what she was trying to do, and we've talked since and she's explained it even more, so I do understand. Mm-hmm.
And she does a lot of good work. For those Stevie, of y'all that don't know,
Stevie, I will say a lot of us are going to trigger April no matter what we do, and sometimes that backfires on what they're trying to do.
Right.
Okay.
I
may have it this time. I can hear you now.
Okay.
I don't know what I missed.
I just asked everybody, how did I word that? Hell, I don't even remember how I worded it. To stop and think that, is it possible that you needed them all to, this isn't exactly how I worded it, this is how it's coming back to my head. You needed them all to stop with the questions so that you could get to those exact same questions in your own way.
I literally said that. And when you watch the live, you'll hear me literally say that multiple times. I said that. Please let me handle this.
You've always been respectful. I understand that.
Yes, Stevie, you have.
And I do think that this is a topic with these two certain creators, and my time of knowing them both. And let me just tell you guys, I've known Natasha technically longer than I've known Fancy. If we're being honest, I had dealings with Natasha before I even started talking with Fancy. So, it goes way back, and it's hard for me to go into a chat if we're calling somebody out and not run my mouth. It's hard. And I knew a lot of times any of us commenting are going to cause April, especially April, to react. Natasha's a little bit better at being a little bit more diplomatic than April is. And so it defeats the whole purpose of what you're trying to do sometimes.
And for me, I literally watched manipulation play out. And that's where
I don't doubt it one bit.
And you of all people will watch it play out. And it's like I've seen April doing what April does. And played the victim, played innocent, and me knowing what I know and what I've seen proof of, I watched it play out right as she did what April does. And I see
SL
now,
Carly has a good point. Next time, Tish, turn the
Uh-huh.
turn comments off.
turn comments off next time.
I didn't even know that was an option. I've never ever felt like I had to do that in my entire life. My entire life history. I've always managed to maintain a fairly respectful audience. This was the very first time I had ever dealt with such an incredible amount of disrespect. And I know that people don't feel like they were disrespectful because they were just doing what they needed to do for themselves, but that was very disrespectful to me. And then it didn't help that my partner invited her back to come for a true crimer panel, which I never invited her to. In fact, I went and disinvited her to that.
Well, she said yesterday on the panel she'll never come back to yours because
I made sure she understood she wasn't welcome to. And then I went back and reiterated
she made sure
that.
to say she will never go there because of who you support.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Like
Audacity.
You've given her a chance more than anyone else did. You put her, what she calls her haters, her bullies, because that's what we are to her. You put us in our place to give her a chance to speak, and she still turned around and disrespected you. Like, wow. But again, it's who she is.
Yeah. Yeah. I never meant for, the reason that I left it as open as I did, because it was going to be where we were going to just not, we were going to monitor who came into that live. And with the exception of Fancy and Natasha's part, following, that would have been, they would have recognized and kept, and that's how we were going to do it at first. And then I said, no, that's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be impossible to keep up with. And I really don't want to, I don't want to censor the audience,
Right.
I was going to have an open floor for questions and answers, which I said at the beginning of the live. I said, before anybody when people were coming in, I said, there will be questions and answers when we're done. And the fact that Fancy was over an hour late, nothing in that live went as it should have. And
right.
She was over an hour late. Why?
Yeah, I think it was cowardless. She didn't.
She lied through her teeth about that too. I know exactly where she was at. And so, because we have people for that, we have people that know how to let us. We know more than people think we know, and that is also a shame. That's a shame for the people that underestimate us, because we're not out here to hurt anybody. We have a reason for being on this platform. And when I say we, I mean, there's an entire community of us that are doing this. It's not just me. So I do not work alone.
Know, but a lot of those people that were coming in yesterday, a lot.
And the ones in the chat now
had never followed you before. But I also want to say, so that if anybody that watches this back, and the ones that are here, at the amount of hours and time and effort you put in behind the scenes of real people, real life. It's not just the internet. It's not just people like April. It's children. It's dealing with parents of children. So, and maybe a lot of people didn't even realize how much you do for the anti-bullying community.
I really appreciate that, because I was talking about this with Brandy before. I said, I can promise you, if I ask any one of these people who are here to criticize me and tear me down because I didn't serve them their purpose or give them their moment, in my life, because I didn't do that, I can promise you, I can ask any one of them what it is that I actually do, and I can promise you that none of them will be able to tell you. So, and that is what I find truly sad, is why would you use me like that? Why would you use me like that?
It goes back because a lot of the people that you consider disrespectful is also people that I have personal relationships with that I know are not overall. Okay, hear me out. Overall, are the people that I know, what I know of them, and I'm really close to a lot of them, are not disrespectful people. So I think that
it's just a very emotional thing,
and I think it still goes to interpretation. People just didn't. I just think it's misinterpretation, because I'm telling you, some of the people that you consider disrespectful have the sweetest hearts.
Yeah, you know what though? A lot of them, some of them were my followers. I mean, it wasn't just random people. I mean, what I was saying is overall, like the most disrespectful ones. And I would like to address Amelia on something. That live was going to be about bullying. That live was exclusively going to be about bullying. And I know you're not here to tear me down, and you've never been disrespectful to me on that. I've noticed that I don't recognize your name to be somebody that's been disrespectful to me, and I usually don't forget. But I can promise you, I can promise everybody sitting here right now, had everyone just backed off when I asked them, the 37 times I asked them in that live to back off, you would have been probably more impressed than you have ever been with anybody that's ever called that woman out. And I wasn't there to gang up on her, though. That was not going to happen. That is not what I do. That would have made me a bully. And I'm not a bully. So my plan involved myself. I didn't even talk to my partner about this. This was something I needed to do for myself. And it was going to be between me and Fancy at the end of the day. And if you know me at all on any level, you know how long I've waited for that. And the fact that everybody took that away from me is so completely unfair. And then they attacked me for it. I've been attacked more in the last 48 hours than I ever had been. And so it would matter a little more if I felt like any of it was relevant, because it's not relevant to what I do here. I'm very proud of what I do here. I'm very proud of what I do here.
I just don't believe that people, I still just go back to it's just misinterpretation. People just didn't understand your point. I get it. People should have given you the chance, but when you got
what was so hard to understand? The millions of times I told them to stop. I don't understand. You know what I mean? I mean, I all but begged. I even made the comment, I can't believe you people are making me defend her. That's not fair. That's not fair. And I mean, I'm sitting here right now literally crying, and not because of anything anybody's saying in this chat, but because I really am so disgusted over the opportunity that I lost to finally make a cyberbully maybe just once tell the truth. She had no choice. I was going to give her no choice. I had rock solid, and I waited so long. I've known this woman for 6 years. This is not a new person in my life. And the level of damage she has done to two, I can think of right now, people that I love very much, the damage she has done to them, or attempted to do to them, but because they're smarter than that and they don't make her that relevant, the damage they could have done. This was something for them. This wasn't for everybody.
And again, I think that's where the intentions was just people didn't.
It could have been for everybody. Everybody would have been satisfied. Everybody would have been, I'm sure, on a whole new level of happy. I don't know. I will never get that opportunity again. I can promise you that.
Right, because now we'll never know, because I can see just a little bit of heat she got, she's ready to run away. So I don't know if your plan would have played out, because I can see as soon as she gets a little bit of heat.
No, I have to do it like I would do it with any other bully. Okay, she'll never have to publicly admit it. She'll never have to publicly. She'll deny. I have receipts. I have proof, rock solid proof that cannot be disputed. So I will just have to go about it like I go about every other bully out there. But see, Fancy is not every other bully out there.
No,
what she does to people is disgusting. And she is not stupid. Too many people underestimate her. But I can tell you this much.
She's very intelligent, and she's very, very calculated. I was talking to somebody this morning that was asking me a question. I was like, what you don't understand is things don't just happen. She calculates weeks before to make other people take the fall. She plans ahead so that she stays clean.
Yeah, and I want to address S.L. Conley. You would be right, but on this you would be wrong. There's absolutely nowhere for her to go on this outside of just standing up and walking out,
or which would have been lies she does.
She
I mean, we've had evidence.
That would have been, that's what I expected her to do. But this would have, I can't even, because I'm going to find another way to do this. I'm going to find another way to do this, and I'm going to find a way to get the people that I care about closure they need. But I will tell you this, she would not have been able to find her way out of it. There's no way. There is absolutely no way. And it has taken me a very long time to just get this little tiny bit. So yeah, you're right. She could have she deny, absolutely. But there's no way even her followers would have been able to deny this.
So,
Yeah.
is it possible? Let me ask you this, Tish. Is it possible that in your emotions of trying to get it done the way that you do your thing, that emotions just got a little rampant and you might have come across in a way that you weren't trying to come across? I mean,
I can absolutely tell you it 100% did.
Okay.
Yeah, it come across that she was protecting Fancy. And
it doesn't matter. But that's my point. That's what makes me so angry right there.
Right.
Why is it any of your freaking business who I defend, you guys?
To stop so she could do what she planned that we didn't know she had planned. We didn't know she had this, what she's explained. And I think that's.
See, here's the difference between me and Fancy saying SL Conley. I do play by the rules. And I worked very, very hard to get her in a way that she would not understand or see coming. And you know what she does not understand? She does not understand what 100% fact-based information is. Mm-hmm. She did not understand what surprised people walking into that live.
Amelia, let me ask you this one. So you're saying protecting Fancy.
I have no problem with Natasha Cooper, just so you know, because I respect what,
I don't either.
Let me ask it this way. Was she protecting them, or was she protecting what she was trying to do to get the job?
Now, after hearing her talk, I 100% believe she was protecting her purpose of the live. I know how it interpreted to everyone, even myself. So, and Anti BullyGirl knows I love her to pieces. So, and I'm just being straight up honest as she would want me to be. I absolutely believe it come across as she was protecting, but it was her protecting, trying to get to her point.
Stevie, tell me what it is you think I do. Can you do that? You seem to know it all. I want you to tell me, Stevie, Scorpio 82, what exactly is it that I do? What do I do? I'm just curious because you seem to know me so well.
Explain why it come across as of how it come across the way it did.
I know. I want to know. It doesn't matter who I protect. It's my life. You don't have to be in there. You don't have to be in there. You could have left at any moment. I'm not going to deny I was protecting both of them. I was protecting everybody sitting in that panel because in my room, everybody, if they are invited in, are safe. Period. Whether you like it, Stevie, or anybody else likes it or not. Now, I want you to tell me what it is that you think I do. I advocate for anti-bullying. That's what you believe. That's all I do.
Take a deep breath.
No, I'm going to stay calm. It is a public live, but if you don't like it, leave. If it doesn't fit your narrative, why make yourself miserable? Go away. I'm not there for you guys. I am there for these kids. Is what I'm there for. I am there to protect children. I am there to protect people like you guys who sit out in those comments with your opinions and your thoughts inside somebody else's format, giving your opinions and thoughts, by the way, in a very bullying manner. A lot of you guys have been bullying me today. Do any of you even see that? Do you see it? You're attacking me for the very same thing you say I do. You know what? You don't know me. You don't know what I'm here to do. You do not know how amazing the things I have done has been. And the things that the people that work with me have gone through to make it a little bit safer out there for our grandchildren when we're gone.
Right. And a lot of y'all don't know that she lives and breathes this. And it's not just what you see on the internet. I said this a while ago. Her life. She goes to these schools. She goes and meets with parents. She goes and tries to get laws changed. She's not just calling out an internet bully. And
Stevie, just for the record, sweetie, I have said it now 3 times. Now I'm going to make sure you hear me again. I absolutely was protecting the people on my stage because I gave them my word I would to get them on that stage. And let me tell you something. I don't know if you believe this or not, but a person is nothing without their word. Nothing. The one thing I stand on behind what I do is my word. Mm-hmm. So when you're able to tell me what it is you think I actually do in this format, and you're actually able to give me something that makes sense instead of telling me the same thing over and over and over again, It doesn't matter how I came across. I was defending the people on my platform because I said I would. That's what I was doing. That's what I told them I would do to get them in that room. I do not lie.
Tish, I really
No,
from
you
the
should not
bottom
go.
of my
I don't
heart,
bully bullies. I do not bully bullies. How is that on any level bullying a bully?
That's one of your mods, actually.
I just like I was saying, I just from the bottom of my heart that if I felt like I disrespected you, I didn't mean to. You know how I feel about you.
I
And
know
I'm
you
glad
do,
you're
honey.
here today
I'm glad that
to
you have at least a quarter of a sense of something here,
Phoebe,
because that can't make sense to this TV
give
person.
us
This is ridiculous.
Phoebe, give us a second to break this down and get all of this out. Everybody's emotions are high. Please just give me a second. Plath says, I have a question for ABG. What was the reason for live? They were not here when you explained that earlier. Can you explain that again?
Okay, okay. The live was set up for, well, there were several reasons behind it. The main reason was, I'm sorry, I got to turn this off.
Don't look at the comments. Don't look at the comments.
Yeah. The main reason for the live is because I had spent a very long time trying to get her. In fact, I have videos on my platform of me calling her out and me asking her to please join me in my live and that she would be protected. Absolutely, which she was. I stood behind my word, and my mods stood behind my word, and they supported everything I did.
And let me pause real quick. I do have a hard time with anybody protecting her. So I am struggling there, but I'm understanding your reason behind it.
I wasn't protecting her. I was protecting the live from getting out of control.
I understand the purpose, but it was hard to watch her be protected.
Yeah.
Because I don't give two rats fucks if she's ever protected, because she doesn't give a shit about anybody else. So,
and you know what? And you guys know how I feel about you two. I love you both very much. So you know that I love you when I say this. It wasn't about that either. It was,
hard for me. Just know it's so hard for me. But
I know it was. I know. And I know it was even harder for you to watch me be nice to Natasha. I do have a level of respect for Natasha for what she does when she does it. If she would take
there's some things I don't agree with, but
there's a lot I don't agree with her on.
Natasha at all.
I interrupted you, so let's go ahead and finish answering that one.
No. The absolute main reason, the number one reason for that live was for something came to me a while back, and it took me, I can't even tell you, probably around 4 months to make sure 100% and to find somebody to confirm this and that would come in and confirm it for me. It took me a very long time. It was so incredibly important that I did not even tell Arctic. I told one person in my group, who I think is actually here. I'm not sure. I'll have to look again. But I told one person because I couldn't hold it in. I mean, you have no idea. I cried over this because I had watched Kim cry time after time after time over that woman. And I have watched Kendall defend herself a million times because of that woman. And no matter what she does, she stays just inside those lines so I can't get her. And on the few things I've been able to get her on, they ignore. So this has been an impossible journey. And believe me, nobody is more frustrated than me. Nobody. But I don't ever do anything without 100% to back me up because I don't like to look stupid. I'm not going to let that woman make a fool out of me. There's a reason you guys don't hear my name come out of her mouth. I've been after her for a very long time. I've seen her attack people. She attacked Harley Quinn for way less than I've ever done to her. I mean, Harley didn't do anything to her, really. No, there's a reason there's a reason because she can't. She'll have her fun with this live. She'll do her little jab there, but I guarantee you nothing big will come out of this, from her anyway. And at the end of the day, there's a reason it's like that. It's because I'm careful. It's because I am honest. It is because I stay inside the lines. I do not break the rules, and I keep my word. And whether anybody here likes that or not, or agrees with that or not, I can't do anything for you. It is not relevant to me. Unless
at this point, you've already explained it. At this point, if they don't understand it, You've already explained it
I don't know how to
enough
make it
that
better. I don't. I wish I could. I wish I could make them. You know what I really wanted? I wanted everybody to just let me do what I was doing that night.
Right. I still don't like that it felt like she was protected, but I also understand your reason for what you did. And I also know that you do tell your panel, the guests that you have on your panel, I've heard you say it hundreds of times, if you come on panel, you will be protected. It'll be a safe place where we can talk. So I've heard that a million times.
Okay, so there is a second question from Plath. I'm going to ask her, Plath, but she has the right not to answer because it's not her. So
I've heard that a million times. Hang on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Next question for ABG. Please explain why your partner Arctic Storm is gifting Fancy, who is the biggest bully out there.
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
She says, next question for you. Please explain why your partner Arctic Storm is gifting Fancy, who is the biggest bully out there.
Why Arctic Storm is the biggest bully out there?
No, she's gifting Fancy, who is the biggest bully.
That was... You know what? I'm not even going to dignify that. I'm not. I'm really not. That is...
No, and that really is... Plath, I do think that's more of a question.
That's a really ridiculous...
Oops, she kicked herself off. Are you still there, Kendall?
Yeah, I'm still here. I mean, I seen it too, that she was the top gifter, and I was like, what? But it wasn't Anti BullyGirl. It was a girl, her
and
partner.
So in all fairness, guys, I don't think that that's something she can answer. I mean,
yeah,
ask Arctic Storm. Let's put it that way. That would be like Kendall gifting somebody. Somebody might come into me and saying something about that. I can't, for one, I can't control who Kendall gifts or who she talks to, and it wouldn't be fair for me to have to answer that. So I don't.
It was very much cringe worthy because everyone does associate her with Anti BullyGirl, but it's not her doing it. It's her partner doing it.
Yep, I've got it. Hold on, Tish. Let me drop it back for you. Okay, dropping the link.
That was shocking, though. I will have to say that was like, what universe are we in right now? That the biggest bully is getting the top gifter from.
Planty Bunny says, I have a question as to why someone who is anti-bullying as their whole platform would continue to tell two of the biggest bullies in this app how much she respected them. So
I just knocked out.
Yeah, it just knocked you out.
I just read some of those comments down there, and I'd really like to tell you why. Why not? I'm not going to answer that question. We had a plan, and we enforced that plan, and it worked, and we got what we wanted at the end of the day until you guys came in and decided that it was your live, and you had a right or a reason to say anything you wanted to, whether I wanted you to or not. So that's why. 1, 2, Planty, I never once, and I repeat, I want you to find on that live where I once said I respected Fancy. I think I said it to Natasha multiple times because I do. Natasha is a bully, yeah, but not one I can legally call out. There's nothing I can do if she keeps it inside her platform and somebody isn't being attacked inside theirs or inside somebody else's. That's when I can intervene. I cannot call her out inside her life. That cannot happen. Find an anti-bully person that will do that. Now, if one of you want to go and do it and take your shot with the local laws and the ordinances and the TikTok guidelines, feel free. If you think you can do better, do it.
So let me explain it this way.
That's kind of where I'm at, right?
There's a difference. Hold on, Tish. There is a difference in what Tish does with bullies than what us other content creators do. Us other content creators that are coming on here and we're playing clips and we're calling people out. There's a difference. She is a part of a whole other, I'm going to say organization because that's all I can think of, that deals with this in a legal way, in a different kind of way. So she has other guidelines that she has to answer to that are not ours. I can come on there and I'll play shit and call her out all fucking day. It's different than what Tish can do. And so we do have to look at it a little bit differently because it's two different kinds of things.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
You know,
And
I mean,
respecting Natasha, here's the thing: she doesn't have the experience the rest of us have with Natasha.
And for me, people get mad at me if they want to, but I've never had no drama with Natasha. Again, I don't agree with certain things, but she's been respectful to me. I've always been respectful to her, and we don't have to agree on everything.
Hey
So not
guys, it's JoJo.
everybody's
Can I?
bullies, not each other's fuel. You know what I mean?
Look, the first time Kendall came and told me she was over in Natasha's lives, I was like, "What the fuck are you doing over there?
Mhm.
Like, what?"
Yeah,
I said, "You
absolutely.
realize she hates me, right?" And she was like, "No, she actually had something nice to say about you." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, and
Well-
it's like I have a lot of friends that don't like each other. A lot of friends that don't like each other, but I keep their drama's their drama. I
Hold
stay
on.
in my lane, and as long as the friends of mine that I love that don't like each other do not bash each other to me, and
okay.
nobody steps over a
Okay.
certain line.
Who
There's always
the hell
gonna be
are
a
I don't
certain
know who
line.
the heck Jay Sweets. Why don't you be sweet, Jay Sweets, instead of
Jay-
being a bully out
so-
there attacking me and telling me
Jay-
what I can and cannot say?
Jay Sweets is
Tish,
new. I've never
Tish.
seen them. So
There's
we're going to say this
new
again.
people coming in asking the same questions.
Y'all-
I think we've done that stuff been answered 100 times.
Okay, here's
think
where
we
we're
need to
at.
move on.
Hold on, Kendall. Here's where we're at, guys. Here's where we're at. Be respectful in the chat, or you're going to be muted. We're not going to keep asking the same question over and over again. I'm going to get to the bottom of some of this, and we're going to share things, and we're going to do this and get things out. But we're not going to keep attacking. We're just not. I need y'all
Defend
to
myself. That's crazy. I'm not going to let people bully me. Sweets, that was pretty. That's
hold
pretty
on,
raw.
Katie,
I don't.
Katie, give me a minute.
You don't pay me. You don't. I don't work for you, so you're not going to tell me what I can answer and what I need to answer. I did answer that question as best as it was going to get answered. If you didn't like the answer, I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Crafton
Hey
in the house.
guys.
Oh, like, look, guys, here's
See, what you guys are doing right now is a
okay,
heck of a lot more than she was doing on the panel that night.
All right, guys.
hold on.
It really
it's
is.
going.
What you
Can
guys
I
are doing
talk?
right now,
Tish, give me just
I
a
would
minute.
come after you for.
Tish, give me just
Or
a
I would
minute.
have one of my people come after you for, because what you're doing right now is
I'm gonna need more
not
alcohol.
kind.
Tish, it's Joe. I'm here with you, honey. I got you back. Let me talk for 2 seconds, okay, sweetheart?
Why am I not?
Okay. I'm going to answer some of these questions in the
Don't
chat.
read the comments, Tish. Don't read the comments. So Crafton and
Okay.
Kim, guys, I have known Crafton and Kim for quite a few years. They have a very long history with Natasha. Crafton says, we've had mutual no fire zone with NC. Other folks are trying to start things up with us again, but it's not going to happen. People do that. People stir the shit.
Yes.
Sweets, I don't know what questions you're going in because you came in and just started firing things. Y'all, she's literally been answering the same question over and over.
Why
and over.
am I don't understand why this is not, I can't hear.
Stevie, you're right. I think I need more than wine. I think I need whiskey at this point. I don't know.
I heard that. Okay, let's
I
see.
want to answer the question about the
Okay.
gifts.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to answer the question about the gifts because I can speak.
Hi,
to the
Bjorn.
gifts.
Thank you, honey, for coming.
I just love Bjorn's name. I'm just gonna because I'm
Hold
like
on one second.
I just love Bjorn's name.
I can't hear. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I really am sorry, you guys. I don't know
You're okay. Jojo, go ahead and answer the question.
what is going on.
Okay.
I can answer. I'll tell you what I'll do. The reason I won't answer that question that was asked about what Storm was doing gifting Fancy is because I will not put her in a position where she could be targeted by Fancy. So there's no reason for anybody in here to know. It doesn't serve any purpose and it's none of your business.
Well, and I do think
So, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but that's just a fact. And I'm not going to make her a target. I'm not doing that. There's a reason she was doing it, and that's all you guys need to know.
Okay.
But you still got to understand that I understand.
I don't know why I can't hear. So I'm going to back out and try to come back in.
Okay.
It's still triggering for those.
I'm sorry, you guys, if this is not going the way you wanted it to. Kendall and Brandy.
It's still triggering for people that associate her with you.
I understand that, but I can't. You know what? I can't. There's a saying my mom used to say: "You can't please everybody, but pissing everybody off is a piece of cake."
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why everybody is so angry about something that is so ridiculous. I mean, it's not. I understand that you guys thought you were coming there for something, but I did. If you guys just watch the live, you'll see that I said it multiple times. This isn't an open floor for anybody. This is not an open
And
floor.
I
This is not an
think
open discussion.
and I think that's where the
Um,
confusion is happening. I think
and
that's
then I
where
meant it. I don't understand what people didn't understand about that. I don't understand why I have to continue to defend and explain myself on that, because to be honest with you, I don't owe anybody anything on that live. I really don't.
Okay. She doesn't, but I want to answer some clarifying
she keeps
questions.
throwing herself out.
I know. And then when she's here, I can't talk because I don't think she realizes I'm talking. So it's
Yeah,
okay.
she keeps talking over me. I think it's her
Yeah.
mic. I just shut
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
She's emotional. She's emotional. And here's the thing. She is coming across a different way than we know her, because she's very passionate about what she does,
Right.
and she's feeling attacked, and she's really trying to do the right thing, guys. I know that our people, y'all in the chat that were there, I understand where y'all are coming from, because y'all wanted to go in there and call the bully out. That's what we all do. And that's not what she was trying to get to that, but in a different way. Doesn't make her wrong, doesn't make her right, but it's her way, and that's her way, and she has the right to do it her way. And she does feel attacked, and so I do want to protect her on that, because it is her channel. She has the right to do it the way she wants to, and I would have rather have seen her take it to the end and call the shit out than it end the way it ended, and now all hell's broken loose. Go ahead, JoJo. I'm just going to sit here and take another drink.
You know what? I can't see you guys. I don't know what I did, but I can't see you now.
Well,
you
y'all
guys
are
hear me?
naked. I'm the only one. I can hear you, but I'm the only one on camera. Everybody else is naked.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not on camera. So,
No.
what I wanted to say was there were two things I wanted to address.
Hold on,
One
Tish, and
was
I'll add you to the panel. Hold on, Tish. Go ahead, JoJo. If I interrupt her,
Okay.
she talks.
One was in terms of the gifts. Okay. I know Tish doesn't want to address the gifts, but I do, because I got those same gifts. Those gifts went to everybody that was on the panel. It was not just Fancy. Everybody that was on the panel received those gifts from
It's not
Arctic.
the gifts that was given while y'all were on panel. They're talking about that Fancy did a live later on, and this girl went in and was her top gifter of the night.
All right, that
So
I can't
it's
speak
not
to.
what you think it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, that I can't
Yeah.
speak to. I
Which
don't know
was
why
very
that was.
triggering for a lot of us that know that this lady is associated with Anti BullyGirl,
Okay.
and that she's gifting the biggest bully on the internet. But like Tish says, she can't speak for her. There's evidently something else under it that we don't have a right to know.
Okay,
And
chat. We're going to behave, and we're not going to take everybody in the chat. Okay.
and listen, I seen that Sarah come in.
Kendall,
Please let me
hold
say
on.
this.
Kendall,
I seen
hold
that
on.
Sarah come
Hold
in.
on. Kendall, hold on a minute. Sarah is in the chat, and y'all going to be respectful to her. She has walked away from Fancy. She does not deserve to be attacked. Give her time to come out and say what she needs to say. Right now.
We're not doing this right now with Sarah.
Right.
If y'all care about me, give me the chance. Since she's here and she's spoken and y'all are starting to attack, trusting me enough to know we're going to get those answers. But this moment's not the time. And I'm just asking that for respect for me. We need to start the video
yes,
and
we are.
get
I'm
away
gonna
from
add
some of
real
this
quick.
triggering stuff for
So,
everybody.
guys, here's where we're at. Quit going back and forth in the chat. Do not make me bring my mom voice out. We always have fun over here. I don't want to bring the mom voice out and be a bitch. You don't know I like to be a bitch. But quit going back and forth in the chat. My mods will be timing you out if it keeps up. Let's stop. Take a deep breath. Take a drink of something, whether it's water or alcohol. I don't give a fuck. Take a fucking chill pill. I'm going to start this video, and let's go over this. Ozzy, I'm trying to read the chat. It's insane right now.
Thanks, Delilah, honey. I appreciate it. Trust me. All the answers that everybody's asking, I've already asked, and we will get to it.
And
just not at this moment. Trust me.
My normal people, yes, so Conley, if I was a smoker, that would be what would be going on. Right. I should have gone and opened my THC wine that I have. It's really what I should have opened. But I didn't. I opened regular wine. So my normal chat that is here, you guys are always amazing. And you always respect what I ask. And I appreciate that very much. I know there's some people in the chat that are triggering you guys. I understand that. We all understand that. Let's take a moment and let's get through this. And trust me, those that know me, those that are here that know me, you know, if I'm putting my word on something, I stand by it. And
Same.
I am telling you how you guys took Tish in that live on Friday is not who she is and what she was trying to say. Y'all are misunderstanding her, and she is misunderstanding you guys. And it's a shit show.
Yeah.
And
I will
so
agree with that. I will agree. I will say that I will not answer the question about why Arctic was doing what she was
and I agree.
doing
I think
is
that is a
because she is,
question,
one, not here
right?
to speak
Right.
for herself, and two, what I say could damage her, and I will not do that. She's a very
Right.
important person to me. So if you guys don't agree, then you guys just have to not agree. I really don't care. And I don't mean to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. What I mean is I don't care enough to put someone I care about in jeopardy. So if you
So
don't,
I
if you want to know the answer to that question, I would suggest you go and ask Arctic Storm.
I want to share this with Ozzy, and I'm not going to say who she is. The majority of us here are victims of April and have done done something we regretted after we saw the truth of April. So don't attack a new member of that group, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
I have always said I am a place that I welcome those that walk away from April to come to me and talk. I am going to be one of the people that understand where you're at and what you're going through and what she's done to you.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to judge you because I've been there and done that.
Yeah, I've seen it for many years, what she's capable of. I know what she's done.
So
You
let
guys
me
think
speak.
that-
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I keep
I'm
saying,
sorry,
keep
I
talking
kind
over
of snapped
everybody.
at you.
I'm
while ago.
sorry.
I'm sorry because you're my friend and I snapped at you. I'm sorry.
Man, I'm just rude. I'm just rude.
The Sarah situation, for those of y'all that are in here that I'm friends with and those that I have such respect for, I have not been easy on Sarah whatsoever. I have given that girl pure hell. What y'all don't know is I have been talking to Sarah for weeks and weeks before she even left Fancy. So there will be a time that we are going to address all of that. She has a lot of things she's wants and has already cried for hours and hours of accountability. And I'm telling you, like, some of the things she's cried on me about was before she even intended to leave Fancy. So it's not just because she left Fancy. And I know some of y'all are going to tear this apart.
Yeah.
But all I'm asking is let's not address it tonight and just respect me. All of us that's here to let's not show her hate, because what she's been through, and I get it, she's given a lot of crap. And yes, Sarah, you very much was a bully, and she knows that I know that, or that I believe that. But after you get to know the girl, the real girl behind after the influence of Fancy, she is not who y'all think she is. Does not mean she does not owe apologies and accountability, and she's going to have a long road on this side because she's hurt a lot of people. But tonight's not the night.
That's a whole other live that I do not have.
I didn't know she was coming in.
I
didn't know she was going to say anything, and or I would have asked her
One
not
of my
to,
eyes
just so
got
it's
big.
not
I was like,
triggering people that has been hurt.
I was like, oh fuck, here we go.
You know, I didn't know. I knew she said she was going to watch and support, but I didn't know she was going to speak. But she has my support.
Look,
and
she
did not get it. She did not get it easily. Trust me.
Somebody who absolutely knows what people go through when they decide to walk away, and even trying to walk away is very hard. And I am going to be an open ear for those people.
Harley, you are one of the ones that I would like to sit down with privately and talk to, and she needs to talk to you also. And she's very willing to do that. I just didn't know how to open some doors for the people that she's hurt directly and let her tell her story and you tell your story. Because like I told her about you, I know you both, and y'all both got a good heart. You are so gentle and loving, and everyone's got an impression that is not who the person is behind the internet persona. So if you're willing to do that, we can talk about that privately to where I can fix that. Because you were one of the ones that I defended quickly.
Ghetto Queen, thank you for telling me how to run a live. I never knew that. Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you for coming.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Harley. I appreciate that, babe. Can we start the live? Because I'm going to cry, and I don't want to cry.
Can I just say one thing real quick? You know what? I have to agree on the. I talked to Kendall about that too. What was done to Bree was disgusting, and she's aware of that, and she's actually going to try to.
I've already talked to Bree, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, yeah,
I don't know how that's going to go.
I don't want anybody to get upset with Kendall on that, because Sarah's going. I mean, from what I understand, she's going to do her best to make amends for that.
Yeah, it's not going to be an overnight thing, and people need to
No, it's not.
It's going to take time. It's going to take proof. You know, people have to see that people aren't.
Well, I think it's going to come across that Sarah's only trying to apologize now because she's left. But I can go back to March when I started talking to this girl, where she was so upset at herself for the words that she said. And she still stayed with Fancy because it wasn't about Fancy at that time. It was about that thing that she had wrote with Bree and how upset she was at herself. So I can go back as far as March, showing that she was upset about things. And then if people gets... It's just like a ping pong paddle, right? It just goes back and forth, and things grow, and feelings get more hurt, and more damage is done, and scars get deeper. And she's gone now. That's all I can say is she's gone. She's away from her. And if people want to accept apologies or want to give her a hard time or want to embrace her, everyone's got their own right to do what they want to do. But she's willing to talk one-on-one with people, and she's willing to be very much accountable. And I guess we will end up doing a live so she can take what's coming to her, because she's got some crap coming to her, and she deserves it. She knows she deserves it. She's also got a story to tell.
I'm going to answer Ozzy's question. Does anyone know if Colleen really left Good Wife Network?
Yes,
she did.
Yes, she absolutely did leave.
And Colleen, if you're watching, I am super proud of you, baby, and you know I'm missing you.
Yes. She's another one I've talked to, and I am proud of Colleen. And
so guys, Fancy has nobody that was ever there with her from the beginning. No one. Right. Everyone has left her. There's a reason.
Bree is a sweet person. Me and Bree don't see eye to eye on some things, and I'll talk to her about that. But as far as her heart herself, I believe it was in the right place. One thing I'll say about Bree is I've never questioned her love and loyalty to Gypsy and Christy. I believe it's real, and I don't always agree with her going back and forth with other creators. But that's not my drama. Like I said, I keep my drama's my drama. Everybody else's drama's theirs. But
so S.L. Connolly, it's been coming for a few weeks, but it's official Thursday.
Yeah, I want to, can I say something right before you start that live? Because I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay for. I'll stay as long as I can, but I'm sitting here and I'm reading back on these comments, and I want everybody to know that I do, whether you believe me or not, I do understand what you're feeling, and I do understand why you're feeling it. Because as I've said many times, people I absolutely love with all of my heart have been a victim to that woman. And I've had to sit and I've had to watch it because my hands are tied most of the time. She is very careful. And what you guys are not, I don't understand why you are saying some of the unbelievably cruel things you're saying to me right now. Okay, as far as clout chasing, Katie, show me where that would even make sense, because I don't get paid a dime, not a dime, to do what I'm here doing. Not a dime. Okay, I live on my own income. Okay,
yeah, she don't need that money.
I maybe I'll make $3 on a live.
Yeah, she don't.
Would you like me to?
Social media's money.
I'll donate that to charity if that would make your mind feel good, Katie. But that was mean. That was just really, there was no reason for it. And it was a bullying statement. Yeah. Okay. All of you, I can sit here and I'm looking at some of these, and all of you should really be ashamed of yourselves, because you're doing exactly what you have been accusing me of doing, or accusing Fancy of doing, or accusing Natasha Cooper. Where did I ever say I didn't have a problem with her? Where did I ever say that? And how in the hell am I okay with Natasha and her vile mouth? How in the hell am I okay with you and your vile opinion, Katie? and your
Read
attack on
Amelia
me.
Key's
Katie,
read
you
her
and I used
comment.
to, I mean, I don't understand your problem with me on this, because you more than anybody in this room should know what I do here. And as far as him, I'm just going to say, Planty, you know what? I'm glad that you had fun with that soundbite, because it wasn't just Fancy you hurt with it. You could have hurt my platform with it, and you laughing at it and making fun of it makes you guys no less disgusting than her. If I come off rude, it's because I'm not saying what you want me to say. I'm not giving you what you want. And that's fine. That's fine. And I am a feisty ass. And trust me when I tell you, honey, you ain't seen nothing yet. You really haven't. And I do not have to answer anything I do not want to answer. In fact, it was stated by Brandy herself at the beginning of this. And I know you were all here when she said it. So I understand why you guys are upset about Fancy and why you feel like I was defending her. And for that, I am very, very sorry. If I could have shared with the entire world what I was up to, what I was doing, what my point for being there was, I would have. But then that would have probably shot my narrative to hell too. So forgive me, please, for not being everything to everybody that everything and everybody here needs me to be. If you don't like me, don't. But you really need to quit bullying me, because that is bullshit, and that is not what we're here to do. You want answers to your questions? You want respect? Show me a little. I've done nothing to any of you. Nothing. I've done nothing except giving you something to laugh at, apparently, and a new sound you guys can. Just so you understand, 14-year-old girl that I'm defending right now, that's sitting inside waiting for my call in about 30 minutes to tell her one more day, one more time, that she is beautiful and she is worth living. Her life is worth living. Okay, these are the people that I deal with. Okay, this is what I deal with every day. You guys have no idea what I do here. You've no idea, and you've no right to attack it. And what you're doing could damage that. And none of you understand that either. And I'm pretty sure none of you care. And I'm sorry, but that is wrong. And that makes you no better. No better. What I was doing in that live was keeping my word. And I was trying to bring something to Kim and to Kendall that they deserve to have. You guys did not. They did. So when you can actually not bully me for 5 seconds, maybe you can. Do not attack my platform, because there are children on there that need me, and what I'm doing right now that could be damaged by this. I will never try to bring anybody peace again with her. I won't. I'm not doing it anymore. I could, you know what? I could have handed her to you on a silver platter, and you would have, you would have, it wouldn't have been enough. It wouldn't have been enough. You would have come at me about something else, and I don't deserve that. My platform does not deserve that.
I have to address this real quick, because I'm not okay with this right here. Exactly, it's not okay to do, but it's okay for Fancy, right? Maybe if y'all ignore Fancy and stop giving her so much power over you, things would heal and change. You're fucking insane. I ignored the woman for a year. Lizard, I usually like you. I usually have no issues, but I ignored that fucking bitch for over a fucking year. And she still calls my name, still talks shit on me, still lies on me and defames me left and fucking right.
Stacy, your comment is not okay in here. You can leave.
Yes, please go. It's my fucking channel, guys. Mine. We're trying to deal with
Hey,
this.
Stacy, why don't you come see me later?
But y'all are not going to sit here and tell me to ignore Fancy and she'll go away. Fuck that. The bitch is destroying people left and right.
She was saying.
Can I get her blocked? I can't block
her.
Okay.
Block her.
I can tell you why Lizard said what she did. It's a very big part of what she's learning in our alliance. It's what she's learning in our alliance. Huh?
It hit me very, very hard because
I know it did, honey, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm just trying to. I just want you to understand because inside this alliance, they're teaching us so many different ways to handle different bullies. Fancy's not a normal level bully. We all know that.
No,
But
she's
for the most
calculated.
part, she's 100% right for the most part. Not on Fancy, but on 99.9% of all the other bullies out there.
Now
So I
that's
really want her to just get a little bit of a break on that, because she's working so hard to try to understand and be a
I
good.
love her and never have issues with her. So that
Yeah. But I do see why it triggered you. I do. I do. And I'm sorry.
because let me tell you what, I ignored her and I still ignore her. And my God, she accused me of putting porn on her channel, guys. I wasn't even watching that day. I had somebody call me. And Kendall, I got on the phone and then I seen the clip on exposing. That's the only reason I even knew it happened. And I got blamed for it. I got blamed for stealing Veda's ID.
Same.
Like,
I was accused of it too.
Get the fuck out of here. Wasn't even saying shit. I ain't even been on here much. And my name still gets dropped left and right.
And thank you for putting my name in there, JoJo. Thank you. That didn't go unnoticed. No, I'm like, she's left me hanging in the wind. Good to know. Good to know. She's part of my alliance, by the way. That's.
Kate, I've already addressed it that we are going to. Yes, she most certainly is. We're going to have another live since she's in here today, and people now know. So, I was trying to push it back to after the court and all of that stuff, and just try to keep things lined up and moving. But yes, she very much so is willing to apologize. She's not just going to apologize. Apologizing is easy. She's going to take complete accountability for what she's done, and she's also going to explain some of her side of her feelings, because there's always two sides. But she knows she's damaged people. She knows she's very much hurt people, and we are going to do that. We're going to be doing it a lot sooner than I thought, but absolutely she will. And Brandy knows.
Thank you,
and so does Tish. I've not been easy on her at all.
No.
All right, so let's do this. Let's play this and let's.
But I do want to say she does have my support now, and I'm just trying to help her get guided in the right way, I guess.
No, Natasha. No, absolutely not. No, the people that are in. I can't. I don't know. We're gonna have to have a whole class. If you understood what it was, you wouldn't have even asked that question. Several reasons she won't qualify for that. None of which probably has anything to do with what you're thinking it does. But we have JoJo is part of a different part of her, what she does on TikTok. JoJo's a safe room part of the alliance. We support what she does, and we help her where we can in telling people about her concept. But JoJo is a safe room, and that's what her part in our alliance is she offers a place for, like, if they can't find us or they can't find who they're looking for, they can find JoJo. And if she's open and she's got her live going, or they can know that we put our stamp on 100% fact that she is absolutely safe to go there and nobody is going to mess with her. You know,
she's always got some good entertainment, juicy gossip.
Absolutely. She is an angel.
She does her research. She always got that tidbit of information that, I didn't know that part.
Oh, I do love me some JoJo.
Yeah, everything seems to come across a certain way to all of you, Amelia. I don't know how to fix that. We do have classes. I mean,
and Amelia,
I don't mean that smarty. I mean, I'm dead serious, because it really feels like nobody here truly understands any part of anything I'm about here, except Kendall.
That's how I was trying to explain to them and to you. I think you are misunderstanding what they're trying to say, and they are misunderstanding you. And
absolutely.
And I'm going, oh, I know what they're saying. And then I hear you, I'm like, okay, she's not understanding. And then I hear you, and I'm like, okay, I understand what she's saying. And then I'm watching them, and I'm like, yeah, they're not getting it.
Yeah.
So there's
I absolutely, I get that now. I've been reading it, but like I said, I think that it needs to be addressed that most of you have been coming at me very sideways and then getting upset when I lashed back. So And I promise you, if I misunderstand, I come back and I will apologize, and I'll do it in the same format that I was short in. And that is publicly. I have no problem doing that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, 100%. I will say that I don't want anybody to feel scolded or anybody to feel like they're uncomfortable around me. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad human being. I'm really not.
No,
I
I
do
wouldn't
stand
care
up
for
for
her the way
myself.
I did if she didn't.
Yeah, and I
If
do
she
stand up
didn't
for
have the
myself
heart that
because
I know she has.
like
She's
these
got a
girls,
very stern voice.
I
And it
do.
does. She
I do
snapped at
come
me
off.
a couple of times when it really wasn't being snapped at. I have to learn her personality. She's got a stern voice, so it doesn't mean she's scolding you.
Yeah, yeah.
She has to though for some of the
I
work
don't
that
come
she
off.
does that y'all never see.
I really don't come off like I should at times. Like Kim is a really good example of that. She's a very dear friend of mine, or I believe she is still. I don't know. I mean, that's something that her and I work out. But at the end of the day, there was a reason I was so hard on her, because a lot of this was for her. And she, she has not shown support today, nor did she during that live, nor did she during the live before that when I was being attacked unnecessarily for something I did not do wrong. So yeah, there's a lot of things that go inside of a story that people don't always see. They only want to see their part of it. And I'm not discluded in that. I'm not.
Katie, I'm
Mom,
not going to ask it again. Stop saying it. She is anti-bully. There's a whole community that she's involved with, and help that she has done and things that she has done. And once again, we explained a while ago why she was trying to do it a certain way. It's different than those of us channels out here that call things out right off the bat. She had a job she was trying to do, and she was trying to do that her way on her channel. You guys are being a bully by coming in here and acting the way you're acting. Please stop. Listen to what's been said.
Mama Duke, you still around?
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah.
Please, I'm asking you guys to hear what people are saying and be respectful of that. You want respect, give respect.
I mean, I kind of feel like, Katie, you're kind of a big bully yourself. You're not hearing what you want to hear.
One more time and she can be muted.
Yeah. I mean, you're not hearing what you want to hear, so you're going to attack people. And that's a bully.
Like
that's
said,
classic.
You're not going to make everyone happy. Everyone,
You're not. You're not.
You know,
and
it's just, I
used to have a very high
now,
opinion of Katie. I honestly don't anymore. I really don't.
I
very
personally
seldom
now
mute people over
understand
here.
where you were coming from, where I did not before.
I very seldom mute people over here, and you guys are pushing me to mute people. Stop it. Stop it. Just
and I'm trying to apologize. If I'm wrong, if I was wrong with anybody, I do apologize. I really do. But if you ask me questions respectfully instead of coming at me and demanding answers, that's not how you address an adult. That's not how you talk to an adult. That's not what you do. All of you know better than that.
Oh, Kim G's here. Hey, girl.
People that do not do lives, who aren't on these panels and run a show, basically, don't understand that when you're watching these questions come in here 90 to nothing, constantly the same question over and over and over again, it's stressful and it's irritating and it becomes frustrating. And we do get upset. And we do come across, I mean, I say all the time, I am a bitch. I know when I come at you guys on here like this, I'm a bitch. And sometimes I think we're taken where meant to be, because it is our passion. We're trying to fill a panel with all of these people and share the clips and watch the chat and respond and
love you, Jojo.
And it just gets to be a lot. Okay, hold on. Peril says, Brandy, I hope you saw my follow-up comment up there to what you said. Okay, hold on. I may have lost it, Perla. You may have to say it again.
I think it's just high fuel energy when anything's got to do with April, no matter how anyone handles it. A lot of people's hurt. A lot of people here has been hurt or seen people they love been hurt. And human nature is human nature, right? I mean, human nature is human nature. We're going to get upset, and It is what it is.
My neck is itching
Yeah,
so hot.
and none of us are going to always agree either. And when you
Right.
work, I work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I do not get paid to do it. And I do it because it's something I believe in and something I love, and I really feel like I can make a difference. And if I can't, then I'm at least going to do my very best to try. So nobody has to understand that. Nobody
Right.
has to respect that. Nobody has to care. I don't, I hope they do. The people that I have in my group are an amazing bunch of people. I'm very lucky with the level of loyalty and respect I have inside my community. And it's hard. It's been hard work building that. And so no, I'm not gonna always be what everybody needs me to be for them. It's just not who I am. But I will always love and respect the people that I love and respect that are in my life. Tim was one of them. Kendall was one of them. And that live was for them. And I don't,
And I didn't even know that, guys. I had no clue. I had
no.
no
And I
clue
thought and because I just really didn't, I don't really feel like
I just knew she got upset with me when I said I don't think I need to be there out of respect for her. And she didn't get upset. She just like really, I explained that earlier. And I
yeah.
said, you're right. I need to be there to
And her
support
first clue should have
you.
been, I've never questioned her for not coming to a live. I have never done
And
that.
I did not know that it had anything to do with me. I had no idea.
Look, y'all, I literally told her, I was like, look, I'm going to record it because I want to commentate on it later. Of course, I knew I was going to be at the hospital, but I'm like, I know that if I make a comment, she's going to lose her shit, and I don't think I need to be there. So she understood. She was like, oh, no, I understand. Totally understand.
Mm-hmm. Amelia, I appreciate that because I'm telling you, if people would just go in there and see if you take away what happened yesterday and you just go in there and see what she does and the stories and read her videos and she's doing so much behind the scenes in person, boots on ground. And it's more than just what people took the opinion away of yesterday. Does not describe who she is.
No.
And the work she does.
No, and I appreciate you saying that, Kendall. I really do. That means a lot to me, more than you know. And just so everybody knows, Kendall is the reason I do this. Because Fancy is the reason I do this. Kendall is the reason I took it outside of Fancy. So I give her a lot of props for what I do too. And in my defense on anything on all of this, I have nothing in the world but love and respect for people that have love and respect for each other. And what was happening here today was not on any level respectful or even kind. And if you would have just come at me in a way that like an adult would come to an adult, because at the end of the day, you have to know I don't owe anybody an explanation. I really don't.
So let me be devil advocate on their side.
Yeah.
On their side. Let me play on their side. Is that because of the deep pain and the misinterpretation of what it was for, they, like you already know, is they didn't know your intentions. They just seen the bully being protected. So I'm glad that we did this today so you could publicly explain it more, because I was hurt too. I'm just going to be honest with you. I was hurt too because I did feel like she was protected. But now after the breakdown of your intentions, I'm still was nothing about not still supporting who you are. Absolutely nothing, that wasn't going to change, but it was hurtful. Now I understand it. And I think if people just want to stop for a minute and try to understand what you were actually saying and
no, they're still looking. They're still
it,
digging. Amelia's out here still looking for a reason to be angry. You
process
know what?
it.
What was disrespectful is when you wouldn't stop when I asked you to, Amelia.
Well,
It wasn't in what you said, it was what you were
that's already been
doing.
explained over and over that
Yeah.
that is what you found disrespectful, not the comments themselves.
I didn't have time
Because
to
I
read the
watched
comments. They
those
were going too
comments.
fast.
I watched the comments. I did not see not one comment, the comment itself, be disrespectful.
Yeah, and
What
Amelia, if I got you mixed in with that bunch, I
everybody
apologize.
kept on.
We've
And
been at this an hour and a half and have a very long live.
Yeah,
Let's
and
go.
I've got to be somewhere. I've got to call with Peyton in a little bit, and she's
Okay.
But I do want, Amelia, I want you to know, and I do want to say this, and this will be the last thing I say. If I got you mixed in with the bunch, I apologize, but your name was scrolling right through with everybody else's. So I didn't say anybody was attacking anybody. It started out as an attack, and I know who started the attack, and I know that was not you. I know who started that attack, and I know why they did it. They did it to cause drama for me, and they did it because they hated Fancy, so they got a double whammy on that one. So, no, it was not meant to be attacking on you, and I apologize if I made it feel like that. I am very sorry. No, you were singled out because you're the only name I saw that fast.
Yeah, because she is really, I mean, like, she's willing to come to your live and really see what you do. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with Amelia. I think she's,
Thank you,
I
Bjorn.
don't have a problem with
Yeah,
her.
I don't have a problem with Amelia. I didn't have
see her
one.
point.
Amelia, I didn't have a problem with
Absolutely.
you at all yesterday. I mean, I
Yeah,
called you.
I see your point.
I mean, I might have said something because it was your name I saw flying through, but you have to understand that was a chaotic moment. I was
And
having, I
again,
had to get,
what
there
was
was over 600 people in
disrespectful
that
was
room.
what was disrespectful is you asking everyone to stop so you could take care of your intentions that none of us knew. But the remarks that people were making in the comments themselves was not disrespectful. It's just and I put myself in that too. We didn't stop when you asked us to, so you could continue to do what you intended to do.
Yeah, and I'm
Can we
sorry.
move on?
Yeah, let's move
Start the
on. But
video.
I do say I'm sorry for that. If I came off like that, it was not at all what I meant to come off like. It's not who I am. Bjorn, he just said it right. If everybody comes into that live as a guest to me is respected.
Mhm.
Everybody. If I invite them, they are respected. And I'm sorry if that
Same,
doesn't fit.
Kim.
I'm
Same,
sorry.
Kim. I had my tongue bit off.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done talking now. But thank you. I'm sorry about that. I really am sorry about that.
You're good, honey. I understand I understand now.
All right. So the first part, what Natasha was just up here, right? Let's see.
Lizard, hey baby girl.
All right. So I'm gonna kind of.
Hello, everyone.
Am I echoing?
You are. I hate it when mine does that too.
All right, let me go out and come back.
Okay. Philip, welcome, buddy.
Who's echoing?
But you can make it. You made it on a really important night to me, and I really appreciate all of you coming in for support and being kind and to our guests. And I'm just kidding. On all the different. Doing my thing. Hanging out.
I know the feeling.
Huh?
I said I know that feeling.
We're I've got a really good group of people in here, and I'm just trying to
And I'm not going to be watching the chat, guys, because I'm on the other screen. So give me just a minute.
explain to everybody. We're going to have a kind of a mosh pit of people, totally different platforms of for sure.
I have a lot from all over the place.
Actually, you and I have a mutual friend. So
Just got bananaed on my back at today, you know.
that what?
That I just go out.
I'm just trying to get past some of the chitter chatter, guys.
Yeah.
I hear, you know, people are always talking about how I go after them, but they don't ever talk about what got me to the point of responding to begin with.
Yeah.
It's always like, you know, they're just innocent and did nothing.
Victim of crime. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I love that, the narrative that surrounds that. I've always said to people about you, and this is my honest opinion, I have been following you for a very, very long time, and I have always had nothing but respect for you, and how you do what you do. We don't always agree on our opinions, and we don't have the same opinions on a lot of things, but I have nothing but respect for you, because I don't see you as somebody that is, I mean, I've seen some bully behavior, but mostly towards your own followers. Yeah, I've never had anything truly, honestly, rotten or bad to say about you at all. I like how you do it. I like how you do things, and I like how you're thorough and you check for facts. And to me, that's the biggest thing you can do in this. Everything I do is surrounded with facts, 100% guaranteed facts I can prove. So,
Okay, let me ask you, Tish. Have you not seen the things that she has said on other channels, Rumble, Twitch, even on here on YouTube? I mean, she has lost. Crafton, you're still in the chat. How many channels did she lose?
Yeah. No, what I was speaking on when I spoke on that, on the respect, and I do have 100% respect for her, what her content was supposed to be about when it was crime, true crime. And I'm going to stand behind that. I really thoroughly enjoyed her true crime, and I don't feel like I really need to defend that. I have nothing but 100% respect for that. If it was worded improperly or if it wasn't said the way people like it, I'm sorry. But I stand behind it. I really do. I do respect what she does when she does it. Now that's the part that I see. I don't throw that stuff in because that's not why they were there. I don't. I mean, I kind of feel like it's a bit of a witch hunt right now. I really do. I feel like everybody's got, you can't question what not you in general, but people in general are questioning my personal feelings on things. I'm an anti-bullying advocate. I did not one time, not even one time. And in fact, if you continue to listen, you'll hear her go on and I'll say, yeah, there were points where you were bullying, but it was mostly your followers, which is why I cannot get her.
Okay. Okay. I can understand that. Okay. That explains that. Crafton.
Not tonight, Crafton.
That's a whole other live, Crafton. Pause. I'm going to go over here and finish this in a minute. We'll get back to that.
And I always stay inside the line, which is why I'm never in trouble. Hi, JoJo. But so many content creators on here are not. They just go after people maliciously and they just do not think and they do not, it's just a constant, never ending boob fest, in my opinion.
Well, it is. And that's, a lot of people who claim to be true crime channels, they're not true crime channels. At all. I actually have a friend on here I would like for you to hook up with.
Technically, a lot of them, what we call now, are crama channels. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. They're crama. They're drama and crime all in one. Okay, back to the regular scheduled program.
She's boutique Lena. It takes me, girl. I love you so much, but you know how hard it is for me to say your name. Boutique Lena Lubell. She is one. I'll tell you what. And I told her, I said, I met my true crimers after Kendall and after you. And basically I based my opinions on because I like both your styles. And I've just recently gotten to really know Brandy's style too. And I like it. And, but the ones I've followed for years, they have been you and have been Kendall for quite a while. Maybe not years, but, anyway, I'm everything can be fact checked and brought back right. And Boutique, when I first met her, when I first met the platform here, she, man, I tell you, I am so unbelievably impressed with this woman and the way she does her stuff. She reminds me a lot of you in your earlier days. And she's amazing. She's just amazing. And she's one of the few true
You notice I threw in there her earlier days. Did you notice that?
True crime,
She gives me more credit than I deserve.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of things that people didn't pick up in that live that I did or said.
Anymore because I keep the drama completely separate from my true crime channel.
Yeah,
I don't allow it there. I'm not going to. I will address it, but it ain't going to be there. Yeah. And what most of these people don't realize is that by addressing drama and having drama on their channels that they pretend to do true crime on, you're detracting from the case that you're discussing.
Absolutely.
I had to learn that the hard way, and that's why I've always had the two separated. That's why I have a true crime channel and why I have a recline channel.
Exactly. I feel like because I had to address something with her, and she didn't take it well. And I addressed it privately. I didn't even go after her like I do everybody else. The same way they bully, I go after them. So publicly. So I went after her privately, and it ended the friendship because she couldn't understand that this is my platform. This is what I'm doing here. It's not a joke to me. There are children out there. I'm aliving every single day, and adults every single day because of what's being said to them or what's being done to them, under the guise of cyber. So
I don't know. I have a completely different stance on things like that than most people, and I know it's not a popular one, but it's how I feel because it's how I was raised.
Well, you know what though? I can guess what you would say, and that would be that you think bullying does people good. It helps them.
No.
No.
That's not what I was going to say.
A lot of people say that, and I always say, you know, I would agree with you if we had the bullies from my day, but we don't.
No, that's not what I was going to say at all.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I did. That's usually the popular thing. I apologize. I was wrong.
No, that's not what I was going to say. The problem, to be honest, is that kids and adults these days have no self-esteem. They don't have a sense of themselves. They don't know how to handle problems on their own. They've never been taught how to problem solve. Everything's always been done for them. And they don't have problem solving skills like I was made to have growing up. You know, back in the day, I literally, I didn't even know what unaliving was until I was in my 20s because I'd never heard of it.
Oh,
Nobody
yeah.
talked about things like that.
No, I
And
never did either.
nobody talked about depression. If you was feeling down about something, you put on your big girl britches and you deal with it. You figure out how to work through the problem and get over it. And unfortunately, too many people these days don't know how to do that. And instead of learning how to cope with their problems and problem solve themselves and fix things, they either rely on medication or, you know, they are told, I don't know, it's just a weak, in my opinion, society is weak.
Fuck you. Hold on. Hold on. This is one of those things she has said before that pisses me off every fucking time. Because you fight depression and any mental illness does not make you fucking weak, Natasha. Oh my God. I hate it when she says that. It sets me off.
Bottle of wine.
Oh my God. This sets me off every time. And she's done this. And I have gone at her every fucking time she says this. Somebody fighting mental illness does not make them weak. Mental illness is fucking real. We talk about it more now because we understand it. Back in our day, Gen X, we didn't understand it. No, we were told go outside and play. We had our ass beat. All those things. But that does not mean that now that we talk about it, makes us weak. Because let me tell you one thing, bitch. I have depression, I have PTSD, I have anxiety, and I have agoraphobia. I am not fucking weak. What makes us weak is sitting over there talking shit about people that fight those things. That makes you weak. Ooh, want to talk about my soapbox? This is my soapbox.
Take a breath.
Because, oh, when you say that about people that are fighting true mental illness, they do not find a way to fight. People take their lives every fucking day because of mental illness. They are not weak. They are fucking tormented. Jesus Christ, this makes me angry. Every time. Every time. I'm going back over here.
There's absolutely nobody in this room that's here for me that would tell you that I disagree with anything you just said. I feel like everybody asked me to do this. And I said, because I want to make the world better for my grandchildren, because I don't trust them to do it. I don't think they would know how to do it. They don't even know how to tell time properly. They don't know how
to write in cursive.
They don't have they don't have a signature. They don't have a signature to sign contracts with. They don't have, you know, the ability to really even think for themselves right now. And I'm really strong on that. And I get a lot of flack for that. But no, I agree. And that's what's making it so hard for me out here, is because they're changing the narrative to bullying. Even like there was a time I would believe that bullying might have actually, some level of bullying could actually done some kids good.
The issue is this.
Yeah.
People who want to scream that they've been bullied are usually the ones who are doing the bullying. And hey,
Natasha,
society is weak. Society is weak. I hate to tell you that.
No,
I realize depression is real and anxiety is real, but you tell me why so many people now have anxiety and depression and need medication for it. When, 10, 15 years ago, you dealt with your problems. You didn't go to the doctor for depression or anxiety.
No, they needed it then too. They just didn't get it.
The worst.
For one, we didn't have the knowledge that we have now. That's
Right.
why. We didn't have the medications that we have now. That's why. I am not medicated. I have learned to deal with my issues without the medication. Now, what I will say is people who use those issues to attack and behave badly, that's wrong.
Mhm.
And that is abuse of the whole society of issues.
I also believe that a lot of people use it as excuses
They do.
that don't
They
have
do.
it.
They
Some
do.
people are just lazy. Some people are, I don't believe
It's
everybody. It
easier.
rolls off everyone's tongue now. Just everybody's got depression. Everybody's got anxiety. No, not everybody does.
It's easier
But
to
it's very
say,
real.
I have such and such, and that's why they triggered me to behave the way I behave. You're responsible for your own behavior. That I will say. We are responsible for our own behavior.
Social justice, that's correct. I agree with what you just said.
Hold on. Let me go. What did they say? The knowledge and medication was there and has always been there. It is the generation that created the stigma to get treatment.
It used to be looked down to go. You was looked down on if you needed a therapist. Now it's like trendy. Oh, I see my therapist yesterday.
Sorry, Stevie. I had a total meltdown on that one. I'm sorry, guys. It's one of those things that triggers me because I have been on the brink of taking my own life. A couple of times. I've been nearly hospitalized. And to sit here and say that people that suffer from those are just weak people, that bothers me because I am who I am because I survived, and I am extremely strong because I fought and survived. And people who do survive those disorders are strong and beautiful. Hey, Dreamer, haven't seen you in a while, babe. Hey, says Bree, welcome. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing people that popped in because I wasn't paying attention to chat. I think that when this is a sore subject for me, and this is where I get very, very fussy and very bitchy and become a total raging lunatic. Because people who do not understand mental illness should not fucking be speaking on it. Period. And it's okay to say, I don't understand it. I have heard her say before, I don't understand it because we didn't do that when I was growing up, and we don't have that here, and nobody talks about that here. I've heard her say all that. Then don't fucking talk on it. I'm trying to behave. Oh, let's just go back to this real quick before I say something.
For it. No, and you know what? I suffer from anxiety and I suffer from depression, and I think a lot of it has to do with the society and the world that we're living in. I don't think that it's a created condition, and in fact, I know it's not. It is actually from the anxiety of my surroundings and the environment that I'm exposed to on a daily basis. And I mean, there's so many different reasons for it, and I agree on a lot of levels with you on that. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them.
If I had told Renee, if I had went and told my parents that I was depressed, they'd have told me to get out in the damn yard and play or find something to do.
Yeah.
You're right. Our parents did tell us that. But you know what I told my kids? Let's talk about it. What's going on? How do we work through it? There's a difference in the age from when we were kids and our kids now. What I taught my children has taught my kids as adults how to work through their shit. But my kids also know that I'm not judging them for having an issue. They can come and talk to me because I'm not going to call them weak.
That's
exactly.
Gen X is very different. Gen X is very, very different. Yeah, you're right.
Get outside and play. Go play.
So let me
Go
see.
ride your bike. Go find something to keep you busy.
Or hey, Mama, I'm thirsty. I'm hungry. We'll go get a drink out of the hose.
Exactly. And the thing is that these days people use
Welcome, everybody.
any kind of whatever diagnosis they have, they use it as a crutch for their bad behavior.
Absolutely.
And that's ridiculous too.
I'll give you that.
If you're gonna, just fess up that you're an asshole.
Yes, please, Natasha, fess up. You're an asshole. Sorry. I digress. Sorry.
I love that.
I have to. I can't even argue with that. I can't. And yeah, I should, but I can't because it's
I'm
actually
just
true.
saying it's the truth, and I'm so sick of it on social media, especially I mean, the people who watch and follow true crime are some of the biggest pansies I have ever in my life witnessed.
Oh my
And
goodness.
they are that way because they've never had consequences. They've always had the world powdering their ass and telling them they're perfect and wonderful and probably got a lot of participation trophies. And they've
Oh, my
never
son
had
would be
those.
100% on board. My son agrees with that 100% with the participation trophies. They irritate him.
It does me too. It's ridiculous. Guess what?
Welcome,
Not
everybody.
everybody
Thank you
gets
for
a
coming.
trophy. The best person gets one. And if that ain't you, you don't get one.
Yeah.
Mr. Gypsy, listen, Shug. These people know exactly who I am and have been following me for a long time. You are a bully.
I love when she says, "Listen, Shug." I've always loved it.
Or Jesus, take the wheel.
I cannot listen to the song anymore, by the way. Just saying.
Let's see who has how many videos about who, shall we? Let's see who has gone on how many panels about who, shall we? Get somewhere and sit down and shut up. This ain't
Okay.
about you.
Okay. We got to be kind. Let's try to be kind in here, guys.
Well, she's not kind to me. I'm not.
No,
being
she's
kind.
not, and I will put her out if she continues. But everybody, please, let's try, please. To there's not going to be any fighting in here, Renee. Anybody, I welcome everybody here. Yeah, my son. See my son right there. He's agreeing with you, Natasha, on the participation trophy. My only rule in this room, I have just a few, and the number one rule is to try to be kind. If you can't be kind in the scroll, then we're going to have to. Yeah, thank you,
Misty Gypsy, this is your second warning, and one more time we'll put you out. I don't think anybody's going to come after you or anything like that.
Okay, Tish, have a good one. Thanks for coming. We'll try to get through some of this. Amelia, I understand what you were saying, and you felt like she was protected. It is really hard when you're trying to get to the bottom of something, and people are going at somebody in the chat to continue to clarify. I think
If she would have put her in her place immediately, they would have just left and just left, and it would have been over.
Right. Yeah, they would both.
They just left.
So there is a process to some of this, and I understand people don't understand that. I get it. And
I mean, it is hard to watch. It's hard to listen to.
It is.
I mean, I'm not saying that, but I mean, if she was to start saying some of the things that, we would like to say when bullies do what they do, and we're trying to call them out, they're just going to do what bullies do. They're just going to leave. I'm
just going to say, I couldn't have Natasha and April over here and try to deal with the bullying shit and the things. I couldn't do it because I'm going to go at them, and I'm going to let y'all go at them because I do things differently. So there's just a different way of doing it, and we don't have to like it, but we just have to find a way to deal with it and understand. I hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to diminish how anybody feels by how any of that went down. And y'all see me reacting over here with this. I mean, Natasha has not changed her stance on this. She has been this way for years now on how she sees mental illness. And it triggers me every time, every single time. And this was the only part of this live that I actually had listened to. So, because I listened to it on the way to the hospital. Okay, so let's go back here. Do y'all want to kind of keep listening to this summer, or do y'all want me to fast forward to Fancy?
Because there's so much said right here that I can remember that triggered me. And I know most of everybody's here because of April.
Okay.
And it literally just.
Let's see. Doesn't show me where it's at. April's not on panel on this piece. So everybody wants me to just go to where April's on panel. Is that what y'all want?
Yeah, we're going to be here till midnight.
Y'all, it's empty. It's empty. Okay, so let's go over here. Let me find where she's at. She said it was like an hour or so. Holy shit, she was that late?
Yeah. Yeah, I just pretty much thought she just cowered out. I figured she was on the outside watching and
just to see what was going to happen
before seeing who was coming in, that she knew that her ass was toast if she come in because of some of us that were in there. So I figured she was just going to be a coward. I give her that. She showed up.
Get
All right.
Still a
she gonna
coward,
get
but
that
she
same
showed
amount
up.
of money.
Oh, she's chicken shit.
And two, they may not battle.
I'm so sorry. I totally missed the time frame. I thought it.
I see gifts. Pricey.
Okay, Fancy has finally come in.
Yeah, I know. I let her in.
I'm
And
so
we knew
sorry.
that was
I
a lie.
totally missed
She
the
didn't miss the
time
time
frame.
frame.
I thought
She totally missed them. Oh,
it was
sorry.
at 7.
Shut up, Brandy. Shut up, Brandy.
Well, welcome. Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you. I'm sorry. I don't know what you guys have been talking about or what.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause real quick. Just FYI and trigger warning. This is very triggering to me, but we're gonna go here. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Was happening, so I will try to get caught up as fast as possible.
Right now
You're
we're
fine.
we're talking about actually I'm not really sure. I think we kind of got off path.
Yeah, I'm over here looking at how much things are.
Yeah, now we're
Let me
talking,
see, Amelia. I don't know if they are.
Gift is.
to be honest with you, Fancy, you know what we're doing? We're having ADHD moments.
That's well, I'm all for that. I have them every day.
Me too, me too, me too.
Dreamer, before I was talking about Natasha. Now I'm going in to talk about April because she's the one on the screen. Let me see. Are the comments on the screen? I don't know that they are. They should have been playing, but they're
Crystal,
not.
I don't know why her accent changes every time she's with Natasha. It is like she just makes a total fool of herself every time.
Amelia, they're not on the screen, and I wish they would have been, but they didn't. Probably because I was playing it on my computer and it does it a little bit differently. Ellen Dragon, I do need more wine because it's empty. I may go get more wine while this is playing. But then again, I'm trying to behave myself. Just, let's see. What is my, let me I have a bragging moment. This has nothing to do with this live, but it's a bragging moment. So let me give you all the numbers. Hold on. That is not right. I've lost 67 pounds, guys. I'm down 67 pounds. So I haven't been drinking a whole lot. So I probably should not drink a whole lot. But I feel like I need something at this point. I'm very proud of my weight loss. Social justice.
I agree.
Fancy should be permanently banned from all social media. Shaking my head. I have seen her do nothing but lie and scam and use mental health diagnosis and excuse to act out. Social justice brat, you are 100% correct.
You win comment of the day.
Absolutely. And parallel Michelle is saying, Amelia, I'm sorry you felt so hurt by being muted. We were honestly just trying to keep it as peaceful as possible. And guys, just know that sometimes it is very hard to do that and make it feel equal. Okay, Amelia said she wasn't muted, she just felt muted. So just, thank you, Ghetto Queen. Just know that I see both sides of this, guys. I do see both sides of this. I understand what you guys are saying. I know what we have all been through with these two creators. And I know that we're hoping that somebody's actually going to fucking take them to task. And we felt like that didn't happen. And I understand that. But I also understand what Tisha's job is and how she goes about things.
Yeah. I'm glad we did this because I just have a better understanding of her intentions now.
She explained
because
it
I was
to
hurt
me.
too. I was
I
very
called
hurt.
her. She wanted me to call her before I went live, and we had a very hard conversation, and she explained it to me. And like I said, I haven't even listened to any of this yet. This is all new. From this point on, I listened to those first few minutes of Natasha, and that was it. So let's go back to this, and I think I'm gonna go get me something else to drink.
I'm gonna go let the poodles out for a minute, so I won't be here for just a few minutes.
Dave told me not to do the THC wine because I'd be falling asleep while I was live.
You can get your followers to give you a bunch of money so you can go buy some CBD gummies.
Right. Well,
like
I mean,
April did when she went to Missouri.
I mean, she did use some of y'all's money, by the way, to buy gummies. She spent $60 on gummies while she was in Missouri.
She spent over $60 on gummies.
Wonder why they had to get more money to come back home, because her ass is having a good time and party over in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I digress. We're going back to the live now.
Yeah, I'm going back outside with the pups out.
If you don't come to my live, and my phone doesn't die at least once, chances are good I've been kidnapped or somebody stole my phone. Yeah, but today everybody in my world reminded me to charge it. So
Oh, that's good.
yeah, so that's my ADHD. We were actually earlier talking about if you'd like to take a moment and introduce yourself to the room and let them know what you do here and who you are. Like, I know who you are. I've known who you were for years. So but a lot of people in here probably don't. And so if you'd like to, I never try to explain people to other people. I let people explain themselves.
Yeah. $340. I'm Fancy Maselli, and for the last 8 years, I have covered the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. I have been the forefront for bringing truth to that case for a very long time. And then on top of that, we cover other, true crime content and other things that we're working on that are not true crime at all. But that's our main shtick is true crime right now, but we do have other content creators that we work with in our network that do other things. But that's basically me. I kind of fell in.
Y'all, let me just put this out there. What she's trying to do is steal other people's content. She literally insisted on being the producer on every show that she didn't do shit to but put on her network. If you're looking to be a content creator on her network, don't do it. Just saying.
Into true crime 8 years ago, and I fell into the Gypsy Rose case, and man, it changed my whole life for the last 7 years. And I've been subjected to.
Harley, are you saying I should keep my camera on just so y'all can watch my reactions?
Outrageous amounts of bullying and harassment, and still continues to this day. But today, I don't know, interesting thing, I just had enough, and I decided that today would be the last time I talk about this publicly for a while.
Right.
I'm going to write my books, and I'm going to do my documentaries about the case, because that's what we really set out to do, was to trove the truth of the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard and what happened. And I've done that. And my books and my documentary are going.
Yes, inside the purple purse, I am the world's leading expert on Francesca Maselli, the expert on the Gypsy Rose, the proclaimed expert on the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. So I guess we should label me the Francesca Maselli expert. Does that work for everybody? I mean, I think that's kind of funny. I may go with that. We might have to go with that. I need you to. Okay, Kendall, I need you to make me a video.
Gotcha.
Now the Francesca Maselli leading expert.
Oh, I just got back. I just seen someone's comment about she made more videos the next day. After stating, I don't know if y'all done talked about this, but stating she's done with Gypsy. Less than 24 hours later, she's held in a last Q&A, and in that last Q&A, she talks about other things she's going to do about Gypsy. Gypsy's her bread and butter. Without Gypsy, she's nothing. And everyone knows she's nothing without Gypsy Blanchard. Oh, wait. And Christy, right? I mean, she,
Right.
Christy Blanchard.
Y'all, and y'all know, I have been very upset with Gypsy, and I know, Ozzy, I love you. I'm sorry. I have issues with Christy right now. And it's over Jasmine, the PR bullshit. And I'm gonna go over that in a bit. I'm gonna share the messages. Let's share it. Let's show who Fancy's bestie is over there. But at this point, Christy is part of global warming. She's the reason we have global warming, according to Fancy. I mean, she hasn't done that. I'm thinking that is a total exaggeration, guys.
Bless her, she's gonna give me blame for that too. Oh, come on now.
I'm bad. Sorry.
Going to do that.
I read the other day that there's a volcano somewhere in America that they're saying is going to erupt.
It's Christy's fault.
It's Christy's fault.
It's Christy's fault.
On a sword, because this journey of her story is not mine.
Yeah.
None of it was fucking yours. Sorry. I'll go back.
I mean, that I respect that. I do. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm pretty sure you know who I am. And
okay, so guys, I see. Okay, right here's what caught me. You guys all said she respect, because you heard her say, I respect that. So you're taking it that she respects Fancy. No, she respects the fact that she's moving on and not going to do anything else on Gypsy. That's what I caught from that. I'm assuming that's what everybody's been talking about. I don't know. We just got started.
What I do here, and that, you know, Gypsy and I were friends in prison, but not friends now.
Right.
Doesn't mean I don't love her. I always will, but I don't. We're not close. So, I do have. I've always had like I said to Natasha, I have a lot of different opinions, and we may not always see eye to eye. But I do not disrespect you as a creator. Now, what you just said was something that was very. I mean, I'm sure it was a long time coming for you.
It was. And to be honest, it was a split-second decision. Like last night, I was very upset. I had a very emotional day yesterday with all of this and my court cases and everything that's stemming from all of this, and you know, issues with other content creators. And I went to bed crying last night. And it takes a lot for me to get to that moment to cry myself to sleep. But this morning I woke up, and usually when I have those moments, I really wake up with a new clear head. And today I just woke up and I was starting my content about other cases, and I thought, why am I doing this anymore? Like, well, I've done everything I said I was going to do. I've exposed everything I was going to expose, and
I'm just trying to love on the dog.
For our books and our documentary, and I don't have to talk about this publicly.
I guess the next morning our mind woke up and it was different.
Yeah, that is definitely true. One thing I've always said is that all of you guys are the ones keeping her famous. I mean,
yeah.
At the end of the day, it's not the ones that love her, because the ones that love her don't really talk about her. And like I never talk about her. Every once in a while I'll bring up, you know, for a minute, that it's like a nostalgia moment, and then it's over, because she's never really the person that I used to know, but I still love her. But she's not who I remember. But I don't have anything but good hope and good love for her journey forward. And I hope she actually gets on the right path. I hope she does the right thing eventually.
I don't know. I don't think she's got good people around her to do that. But definitely issues there too. But I really think that people need to, and we were just talking about this, how we need to all put together more as a creative force. I was talking about the community that I'm in. I'm in a very peaceful community here. We're very supportive of each other. We lift each other up. We hold each other up. We try our very best to really just show love and respect for what everybody's doing. And we all, believe me, we don't always agree on here. We don't. You've got Bjorn right above you. He rescues DV women and children. You've got Boutique down there, down the way. She's one of our alliance. She's a true crimer like you guys, and she's very, very good at what she does. It's hard to impress me on true crime, and she's impressed me. And so, you know, the whole, all the disputing and all the fighting and all the anger, and that was a big part of this panel tonight, is I wanted to know where it all comes from, and why don't we just take our journeys and what we're here for, and the people that follow you and love you and respect you. And I've seen them, Fancy. I've seen them. Yeah.
They do, and they admire and respect and love you. Use that good. You know what I mean? To really build something positive, and leave the rest behind you. And like, you know, and that's just my opinion. That I always want to hear it from other people's perspective too. It cannot possibly be always what we see out here.
Well, my opinion is that there has been one person that is fully emerged in this drama from the beginning and has perpetuated it from the beginning, and that would be Christy. Everything I've experienced has been because of my relationships with her. And
should we take shots on every time she says Christy?
I would be falling down drunk.
I'm just asking because I didn't watch this. You guys did. Like this. She's 2 sentences in on this, and it's Christy.
Because she's not capable of taking any accountability.
And I do agree with ABG right here on, if April was to take the kind of passion that she has about this and put it towards something else, and stop with the obsession that she has, and just put that energy on something else and do some good with it. Like, I can't.
The things that I've gone through have all been at her behest, and You know, people like to impress the Blanchards and impress other content creators, so they'll do things without the Blanchards even asking them to do that, because they're asking, you know, they're trying to impress them. And I just don't subscribe to that shit. You know, like, I'm not trying to impress anyone. I'm just here for the truth of the story. And I got caught up in the drama for a long time. You know, Natasha and I both did, but I don't know. This last year, God has really worked on my soul, my heart,
Oh my God.
my mind.
Stop.
And I really feel like it's this moment that I can step away from this drama now and just finish off my projects like I wanted to, and be done with this.
Her
part
projects of twisted narratives and
Yeah.
false facts.
Ozzy,
Did,
can I ask?
did y'all see? I don't know. I shared it earlier. And it's the what is that channel? There's a hold on. Let me.
She's playing the perfect victim as she always does. I'm
Right.
sorry, Brandy. I'm reading comments.
There's a channel that I share a lot of because I follow them and love them. It's called Understanding Narcissism. And today I literally shared it's the narcissist mind games, future faking. And everything they said in this video, I'm like, ooh, that's April. Ooh, that's April. Ooh, that's April. Ooh, that's April. I mean, it's constant. Every future plan, always a future. And those of us that have been on her team understand what that's saying. There's a future, that whole line, there's a story there.
Right. After I talked to Anti BullyGirl afterwards, and I said, she sat there and literally lied the whole time. She said she did tell, you know, a few lies. And I just want to scream. I knew I just had to stop the conversation because I needed to calm down before I had the conversation. Because I seen the lies and the manipulation from the moment she opened her mouth.
Well, and listen to her voice. Listen
Yeah,
to what the tone
yes.
in her voice. That's her convincing voice. That's where she's trying to make you believe.
She's got the professional mask on.
That she's being a professional and she is being sincere and she's.
Yeah, there's nothing sincere about her. It's blame, blame, blame.
Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. How long is she on panel?
It's quite a while long. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while.
Okay, good. Okay, here we go.
Ask you what you mean about that. What you mean isn't calling someone out a form of bullying. No, it isn't. If you're calling them out for unkind behavior, and you're wondering why they're acting that way or why their narrative is in that mindset, no, it is not bullying. If you're indicating that I'm bullying somebody because I'm calling out, I have questions. I do have questions.
Yeah.
And if I don't ask them, then I'm never going to have the answer to them. And no, I'm not bullying anybody. I don't do that in here. I do not allow that in here.
Sure.
I do agree that calling people out is not
what
bullying.
I was just doing with.
Do what?
I said I do agree that people get called bullies sometimes when they're literally just calling someone out for their lies. Like I'm called a bully because I call her out on her lies.
She's called me a bully and vile because I call her out and clap back at her bullshit.
And we got some whopper lies we know now that we will be calling out.
Oh, can't wait. I can't wait. Okay.
Was saying, I would like to know from your perspective, because everything cannot possibly be what it is out here. Like there's a young lady in my room right now that's a very good friend of mine that always, you always seem to butt heads. And yeah, I mean, that's eventually, I hope that gets worked out. But we are a very peaceful group here, Ozzy. I can assure you, honey.
Well, I think with the Blanchards, like I said, it all really stems from these people are all doing things to get their attention. And the Blanchards, unlike any other, schmurder trying family that's dealing with all of this in the media and everything, have never behaved in the way that these people react. And so it's not like it's Christy's 100% fault, but she was the driving force behind it. And then everybody just wanted so badly to get the story, to get to talk to Gypsy, to get to talk to Christy, to all the fangirly kind of shit.
No, that's how she acted.
That's how this really, I think,
and a couple of others.
Its own, that people began to do.
Anybody who thinks that she wasn't thinking that this story was her meal ticket is sadly mistaken. Let me tell you what, we had many conversations on who was going to share the Emmy Award when we were through telling the story. And who would have custody of it and how the custody was going to work of the Emmy Award that we would win and who was going to be walking on stage. If y'all think for a minute she didn't see this as her ticket to fame, you're sadly mistaken.
Well, let me say, I've had a lot of conversations with Sarah, and I told Sarah, I mean, Sarah has talked about it, like, if she wants to be something and quit being just the clown, then she needs to get away from the gypsy stuff. And she said, oh, Kendall, we had that conversation over and over just to get away from the gypsy stuff. And she would, she would say that's her bread and butter. She said those words. Gypsy's her bread and butter.
Mm-hmm. She has said it. There's I think, isn't it Fancy Tea Society on TikTok has one where she talks about it being her bread and butter. I think it's theirs. I may be wrong. Oh my God. Okay. Let's just see if we can get through this.
Do things to impress them or to somehow solidify their place in this craziness. And they didn't have to. They just didn't have to.
Thank you, King. Yeah.
Now I have a question for you, Fancy, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Once you close this chapter in your life of the Gypsy Rose case,
yeah,
and you move on to other cases, do you think the personal attacks against you will stop or lighten up?
I've tried that before, and it did for a moment stop. But I really believe it's all in our reactions to those. Like today, I could have. Husband was calling in. I'm sorry. I could have taken a completely different stance today to what Reddit was saying. They posted this big post about let's go in and try and rattle her by being kind now and see if we can catch her in these lies and things. And I could have fed into that, and I could have gone live and I could have done all these things about it. But instead, my answer was good try. I already knew you were going to try to do this, and you did. So here it is that you did. And you know what? I'm just done participating with you. And so I think as long as I and my team stop that behavior, then they won't have anything left to come and attack, because what are they going to do? Like, what are they going to talk about? That we're not just going to throw them out for being jackasses. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. I've been through a lot, and it took a lot to get here today.
Like, yeah, I'm not going to say names, and I'm not going to embarrass anybody, and I'm not going to make a scene about it, but I'm going to ask, there's some people in this audience right now that have a lot of reasons to not care for or like Nancy, and that's between them. And they're acting fine, they're acting well, and they're behaving well. And I would really appreciate it if everybody in this school would do the same. This is not a floor to argue, make fun of, insult, or be unkind to. It's not going to happen in here. Not. I appreciate your opinions. I really do. And if your question is respectful, then you absolutely may ask anything you like. I do not tell people to shut up in this room. I do ask people to be kind. So yes, Jesus says, if you have a question, feel free to ask.
Well, somebody said something about the fact that my story has changed so many times over the years and the Blanchards have not.
It has.
That's because the Blanchards are lying, and the evidence that we have uncovered as we've been investigating for 8 years have changed. That has changed my opinions on things. It's not because I'm just changing my opinion to change my opinion. When you're investigating, and I look at myself like how a police officer would start with a case. I always start with it's guilty, innocent until proven guilty, and I want to look at all the evidence, and I want to hold it all in my hand, and I want to touch it all, and I want to look at it, and then I form my opinions, my theories, my things based on that. But when the narrative changes because we find new evidence, that's not us just changing our opinion. That's new evidence. It happens in cases every day.
Yeah. Jesus Saves wanted to, I don't know if you do not have
to. I'll take questions. It's not a problem. Okay. I just don't want to take over your panel.
No, I do not want anybody on the panel right now to feel like they have to answer anything that's asked, but I will ask the questions for the panel. Your team members have left you, it seems like the same reason. Can you elaborate?
Everybody has the exact same reason. Sorry.
No, I won't be talking about that today.
Okay, stop. Okay, everyone, you're right. Every company does have people that come and go. The company employees get paid for the work that they do, that they are belittled when they don't do it on time and forced to do all the dirty work because she sits back and just dictates who and what and when, and they don't take in consideration they got husbands and animals, and or husbands, children, animals, church, a life. But when she wants time with her husband, they better not bother her. But she's right. Employees do come and go. Employees, paid people.
You have no employees. You have people you get to do your dirty work. You have people that pay your way. You have people that pay your fucking bills.
And can I say, she finds people to take advantage of too, of which I won't speak on here, but we've got information of some a certain person she's taken advantage of. That's not a whole lot different than what they accused Gypsy of with Nick. And that's all I'm going to say about it at this point.
I already said it earlier. I'll say it again. I don't remember where I was at when I said it. One of the people that's one of her biggest supporters, guys, is autistic. That she is flat out milking for every penny and every gift she can get.
As far as even Googling their address to see what kind of neighborhood they live in. Well, she didn't. Craig did. To see what kind of neighborhood they live in.
Craig doesn't need no fucking lung transplant, people. I heard her say that. He don't need no fucking lung transplant. Nothing wrong with him other than she's told him he's ill and can't work.
The new thing is he's got onset dementia.
She's been saying that for a while. There's nothing wrong with Craig other than he's an asshole like she is. And I've met him, so I'm saying that in a personal reference. Okay, that's a personal attack, and I shouldn't do that. I apologize.
No, we're not going to do that.
We will respect that. So yeah.
Well, this is what I'll have. This is what I have to say. People leave companies every.
Let me pause real quick. She has said that she has said things about my husband. That's why I do go back at her about her husband, because he has said shit about me. So there you go.
Single day. It doesn't make national news. It only makes news when someone from my team leaves because they make it a public thing, not me. And I respond to that.
She just made it public about Sarah. The day Sarah quit, she posted screenshots all over the place and nobody even knew.
Very, very edited. Extremely. Some of the worst editing, because I have them all. And she edit those things ridiculously.
One of the times I quit, she made it public and I hadn't said anything. She literally went in. There was a Facebook group called The Burn Book. She went in there, her and Christina, and called me a cunt and called me out. I was not doing it other than saying, I am no longer with them. I don't want to talk about it. And her and Christina went in there and run their fucking mouth about me. She does it every fucking time. Fuck you. Oh my God. Sorry.
Wait till you get to the fake apology to me.
Oh, does it get worse? Dear God.
Oh, yes, it gets worse. Very much.
Lovely.
In a way of, we're not going to come out here and tell these lies. So, I try to put out the truth as much as I can. And this is what happens in business. You have people come and go, and some have left and we are still very good friends, and others have left on very bad terms. And it's not all just been me. Certain people that have exited recently, that was a team thing. And
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's just do this real quick. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, look, here you go. Oh, wait, is it not playing?
I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, wait, come on. Okay, hold on. We're going to get there. I'm going to play it again because it didn't play it where you could hear it. Oh, shit. Don't call her. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
I just wanted to tell you
Can y'all hear that?
that I'm so glad you came home. And I'm so glad you're here. And you're such a good friend. And I love you very much. I hope you have an amazing night with your husband.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what she thought of me, guys. That's what she thought of me. Yeah, I've saved the voice message because I knew I would need it.
There's a lot of things saved and recorded.
Oh, a lot. A lot. Oh, okay, here we go. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Was noticing that somebody was not being truthful. And that's it, you know? And so
That's somebody being you. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
yeah, I've got a couple people that have left my company that aren't very nice to me. And I'm not very nice to them because they're horrible people. And that's why I don't want them around me anymore. And that's just the way
And
it
again,
is.
that is her opinion.
And that's my opinion.
Yeah.
You can like those people. I don't like those people because I don't want their energy in my life.
Yeah,
You know-
yeah, they weren't in.
Yeah, because it would make her a better person.
I'm not
if you
saying
had
it was
those
all
people in her
you.
life.
They were curious. So
No, absolutely. And that I'm not
Yeah.
just trying to give a truthful answer there, you know, exactly. So you guys don't know exactly what happens. Like Natasha's had this happen to her too. She's had massive mod exits from her
Deflection.
team, you know, where 5, 6, 7, 8 of them get up at one point in time and leave together because they got uppy about something stupid she said, you know. These people all want my attention or Natasha's attention or any of the bigger content creators in this is attention, and they'll do things on both sides to get that attention. And when you stop participating in it, they get butthurt, and you know, and that's what happens. And so it's been hard, but I really truly believe that everybody that is left has been for a reason, and everything happens for a reason. And every time I have gained and moved and growed and learned and been better.
And growed. And growed. And that's the college education, guys. Sorry. That's a bully moment. That was a bully moment. Example of being a bully. I was being a bully just then. Sorry from it. I can't.
and I would like
And
to
just
say
because a team leaves, it does not necessarily
Ren,
reflect
come here,
bad
baby.
on the creator.
Yeah.
It could be
Oh,
for personal
but you're
reasons.
wrong in this
I
situation.
do not begrudge anybody their opinion in this room. You are all always very welcome to give it. Let me just take a second. Cameron Osler, I'm so happy to see your face. Anyway, always feel free to express yourself. Always feel free to say what you need to say, but just always make sure you say it in a kind and controlled way inside these walls.
So can I address something that was said in the chat?
Sure.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
I saw somebody ask, isn't responding, keeping it going. So I want to talk about that for a minute. I get crap all day, every day from every direction sent to me about me. And if I responded to every single thing that is said about me, that's all I would ever do.
Exactly.
I pick and choose my battles, and sometimes, depending on what mood I'm in, something may bother me more than something else, and so I choose to respond to that. So the difference in that situation is that, you know, people out here on the internet think it's okay if you express an opinion about somebody or something. They call that bullying because you have expressed your opinion. That's not bullying.
No.
Giving an opinion about something.
It is not.
Giving an opinion about someone. Giving an opinion about a situation is not bullying.
No.
I don't care if somebody, you know, I don't care if they are a victim. And let me say this very clearly. The only victims in crimes are the ones who are either unalived or harmed.
Yes.
They have relatives who are affected by that, but the relatives are not the victim.
Yes, they are the victims. They're still victims in those cases. Sorry, I don't agree with that. That's just a personal opinion, I think, but whatever.
Right.
That's
The
true.
person who's no longer with us is the victim.
Yeah.
And that is something I get so tired of people saying.
Yes, Ozzy, there is. And I will clarify.
People put family members of victims on these pedestals like
Ozzy, does she know who you are? Does she know your name and who you actually are? April, just curious, because I would expect her to be screaming if she knew.
they are celebrities or something, and I've never understood that.
I haven't either. I
Do
don't
they
either.
deserve respect? Absolutely, everybody does.
Right.
But at some point, and I'm not talking about Gypsy's case either.
No, just
I'm
in
talking
general.
about
No, I
something
agree with you.
completely different.
Yeah, I agree with you.
When somebody inserts themselves into a drama situation on the internet that is supposed to be somebody who is, standing up for a specific case, and they have a family member who's involved in that case or who was the victim of it, if they are associating themselves with someone who has done nothing but drama, that's not a good look. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
And so another one that I see this, somebody on here just said, I'm trying to go back and find it. Harley Kim, someone calling someone names. I'll tell you right now, I call people names all the time. If somebody comes into my chat or on one of my channels and they get slick out the mouth, or they come at me with something and they're disrespectful, I'm going to be disrespectful right back.
That's not necessarily true, Natasha. I'm sorry. I'm going to disagree here because she just not too long ago called me all kinds of names and I wasn't over there fucking with her. Wasn't fucking with her at all. But she took it upon herself to call me names because April was on panel. Just saying. Sorry. I know I keep putting my 2 cents in. We're never going to get through. Sorry.
And if I call them a name in the process, so be it. Maybe
match
they should
energy.
shut up or not made the comment to begin with. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Don't poke the bear if you don't want to get bit.
Right.
If you can't take it,
get out the kitchen.
Dish it out.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know how many times I've been called names? I mean, seriously?
Right.
If somebody calling you a name hurts your feelings that badly, you ain't got no business on the internet.
Amen.
Point blank, period.
Well, I mean, and you know what? That is an opinion. I'm gonna state that.
Yeah.
I will say that because things affects people differently. Everybody doesn't react.
I agree with that, and I hear what you're saying. But social media is mean.
It doesn't. That's my point. That's the whole point of tonight.
But you're not going to change that.
You don't know that.
I do, because you can't change people.
I don't want to change people. I want to change the narrative. I want to change the perspective. I want to change the views.
I know that, but you're not.
Okay. First of all, the crime scene photos that people bought from Fancy have been sent to some family members. Nobody bought crime scene photos from me. Do you understand that those are public?
You put them on Patreon, bitch. Sorry, I cannot call her names, guys. I just can't. She calls me names constantly, and I'm trying to behave myself, and it's just not working. You put them on Patreon. You sold them, whether people already had them or not.
Public documents that was requested through a FOIA request that every single person on this panel, in the internet, in your life could go and ask for. Do you understand that? And so whoever is sending them to the family members, that's on them being fucking shitty to the family members.
Okay, now,
but the family members are well aware.
You got to draw them back in.
Of these actual pictures. They've seen them all. They have talked about them all. They've been in every documentary there ever has been made about the case. So I don't understand what your point is.
And that is definitely, I'm gonna actually be the devil's advocate here on that. We do not need to continue to beat this dog. That is just it's intending.
No.
Miss Magnolia. Let me finish my sentence. I'm going to ask you kindly to allow me to finish my sentence. It is okay to ask a question. It is not okay to do it for the wrong reasons. And not you saves Jesus. The person I'm talking to knows who I'm talking to. nobody is going to be shut up or told not to say things. You're going to be asked to do it respectfully. And that is how it's going to be in this room. And as far as whether or not I change the world single-handedly, I will not. But I know that a lot of us will. And it may not, in your opinion, happen, but in my opinion, it will. And I believe in that. And that is something that I'm going to stand behind. And nobody has to agree with me.
Right.
But it is just my opinion. It's what I feel and it's what I do. And I have nothing but respect for everybody on this panel right now. So I would like very much for everybody else to have respect for them as well. Now,
okay. All right. I see where she said I have respect for the people on this panel. Here is my take on this. Because I know that upset people. Because they don't understand how she can respect Natasha and April. As a panel hoster, as the content creator of that channel, she is still giving respect to the people on her panel because that's just the adult thing to do. I hope that makes sense to everybody.
That's kind of where I started having a problem. Is I see your point of, I see what you're saying, but saying I have respect hurt me.
And I think
to have respect
that
for
hurts
April
us.
hurt me.
And I think that's what triggered the chat. And I think that's where the disconnect is of where Tish is not understanding why the chat is so upset by that. And I think
because it personally hurt me too.
I think there's a disconnect. And I think if she takes some time, she'll understand why everybody is so upset by that phrase. I don't think she means it in the way of I respect April and we're going to be besties next week. I don't think that that's it at all. She is trying to give respect to the people on her panel that she's having a conversation with as an adult. And I understand that and agree with that because I would be trying to do the same thing as hard as it would be for me to do. It's still what I would be trying to do because you can't have a conversation and the conversation get anywhere if you're not being respectful.
But being respectful and having respect is two different things.
It is, but maybe not when you're wording it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it now. I was just saying this.
Right. No.
Now I understand what she's saying, but yes, those words cut me like a bone when I heard someone that I love say them to someone like April. It hurt at that time.
Oh, yeah, it does. It does. It bothered me hearing that it was something that she had said, but listening to it now and how she just said it, now I get it. Now I do get it.
Yeah.
I hope everybody else can understand that.
Aw, thank you, Lizard. That's very kind.
I will add one thing. Guys, let's not continue to argue over the Blanchard case. It's not going to get you anywhere and it's not going to get us anywhere. That topic is, let's just clear out that as a closed topic.
Yeah.
She's already said she is closing it. Natasha said she's closed it.
Yeah.
So it's just a closed topic.
They both made it very clear that it's not a subject they want to talk about.
The
So
only thing is Natasha kept her word
Here
and shut up about it.
over a month.
Yeah, exactly. And Natasha and I touched on it a little tiny bit earlier, but it wasn't even enough to really, it wasn't for dramatic effect. It was simply a conversation. So
Can I address this comment in the chat?
absolutely.
Sure.
So, Miss Magnolia, you said that I bully people for no reason. I'm going back to read. You said, I have seen you be rude and extremely mean to people just because. No, ma'am, you have not seen me be mean to people just because.
What the fuck? Wait, hold up. Did she seriously just say that? Wait, I'm screaming into the mic. I'm sorry.
And saying my version of her, that is what I've, because you know me and you have a difference of opinion on it, is that's what I have seen. Is I've not seen her come after anyone that didn't come after her first in her comments, you know, on her lives.
Oh, Crafton, are you still in the chat? Can I play that clip you sent me? I don't know if he's still here. For those that have been around a while. Oh, I'm just going to. She's full of shit. She's full of shit.
Not mean to anybody just because.
Nope. I can attest to that.
The only time that I am mean or I have a reaction to something is when somebody comes into my chat or my channel and they say something.
Natasha, I don't know if you're listening or if your supporters are listening. Did I come into your chat a couple months ago when you were on panel with Fancy and started dogging me? I wasn't over there. Was I in the chat when y'all were on? Was it Rumble or Twitch or which both? I don't know. When Fancy and you were dogging me and blaming me for the drama that happened in 2019, 2020? Was I in there then? I think not. I'm just going to use me because it's me. I can't tell other people's story without their permission. That's not true. That may be how you see it for yourself and how you justify it, but that ain't true. Ain't fucking true. Oh my God.
And I respond to something they've said.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sometimes, because it's hard to tell context from people writing things out, sometimes I get it wrong. And when I do, I apologize for it. But if somebody comes into my chat specifically to start crap with me, yes, ma'am, I am going to come back at them.
100%. And I don't understand why that's a problem. If you come into a person's life for no other reason than to bully, harass, and bother them, then you are the problem. And if you decide to so choose to make these comments and do these things, then you take it upon yourself to get the break off that one of us will give you. And I'm very much like Natasha. It's one of the reasons why I think we argued in the beginning so much is because we're just such strong forces.
You are like her because you've strived to be like Natasha. You've always wanted to be Natasha. You wanted her following. You wanted her money. You wanted everything she did, April. Jesus Christ.
And we could not get out of our own way to have a conversation rationally about the case. Instead, we got caught up in the drama. And, you know, I agree. I don't just yell at people because I just yell at some random asshole.
Shut up. Just,
you know, or just,
oh,
there's a person that I don't like her name and I'm just going to yell at her. I don't do that either. And I am the same way. If I'm wrong, I will take responsibility for being wrong. If I am.
Since fucking when? I keep screaming in the mic. I'm sorry. She does this to me, guys. This is me and Kendall on the phone when things are breaking, and I just. I can't.
If I am the person who caused a problem and I see that,
listen to this one.
I'm a person that says, you know what, I was wrong in that situation and maybe I could have handled it better. That is exactly what I came to Natasha and said when I said, hey, I'm tired of arguing with you. I don't want to fight with you anymore. And it seems pointless now. And we have a mutual understanding about it now, you know? And so I just.
Is that when you said that she wasn't your bully and you now know that it was me and other people that made you think that she was your bully?
Yeah.
And that same conversation, then you went back, a week later and said she was your bully? You can't pick your own story because you don't know how to tell the fucking truth.
I feel like people
Jesus.
start the drama and they get very upset when we respond.
Amelia Quinn, opinions about them bullying aren't welcome. Here's the thing about it. Opinions are one thing because your opinion is based on your perspective. And depending upon the situation, let's hear your opinion. I would love to hear it.
I'm scared, Harley. I'm scared.
Opinions can be discussed, not fought over.
Yeah, that I would like to actually address that.
I have said very rude things, Jesus says, to people who are rude to me, but I don't say it to people that are good to me.
When was I rude?
I would like to comment.
We can't hear you, Anti BullyGirl.
I would like to comment on opinions about them bullying. If
Okay, when you were on,
When was Sarah rude? Sarah just said she wasn't going to be a part of anything anymore. She was done. And you were flat out rude to her. You posted that all over Facebook and YouTube and TikTok.
Yep.
You are so fucking delusional. It is insane. Like I've never seen anybody this delusional. It just baffles me. You would be an amazing case study for a psych department.
okay, now this is me doing what you guys are forcing me to do, and I don't like to do it because I do not always agree with Fancy, and I do not always agree with Natasha, and I have very different views on how I look at life and how I view people. But that does not mean when I'm sitting on their platform that I will be disrespectful or insulting or rude. Now, if you're sitting in my room and I'm asking you multiple times to, okay, no, okay, see now that, okay. Now you're forcing me to defend behavior that I don't always agree with, and I don't appreciate that either. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Yes, thank you very much, Margie. You will respect your host, or you will leave this room. You are free to go right now.
Yes, Chrissy. Anti BullyGirl had a different way of going about this, and she had a plan. And it was to point out the way that they had bullied, and things kind of went sideways. I do think, personal opinion, I think that Natasha and April both, and by the way, guys, I do, for those that are new over here, I call her April. I refuse to call her Fancy because she doesn't deserve to have the pseudo name. I will call her her legal name like she calls mine all over the place. Zero fucks. Anyways, sorry, sidetrack. April and Natasha both felt like they were going to be able to point out how they've been bullied all over the place. Because that's how they think. Yes, and I agree, Parallel. I do think she felt like she had to come on and finally at this point defend them. And she probably hated it. And that's probably where her emotions got the best of her.
Yeah.
I can understand that. I watch my emotions right now as we're doing this. I can totally understand that.
Because one more word out of your mouth, and I promise you, I will put you out myself.
I feel like she got in over her head.
This is my room. This is a place where I've invited these women to come and sit on this platform, and I told them they would feel safe, they would be treated with respect, and they will be. Now, I have people sitting in here right now that have had a problem with it more than once, and I do not see any of them showing their butts right now. Okay, so let's grow up.
And you can always.
So I'm fairly new to TikTok. The numbers, like Arctic's got 127, Yorn's got 223, JoJo has got 237, Natasha's got 266. What do those numbers mean? Can y'all explain that to me real quick? I don't know if
I always thought it was like, I'm not sure. I'm not even gonna say because I could be wrong. I don't do gifts and all that stuff on TikTok for myself. I give them sometimes, but I don't ask for stuff.
I mean, isn't that where I'm being snarky right now is where I'm going with this. I'm flat out being snarky. Okay, so they're getting gifts, and this is their basically the support that they've got going on in this live.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
She's got a 0.
That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
I'm being snarky. I'm sorry. I'm being petty right now. Yes, I am. Sorry. I'm probably bullying right now. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm gonna have to get you a session.
She brings out the worst in me. This is why it was not the other reason why I wasn't in the live. She brings out the worst in me.
I feel you, Sarah. I feel you, babe.
Okay, I'm going back.
Let's act like
live
adults.
if you don't like it.
If you do not
somebody
like,
asked in the chat what the definition of bullying is, and let me give it to you. The bullying is the use of force, coercion, hurtful teasing, or threat to abuse, aggressively dominate, or intimidate. The behavior is often repeated and habitual. One essential prerequisite is the perception of an imbalance of physical or social power. The imbalance distinguishes bullying from just regular contact.
Hi, Jesse.
okay, now let me give you the layman terms definition of bullying. A bully is a consistent, persistent, and processed behavior. If somebody is continuously going after somebody over and over and over and over and over again, is what an attention thing, Wani, honey?
You're exactly right.
In my
The key words you just said, over and over and
over and again.
and over
Now,
and
if
again.
you're sitting inside your room, if you're sitting inside now, do I think that Miss Fancy, I'm going to use Fancy right now. Do I think she's been a bully? Absolutely, I do, and I have called her out on it more than once. But if I'm sitting in her room, I will respect her. And that's just it. I will respect her.
Okay, so April is really good at pulling up Google and pulling up a definition of a bully.
Do you see now where I said that the manipulation started the minute she got on panel?
Yeah. So here's what I pulled up. Bullies often use hurtful, demeaning language and to intimidate and harass their targets. Here are some common things that bullies may say. Insults and name calling. Bullies often use derogatory terms, insults, and offensive language to belittle their targets. Number 2, threats. Bullies may threaten physical harm, social exclusion, or other forms of retaliation to intimidate their victims. Number 3, teasing and mocking. Bullies make fun of their targets, mock their appearance, behavior, or other personal traits in a hurtful manner. 4, spreading rumors and gossip. Bullies may spread false and damaging information about their targets to undermine their reputation and social standing. Number 5, taunts and sarcasm. Bullies may use taunts, sarcasm, and ridicule to provoke a reaction from their victims and make them feel small or inadequate. I've kind of done that tonight, and I apologize because that's not normally me. Sorry, I apologize. It's not how I am, but she triggers me. She seriously triggers me. Number 6, gaslighting. Bullies may manipulate their targets by denying their actions, shifting blame, and making the victim doubt their own perception and experiences. Watched her do that time and time again. Cyberbullying is number 7. In online settings, bullies may use social media, messaging apps, and other digital platforms to harass, threaten, and humiliate their targets. It's important to remember that bullying behavior is harmful and unacceptable, and that you or someone, okay, it goes on to give you the number to call. So, hold on. I forgot Bree was still here. I didn't know Bree was still here, actually. I called her out for a lie and responded by bullying me. Yep.
I think that's when I made my comment, because I didn't make that many, and said calling someone out for their lies, or I think I said their repeated lies, is also not bullying.
Kim G,
which is what all of my content is. She
completely triggers me. That's why I don't watch her. If I'm told there's something I need to watch, people that are around me know that it needs to be serious, and most of the time I get a timestamp of what to watch because she's very triggering to me. Very triggering. There's a very long history. It just. So Chrissy says it's kind of funny that while she was on this panel, she was actively bullying Sarah. She posted all the screenshots like 5 minutes before going on this panel.
She was doing a lot more than that. Right before stepping on this panel.
That is her floor.
Sorry.
That is her opinion. That is where she lives. Okay? She's here for that platform. I will not disrespect it. She has not been once disrespectful or rude to me in my platform. Believe me when I tell you, nobody's as shocked as me as me. But I'm very respectful and really appreciative of that. So if we cannot show each other, the only thing I ask of in this platform is that we show respect and we show kindness. We may not agree. We don't have to agree. In fact, we are unique in our difference. We are unique in our difference. Bullying is persistent, consistent, and constant behavior to do and damage and harm.
Lana, crazy like a fox. No, bullying is not doing anything to anybody to shame, belittle, or hurt them in any way.
Yes,
That
it is.
true.
Oh my God.
You can have an argument with somebody and say things that shame, belittle, or hurt them. That's not bullying because you're arguing with somebody.
No, it's
Bullying is when you are doing it incessantly.
Okay, I'm gonna actually
I can't.
ask everybody to let me answer this. I'm gonna answer the bully question because this is what I do. And I'm gonna make it very clear so that everybody can understand what it is. There are several different forms of bullying. Okay, has your husband ever told you that your butt looked big? Has he ever told you that you were ugly because he was mad at you? Would you call him a bully? No. There's a difference between having a bad day and bullying. The problem with bullying right now, is that people do not understand. No, you do not have to. But you know what? If you're sitting in their room, Lena, you don't have to sit in their room if you disagree with them so terribly. You know what I mean?
This is a thing that I would like to talk about for a minute.
Okay, let me finish this.
Okay, yeah, but let me remind me to come back to that because I really want to.
I will. Now, at the end of the day, a bully is somebody that will continuously. Yeah, there are two very different things. There's having a bad day, and then there's bullying. Okay, there are days where, okay, your philosophy is to think, love, be kind. You know what? That's my philosophy too. But it does not. There is no reason for that, and I agree with you on that, Lena. If you're sitting in somebody's room, though, that you have such an incredibly harsh opinion of, if you do not appreciate or respect their opinion or their views, and you want to argue with them about it, then do not expect anything less than to be treated with disrespect. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. There is not enough. There are kids out there right now taking their own lives. Do you understand that? Do you really know what bullying is? I don't think you do.
There are also adults taking their own lives.
Absolutely.
Being unkind is not, and no, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying, and I appreciate that you're on my side. That's great. You absolutely do not have to. But at the end of the day, if you don't agree with somebody's opinion and you're in their room, leave. Yes, Lena. Yes, thank you. And I kept saying Lena, but I was actually talking to Marv, and so it was not. I had addressed you on one of the things, but at the end of the day, and this is all I'm going to say on it, if you cannot get along with, understand, or support wherever you're sitting, then get up and walk away from it. If you do not like the content of the video you're watching, if you don't like or respect the fact that this person is calling themselves a woman when in reality they are a man, that is not your opinion to have. You can have it, but you get up and you walk away. You do not get cruel, you do not get mean, you do not get rude, and you do not get hateful. And you do not cause that person unnecessary harm or damage because you can take their life. That is bullying.
That's what I wanted to say is I think we've gotten away from the idea of, I don't know, I'm a Gen Xer, okay? And I know Natasha is.
Well, Johnny, you don't have to be in here. You may leave.
And here's the thing. We have gotten past the mentality of if you don't like it, scroll. If you don't like it, change the channel. If you don't like it, don't engage. Like, okay? And it's different for those of us reporting on a person in a case than it is for you to have these opinions about just random content creation.
You can still bully a person on a case. Do I think you guys are bullying Gypsy with the content that y'all put out making fun of her looks and her voice and whatever else? Yes, you have now become the bullies towards a woman who served time for taking her mother's life. You have made her a victim to your bullying. You are absolutely bullying her.
I even made a post about that it's not just about, there's a filter going around where it crosses your eyes and makes a big nose, and the girl is mocking Gypsy. And I'm like, do you not understand that you're making this because you hate Gypsy, But there is a lot, millions of children and adults out there that's self-conscious and is about the same, you know, birth defects of a wandering eye or a lazy eye or a, a a bigger nose or bigger lips or a big forehead. I mean, and you're picking on a disability or a feature about her that she can't help, but you're directing at her, not understanding that there's millions seeing what you're doing and you're picking out a birth defect. And people are dealing with that. Do you hate her that much that you don't care at all about the millions of innocent people that's being affected by it?
Okay, so and I know y'all are still having a really hard time with Tish on this live, and look, I understand. I understand, guys. Give her some grace, please. I'm going to ask you guys to please give her a little grace. And I'm going to tell you what, if it ever comes out that it's not the way I'm seeing it, I will be up here first thing calling it out and apologizing to y'all for asking to give her grace. Okay. I do think she was trying to do this differently than the rest of us want it done. Or that the rest of us would even do. But we aren't her and she's not us. And so we're all going to do it differently. So please, please, please give her some grace. Please. I think that she was trying to get to I do think she was trying to get to a certain place. I think she was trying to direct this in a way and make it happen. And knowing that the chat was going to rile them up was going to derail that.
I know the girl's heart.
Kenji, I agree. I do think she was in over her head. She
was very much over her head.
And I told her that. I told her that. I know these two creators, and I never would have done both of them at the same time, because you're going to get the trolls come in and you're going to get the haters come in and they're going to overwhelm your chat. It is what happens. Yes, parallel, very much. Okay, let's go back, see if we can finish this, because there are things I was told were said that I want to hear.
If you don't like my content,
I don't like your content. I despise you, and you still talk shit. Sorry, I didn't even get 2 seconds in. Sorry.
Consume my content, but don't come into my house, as Anti BullyGirl is saying.
Please mute, Ryder, please.
And start some absolute bullshit. If you do, be prepared for the way that we're going to handle that. And if you start the bullshit, there is no reason. My mama always told me, don't be starting nothing, but you better damn sure finish it. And I've taken that to heart for my whole life.
And let me just pause and say, she's not blocked over here, because I don't believe if I'm going to talk about somebody, they should be blocked in my chat. She does have me blocked, however. Anyways, now she does have to be a subscriber to comment. She said one time I had her blocked. No, you just have to be a subscriber to comment. However, you can unsubscribe after you comment, but you do have to be a subscriber. And she's not blocked, because if I'm going to talk about her, I want her to be able to come over here and say her piece, because that's how I operate. That's the adult thing to do. And while y'all are at it, by the way, will y'all make sure to go over and give me a thumbs up for this live? Because that's a free thing, a way to support this channel. Appreciate it.
I don't start things. But if you're going to come and you're going to step and you're going to say stupid shit and you're going to cause problems, then you know what? That's on you, baby. Not me. That's on you.
I want to give a scenario here, and I genuinely would like everybody on the panel's opinions about this.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you two different. So if I'm live and somebody comes in to my channel and makes a disrespectful or derogatory comment towards me, and I address them in a way that they don't like, that they think is mean, that they think is rude, whatever. And then they turn around and they go panel to panel to panel or make a video telling people that I am the meanest person on the planet, I bullied them, but they don't mention that they came into my live being disrespectful and that, you know, that they basically started the entire thing, and that I wouldn't have even known who they were if they hadn't have made this rude comment. Okay, so that's one variation. Then you have, for instance, these channels that people make under fake profiles,
Right.
where they take and clip your words and say that you're a bully and that you've done things. And their channels are nothing but videos that non-stop are about one person.
Yep.
Non-stop, every piece of content on their channel is about one person and trying to degrade or paint them as something other than what they are, and use their words in a way that is against them. Which one of those two scenarios is bullying?
Both.
Well, no.
I mean, I feel both. If you're talking
So
about
you mean that me responding to somebody who comes in?
no.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no. What I'm meaning is, I think that a person coming into your live and starting shit and bullying you is bullying. And I also think that and this is me talking fancy. And I also think that making a channel that all you do is talk about one specific person constantly, and it's not to talk about what they're doing.
Well,
or
hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're only doing
What?
it
No, Bjorn.
to bully them. And I think that's both.
Harley, hold on. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't want to interrupt. I don't like that. I want to know why, Harley, are we somebody needs to run that by me, because that's someone I know that. I mean, what's going on? Who's this?
If it's Harley Kim can't stand me. And
No, it has nothing to do with you, Fancy. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing.
Fancy, there's something going on in the comments as far as another.
Because it's always about Miss Perfect over there, who's got to be the center of fucking attention.
Another count.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, Harley's actually been very good during this entire live, and I'm very proud of her for that.
Oh, were they bullying Harley?
But
see, I don't think they should be doing that either.
Okay, who's attacking Harley?
Oh my God.
I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking.
Manipulation.
I saw one person doing that, and I took care of them.
Amen, Ash.
Thank you.
Okay, Tish, it's Joe. I muted that guy like 5 minutes ago.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I don't understand what this other person that just got.
Yeah, he's been muted for the rest of the live.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
The only thing I have to say about
now,
her,
I know this.
She very much is part of the scenario that Natasha just said. She saw something that I did. She knows nothing about me, and she started making content about me and trashing me for no reason. I don't know anything.
Oh my God, poor me.
About her, she doesn't know anything about me.
Okay, what are we talking about here?
Everybody says.
But Natasha's right.
What are we talking about right now?
And then
I was talking about the scenario that Natasha gave of a person.
Wait, Rainy, freeze it. Freeze it. So Natasha's right though. If people start something and she bounces back or Fancy bounces back, then that's absolutely true. That's bullying. Like, like if somebody, if they're not having, if Natasha or April's not going after nobody, and a no name account comes in and starts attacking them, and they respond back to a no name who they don't have a clue who it is, then they have a right to do that. But with April,
Natasha,
what I was referring to with April, like with Harley, some of us went in there like on Fancy's side in the beginning and was attacked ruthlessly.
So Natasha wants to come up, and y'all know.
Here?
Yeah. If I'm going to talk about somebody, they have the right here, and I have commented on things she said, so absolutely come on up. I need to make sure it's you though before I bring you up.
Yeah, so make sure it's Natasha.
Hey, JoJo, is that you?
That is me.
Okay. I know Natasha wanted to come up, so let's see. Hey, that you?
It's me.
Okay. You know how it goes. I had to make sure.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Natasha, it's Boutique.
Hey,
How are you, my friend?
I'm all right. I just had somebody send me a link and said that this was being discussed and I might want to come over and listen. And I was listening to some of it. I saw some of the comments, which were interesting. But
Yeah.
Oh, you missed the first hour and a half. It was a complete shit show.
well, it was. I've been off of YouTube for what 6 months now, a little bit longer than that, maybe. I don't even know how long.
I
And
can keep up.
and people are still talking about me over here, and I don't understand. There's been 2 lives today about, and I've been in the subject of the. I don't get it. I had no idea yesterday when I went on this panel who else was going to be there.
Okay.
I was asked to go over there because they were doing a panel on bullying and they wanted to hear everybody's perspective. I was asked to go up. Golly, it's been 2 or 3 weeks ago. They invited me to go to do this. So I had zero idea or knowledge of who else was going to be up there.
I know that to be true because they also wanted Sarah up there. And when I found out that Sarah was going to be there, being that I was talking to Sarah, I was like, Sarah, you don't need to do that right now. And she found out like the night before that somebody had texted her and said, well, thank you for accepting. I'll let Fancy know. And that was like the first she even knew that Fancy was going to be there and didn't know that Tasha was going to be there at all. And I was asking Anti BullyGirl about it, like it just didn't seem right. Like you need to know who's going to be there with you. And she's said that she would get the text messages from the girl that had messaged these ladies, and she got them, and nothing was said about Natasha going to be there, and only April the night before. So Sarah thought she was going to be there by herself until the night before.
I didn't know until I got on the panel that other people were going to be there.
Yeah.
I didn't know until the day of when I was asked to sit on the panel. But Natasha, I got to be honest with you. I was there because you were going to be there.
Well, I had I mean, like I said, I was asked to participate, and I was just told that it was to discuss both sides of, the bullying mess that's going on TikTok right now. Right. I had no idea that it was about, or that it was anything to do with Fancy. And I didn't know that Fancy was even supposed to be there until somebody mentioned, after we had already started talking, that that she wasn't answering and wasn't there.
What I want you guys to remember is Fancy was an hour and a half late, and Arctic literally had to chase her down to get her into the live. I don't know
But
if anybody's really talked about that, but that's how it went. Now,
everybody should have known who was going to be there.
Yeah, I agree with that, Natasha. I don't disagree.
Hold on just a minute, guys. Chat, please be respectful. I mean, Natasha come up on her own, and I'm just going to ask y'all to be respectful.
I don't see anything.
There was just one. It's okay. Natasha can hold her own. I know that.
No, Natasha can handle herself.
I want to have a good conversation. I don't want it to be total chaos. So go ahead, Natasha. Sorry. Did I totally lose y'all?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm still here.
She might get a phone call or a text message. I didn't understand that either. Why? I didn't want to discuss it with Tish, the way the messages come through, because she was a little bit defensive about it, and I just didn't want to go there. I had too much other stuff on my plate. I just knew I didn't want Sarah to do it. She didn't need to be on the panel with April, and it just wasn't a good time. So
I knew that Fancy was going to be there, and that's when I told Tish that it wasn't going to be a good idea. But I had also planned Well, at the time that I had heard, I didn't know that we were going to have any grandbaby. But
Right.
after Thursday, I had just texted her and said, "Hey, I'm not going to be there, even though me being there would have triggered her, but I will be recording it because I want to go over it." Sorry, playing with
Well,
the new
here
grandbaby is
is
more important.
here's what I know about it is that I asked Sarah, I said, I said, something's not making sense here. Something don't sound right. And it's not that I didn't trust Anti BullyGirl at the time. I didn't know this other girl. I just knew she's getting a message from somebody whose name I didn't know. And Sarah sent them to me. And because Anti BullyGirl had messaged me and said she's going to have Natasha, April, and Sarah all on panel on July the 5th. And I said, what? And she said, yes, girl, I'm going to have them all. So I'm talking to Sarah and I'm like, are you supposed to go on panel with Natasha in April? Like, you don't need to be up there with April. And she said no. And then she told me, and then she said, wait, and she went and looked at her text messages and she said, wait, they messaged me last night at 8:20 something p.m. And she said, I'm just seeing this now. She said that comment, now they had originally started this plan to invite Sarah to a panel of which Sarah thought it was just her, like a couple of weeks ago. And so when Sarah went and seen that they had messaged her, I think it was like the 3rd, I think July the 3rd, and this girl, not Tish, the other girl, said, okay, thank you for accepting. I think I'll let Fancy know y'all were going to be there. And that was the first that Sarah had a clue that April was going to be there. So Anti BullyGirl says, well, can you just please tell her, she's not going to be there to, please professionally declined. And it was kind of like out of left field. Like, I can't put them together. I don't, not now. And then I asked Sarah, I was like, do you know that Natasha's going to be there too? And she's like, I didn't know. No. And nowhere in the message at all did it say anything until the 8:30 the night before that April was going to be, and never was there anything about Natasha was going to be there at all.
Like I said, the only thing I was asked was about participating in a panel, not about participating with a group of other people, not about, nothing. I didn't know anything other than it was supposed to be a panel, and I didn't even know whose channel it was going to be on. The only reason I knew where to go is because I got sent the link right before.
Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't even know that it was Anti BullyGirl's channel?
Oh, I had no idea.
Oh,
I thought it would be the person who asked me to go.
Yeah, she's parallel saying that they
Oh.
didn't know that Sarah and Fancy had problems at the time. I understand that.
Yeah, they didn't, Kendall, and
Yeah,
everything you said
I
is
do
correct. They
understand
did
that.
not know, but I did not know Natasha did not
Yeah.
know where she was actually going.
So
That's interesting to me.
I had no clue.
my suggestion in the further future is people, when you're asking people to come on a panel, make sure they know whose channel it's going to be.
It should be very clear who's sitting
Absolutely.
beside.
I agree.
Well, like I said, I thought it was the person that was asking me. That's whose channel I thought I was going to.
Mm-hmm.
And I put the link a few minutes before it started. And so other than that, I had no idea. But it was, in my opinion, the whole thing was useless. I don't even know what the purpose was, to be quite frankly. I mean, I just don't.
I know Tish said earlier that the chat kind of ended up hijacking what her purpose was of things. I think that she had planned on bringing more things to the table for Fancy. And when the chat kind of went sideways, she kind of lost control of that and didn't get to do what she wanted.
Exactly.
I mean, when you have somebody on there, or when you have people like me and Fancy on a panel, you got to be prepared for the people that are going to come in.
Right.
Yeah, y'all come with your own baggage.
Well,
come
and
with your
that's
own
what
supporters, but you come with your own baggage too.
And I mean, if I had known that it was going to be all of these people, I would have requested that at least one of my mods be able to mod.
Yeah.
Right, to help kind of control.
Well, because
you know what? I agree with that, because the chat was out of control. So here I am on as a panelist, and a
have,
mod at the same time. I would have appreciated the help, Natasha.
well, and that's what I mean. I will definitely never do another one without getting specifics ahead of time, because that was a cluster F. Um, the whole thing, as soon as, I mean, I felt like we were making some good points until Fancy got up there, but as soon as Fancy got
Sounds
up,
about right.
it turned. I mean, she wasn't even listening to what anybody was saying. Like the question that I just asked that y'all play, she didn't even listen to what I said with the two scenarios that I gave.
Yeah,
And
because she started saying both of them.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, and then it would turn into some long-winded
What?
about nothing.
What? Bree? They ask you too, Bree? I don't understand now. I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, I had no idea, and I don't know why. And this is what I'm saying. At this point, I don't even know why I was asked to go on
Well,
this.
that's what I
I'm
was trying to
confused
explain
again.
to Tish, is that I think she's used to dealing with the bullying community in a different way. And I think she had very good intentions for bringing you and April on there in a way of showcasing things and bringing things to light, except that I don't know that she was prepared for what happens when that, I mean, those of us, especially, I mean, you know, Natasha, in the trauma community, how it goes haywire quickly. Just having one on a panel, let alone two. And
Well, I
when
don't. The
go
people
ahead,
on TikTok, they don't know nothing about panels. They don't know
right?
about how to. They don't know how to handle a chat. They don't know nothing about discussions. They don't know how to control a channel or a panel. I ain't never seen the likes.
Oh, it
Um,
gets crazy. And that's why, you know, the ones that were here today that were saying they were trying to ask questions, and I think most of those were directed towards April, not so much you.
Now,
And
Natasha had some too, not near as many as April did, but
well, I
Natasha
think the
had some
ones
haters there too.
that have spoke
And
out
some
are the
people
ones
trying to
that
call her out.
were
Yeah.
about April and how
Yeah.
they felt shut down and not allowed to ask. Now, I did hear questions asked of Natasha, but then Natasha would actually answer them before she had a chance. Anybody would bring them up. She would say, "Can I answer this question?" And she would, from the ones I've heard so far.
I read everybody's chat. If I mean, I'm just, it's second nature to me. I read the chat. That's like right now, I've got my laptop pulled up. I'm reading your chat and I'm on my phone. I want to know what the people in the chat are saying, because what's the point of being up here if you don't know what people are saying about what you're talking about?
Mhm.
Right.
But I mean, I know that some people don't do that. I personally just do. It doesn't matter if I'm on my channel or somebody else's. But, you know, I don't mind answering questions. I have no problem answering questions, never have. And I don't know. I'm just so tired of the word bully, and people don't even know the meaning of the word anymore. It has become the new bitch. Everybody used to call everybody a bitch. Now everybody calls everybody a bully. It's the new, you know, catch word that everybody uses. For the longest time, it was narrative.
Mhm.
Now it's bully.
I actually hate the word narrative. I think it's
Yeah,
stupid.
me too. And people don't, I've heard it so much, I
Twisted narrative.
don't care if I ever listen to it, hear it again. But people don't even know what a bully means. And yesterday, I think a very good point was made actually by Tish. And some of the people who came in coming at me actually made my point for me. I don't go places looking for nonsense. Very rarely do you ever see me go to somebody else's channel. Like me coming over here today was a miracle. And that's only because I'm bored and it's storming. So that's the only reason.
Well, gee, thanks, Natasha.
Thanks a lot.
I'm just saying. Y'all know me. I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I'm telling you what I'm thinking. But I literally was doing nothing. I was in between uploading something and watching reruns, watching recorded shows. So I'm home alone. I was like, all right, I'll go see. So here I am. But the Dreamer Craft Corner. If you regret coming, why are you still here?
I don't know what she's talking about. She might have been somebody in the chat. I was trying to figure it out.
So Natasha, today when you were in my comments and you were asking me what did April lie about, because she did say she's seen my video.
Well, I was confused because
right, and that's why I wanted to address it, because I never have enough room, of course, in comments.
So I was asking, did she say that she didn't say that she watched your video and now understood your point of view?
Okay, let me back up. I know that she's seen my video a couple of months ago. She passed that video around mocking me and said some really derogatory things about that video. So I knew she's seen the video. She gets on that panel yesterday manipulating and had that moment of acting like she had kind of just seen it, and that she now can, sees my point of view and understands why I did what I did. Within an hour, I'm speaking to someone else that's on her side that she does not know, talks to me, and they're saying she's denying that she even said it. And I'm like, well, she did. And they're saying, well, she's saying she's not, that she didn't say anything. So that's where I was talking about the lie come in at, that she was denying saying it. Well, then, because most TikToks, unless you get clips here and there, people don't save them and repost them. So the chances of somebody getting a part that was about me, because my part wasn't exciting, so why would anybody clip that?
Well, all of your lives are saved.
Well, I knew that, but people don't usually repost them, is what I was referring to.
I upload mine every morning from the night before to Rumble. So, but yeah,
I don't think she thought that anybody was going to be able to hear it, because she was denying saying it. Then when it come out that it was recorded and there was going to be proof of it, she turned it around and said, well, that's not what she meant. That's not how she said it. That's not what she meant by it. And you can't change what she said. She simply said, I've seen your video and I now understand it, and I understand why you did what you did. How can you twist that?
She said she understood your point of view now.
Yeah. How can you twist that?
Well, that's what I was asking in your comments, because I didn't understand what was was being said that she said she didn't say. God, I'm twisting words myself.
Yeah, that was it. Because I knew she had seen my video a while back, because she passed it around to people and mocked me over it, of something I never wanted to. I can't say I never wanted to share it. I didn't plan on sharing it when I did. It just ended up happening. So yeah, she didn't just see it, and she mocked it when she seen it. So that moment yesterday of acting like she just seen it and she understands me now, or understands my point of view, it was all fake. It was just all fake. It was manipulating. It was looking sincere for the moment, of which I knew absolutely no way she was, because I already knew the history there.
Well, that was what I was confused about in your comments, because I was just like,
yeah, there just ain't enough room there unless you make 5 or 6 posts to explain it in detail.
And I want to bring something else up that was said on the live, because I said that there was a specific point that was made that I think is pretty relevant to every situation on every freaking platform, where people are calling other people bullies. And the key word about bullying is repetitive. When somebody is repeatedly attacking, commenting, poking, making fun, whatever, trying to cause harm to somebody, that is what bullying is. Repetitive behavior. Not when you are making a response to someone who has said something about you. Not when you are addressing something that somebody has said about you.
Right.
And people get, I don't know, the whole victim mentality on the internet is ridiculous, because you can say one thing to somebody, even though they've said something to you first, and then all of a sudden it's all about your reaction, and they don't want to talk about what their instigation was to get that reaction.
So how do you look at, since you're here, me and you's never had no beef between me and you, So how do you look at it when creators go at each other and it's like a ping pong table? Like, it's like it just like when it goes back and forth, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper each time. Like, why?
I'll tell you this, because God knows I've been involved in it, and that's one reason why I left YouTube completely. I just got sick of it, and then I go to TikTok, and it's the same shit, just new people. But I think, and I can only speak for myself, but when you get so wrapped up in the back and forth and the one upping each other, at some point, I think you don't even realize, how
dangerous it gets.
Well,
How
not
hurtful,
dangerous, but how your
how mean
behavior
and
is.
hurtful.
Because some of the things I've said and done are just ridiculous, and I sit back now and laugh my ass off because I'm like, God, you're an idiot.
Have
But
you ever been ashamed of yourself of going too far?
I wouldn't say ashamed because I said what I said.
Mm-hmm. But you can be ashamed of your own behavior. I've done things
I
I'm
mean,
ashamed of.
would I say that I would do things differently if I went back? Probably
Mm-hmm.
not. Probably not. Because if I'm pissed off, I'm gonna say what I say. And now I take accountability for what I say. And if I say something, I'll tell you I said it. But another thing that people have to understand is that, and especially as creators who go live, it's a completely different ball game than it is when you make videos, because you have people in real time coming at you as opposed to people in comments coming at you. It's completely, and you can say one word to somebody, and if that person takes that comment that you make in a bad way, depending on what their personality's like, depending on what's going on in their life, they're going to turn you into enemy number one, and they're going to hold on to that. I mean, I have people who have literally been following me for over 5 years.
That's true.
Because of some comment I made back in 2019. Those kind of people need psychiatric evaluation. Anybody who continues to make videos about somebody for over 5 years, anybody who follows somebody platform to platform for years because of some grudge that they have and you don't even know who they are in person, that's not normal behavior for anybody. And so many of these people don't understand that. It's ridiculous. Now, as far as I'll be the first to tell you, and y'all all know this. If somebody comes at me, I'm going back at them, and I'm going back harder.
Mm-hmm. I know that.
And then they're going to regret coming at me to begin with. But I'm not like I used to be. I used to go back at everybody. I pick and choose now because I'm just like, whatever. I
have another question when you finish.
I'm much more focused now on the true crime aspect of it, like I was in the beginning, because I am literally sick to death of the stupidity. And there's so much of it. And it's almost as if stupidity attracts stupidity. And I get so tired of the gang stalking. And people can say that's not what it is all they want to. But when people who don't like you gang up to come after you, or gang up and go live, or gang up and go into a live, that is gang stalking. And at what point is enough enough?
Mm-hmm.
That's my question for everybody. When is enough enough? So
And you know what?
So you don't like fancy. So you don't like me. What is continuing to talk about it nonstop going to do to remedy that situation? Do you think it's going to stop Fancy from doing whatever Fancy's going to do? Do you think it's going to stop me from doing whatever I'm going to do? No, it's not. It's not. And history, should show everybody that. And just like, Bree's in the chat, she made video after video after video about me and said she was going to take me down and she was my match and all this shit. I ignored her, didn't give a shit what she said, because it was the same shit that 5,000 other people had said for the last 5 years. She just brought more people to me. And that's, I think, what most people don't understand. When you make negative videos about somebody, you're helping them, whether you realize it or not.
Yep.
I actually found you because I had never heard of you. I actually found you because of shit that April was saying about you when she was talking about all your scamming. One day she was having literally a meltdown, and she started talking about you and all the scamming that she accused you of and all that. And I went and looked you up. You even asked us one day, put a 1 in the chat that
I do
found
all
me
the
because
time.
of April.
Because the majority of people who are with me and who've been with me for years, they came to me because somebody else was talking shit about me.
Actually, not in my case. I have to digress.
Well, I said
I found Natasha because of her work on the Gabby Petito case. I know family members, and Natasha, I found you from your content, not what anybody else said, solely based on content.
And I have a lot of people who do that too. But the point that I'm trying to make.
I'm just gonna say I found April because of Natasha, and that.
There you go. You see
Wait, you found April because of Natasha?
Yes, we were fighting in the gypsy
April.
groups. Y'all, when I talk about the Facebook wars, I'm not even kidding. It was stupid, and we butted heads like crazy. And then she was fighting with April, and then I teamed up with April and defended April, and here we are, 5 years later.
And that's what I'm saying, y'all. At the end of the day, everything leads to. I mean, if you're talking bad about somebody, or if you're making videos about them, trying to point out their behavior, I know that it probably makes you feel better, because I know it makes me feel better when I go back at somebody, or I defend something that they've said, or I respond to something that they've said. But the only thing you're doing when you do that is bringing attention to them.
Absolutely.
It's the complete and total opposite of what people think that it is. Just for instance, like this morning, there was a live over here on YouTube about me. And I had 3 people message me and say, hey, I watched this morning, and I never watched you when you were on YouTube, but I found your TikTok channel because of these people.
What were they talking about you over here for today?
They talk about me every day. That dang freaking hedgehog woman. Shit, what's her name?
Oh my gosh. You know what, Natasha? That's got to be a lot on you.
I'm trying to think of who it was, because I probably know who it is. I just wasn't paying
her hair
attention.
looks like a hedgehog. I can't think.
Oh, the older lady, Barb.
Yes, yes. That's it. Yep. She's been going live about me with toxicity of social media, who's really the toxicity. I mean, and the people who talk about this mess nonstop, they don't even realize they're the problem. Like, exactly. I'm not bothering any of these people. I forgot Barb existed. I couldn't even remember her damn name. I mean,
I didn't know. I hadn't seen her do anything in a while. So
she quit talking about me. That's how she grew her channel. She literally started her channel to talk shit about me. And now she's back to it.
Speaking of that, those things that you asked me about, or I told you about, that you said you would like to have.
Mm-hmm.
That person I told you had them, and I would have to get permission. She literally read them on her page out loud. So I'm sure I can get them now.
Okay. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, this whole mess is just the most. I just wish that people could take a step back, like I've done, and realize how stupid all of this is.
Well, I mean, I didn't say shit for 7 months and Fancy every fucking day. And when I finally came back and clapped back and showed the facts, she lost her shit.
But Brandy, what good? See this, and this is what I'm saying. I do the same thing. Last night, I responded to somebody, and at this point, to me, it's just amusement. If you want the point blank truth, these people on TikTok ain't got a fucking clue. They don't know nothing about nothing. They do not have one idea what they're doing as far as I call social media espionage. They're babies.
Oh, I agree.
It is literally amusement to me over there to clap back at these people, because they are not prepared at all. And now one of them has left and is coming to YouTube because she can't handle the stress of TikTok.
Look, I told a certain couple of them, and I can say the names if I need to. You'll know who I'm talking about. One was with Fancy and then left and has her, of course, already had her own channel and now over here. And the other one was her sidekick. And I told them when they kind of were, it was the time April was up on your panel, and I said, look, I go way back with Natasha. She's not one you guys want to jump off at because she's going to cut your knees off. And when they started going at you and you went back, they were whining. And I'm like, I told you, don't fuck with her. You guys can't handle drama community. She's from a drama community on YouTube. Go look it up. You'll see. She's not going to play nice.
And I say this all the time. I'm as nice as I can be until you piss me off. And when you piss me off, you're not going to ever remember I was nice.
Well, and they were like, well, how do we make her stop? And I said, good luck. I told you, don't fuck with her, and you fucked with her. I said, your best bet now is to go over there and apologize and make amends and don't mention her name.
I just wish everybody would listen to that. Don't talk about me.
Well, I mean, I have to say, you have said ugly things about me when I wasn't talking about you. Actually, I was defending you, and you were saying ugly things about me. But
I've said throw that in there, Brandy.
I had to throw that in there because I said it earlier because it's true. I mean, I was defending her about what April had done, and then next thing I know, April's on her panel and they're talking shit on me. And I'm like, I was over here defending you.
I'll say this to everybody: I don't need nobody to defend me. And as far as April and her coming up on my panel, I was just as.
Hey, Natasha's face said it all.
It really did. It was pretty funny. I think it was Kendall was like, Brandy, Natasha's now. And I'm like, what? And it was
like, you got to hear she's talking hillbilly and you, if a picture's worth a million words, Natasha's face says it all.
Well, I didn't believe anything she said.
Well, but we know that.
If I can have peace with somebody and they shut the fuck up, I'm fine with that.
She said something about the trouble started because you were laying on the couch. You
I don't even fucking know what she was talking about my face.
And Natasha says, no, you said I was a liar. We were rolling.
Dahlia Black said, Brandy, is that encouraging her behavior though? So because she's ruthless, it just okay. Dahlia, this is what it's saying. Leave me the fuck alone. That's what it's saying. If you don't want to be bit, then don't poke the bear. That's what it's saying. And then don't do it and then run back like a titty baby bitch and complain because you did.
I think a lot of problems too in these communities is you've got these people that's all they're there for is they want the drama between each creators and they're running back and forth telling half truths or saying you said this and that one said that. Brandy said this. Natasha, did you know Brandy said that? Brandy, did you see what Natasha said? And half the time, half of that's not even true or twisted.
It's nonstop and it's on every platform. And I will tell you, because I've got on.
But then y'all start.
And it's ridiculous. Bree, listen. You've told more lies about me than anybody. You have done nothing but repeat bullshit that people over here have said for years. That's no proof of any of it. And you yourself were bullying me. You went live about me every day for weeks. Spewing.
Wait, who are we talking to right now?
I'm talking to Bree.
Oh, okay.
He went live about me every day for weeks, claiming I had met my match and she was going to take me down. Well, here I am. I ain't met my match yet. I can tell you that right now.
I'm trying, Sarah.
You're not going to be disrespected, but what you said was, you didn't call me out. You repeated bullshit that people had given you. You talked about my niece that you know nothing about.
Oh, see, I didn't see her do that. But I did spend time over here asking people to leave him alone because it needed to stop.
She brought the whole shit about Mariah back up again, not knowing one fucking thing that she was talking about. Yes, you did talk about my niece. You talked about how I treated her. You want me to go get the screen recordings because Peaky's got them. Maybe Pinky needs to make a video about you. I ignored you because you were irrelevant. You ain't worth the time. You wasn't then and you ain't now.
Mama Dukes, it's going crazy again. It's fine.
I don't want to start a war up that
I don't either.
That's not what we want. But
this is the point that I came up here for. The people who do the bullying don't think they bully. Repeated behavior is bullying. I don't give a shit if you're intimidated. If you're intimidated, you're weak.
And at the end of the day, repeated behavior is harmful.
It is. In every aspect. What she posted about my niece, about a 17-year-old girl who will be 17 on Tuesday, actually.
Okay. My God, it's been that fucking long?
Yes, she'll be 17 on Tuesday. And this bitch brought everything up about it again. So that my 17-year-old niece now has another video out there about her. Even though she made a video and Bree said that I forced her to make it. Even though everybody who knows back in the day, her caseworker even came on and said she made the video. But see, Bree,
I don't understand why kids are brought in.
See,
I don't even understand why family members, even as much as I go after April, and this is me speaking for myself, the one time that she said her daughter's name, I beeped it out because I will not go after her children, even though they're adults. Like I didn't see Bree do that, but I don't watch Bree. This is not directed at Bree or you either. I'm just saying overall, I don't understand why children, anyone's children or parents or anything else is brought into this bullshit.
It shouldn't be. And what she just said is my thing. Reckless behavior. Reckless behavior. Her playing a video about my niece had nothing to do with her not liking me because of Gypsy. Why did you go personal on me, Bree, when it was about Gypsy and your behavior that I had an issue with? I never once said anything personal about you, but you went after every aspect of my life. Why?
Just over again. So even, and let me go back a few years, guys. Back when the Facebook, I call it Facebook Wars, Natasha, when our groups were fighting, it was Natasha's side and Fancy's side. That's what we had, and we all fought. Renee was there. We were, it was that.
It's down in history books like War of the Roses.
It really should be.
I've heard stories.
The stuff come out about Mariah and about how Natasha had custody of her. And people looked into that, and it was looked into, and I was one of them that did go at her for the one video that I'm sure is one y'all are talking about. I don't know. Is it the one where she says the N-word? I don't know if that's what we're talking about.
I said things about you, lady. I didn't say you had a drug addiction. I said you acted like something was wrong with you. I never went into your real life. I never pulled up videos about any of your relatives. I never went into your life and pulled up your public records and showed people. I talked about you and my opinion of you. You went real life on me. I don't give a shit what you've got. I never went real life on you. I didn't dig into your life. I didn't post videos of your relatives. And I sure as shit didn't bring up anybody in your family that was a minor. And you did. Posting that video that you posted was nothing but feedback or clapback from my niece, who is a minor. You did that recklessly. You didn't know if it was true. You didn't know what it was about. You just posted it because you knew it was going to be a dig at me. You didn't care how it was going to affect my 17-year-old niece. That's the problem.
So a couple of years ago, when somebody who absolutely was beyond heartless shared the fact about M's diary, and that got out over here on YouTube, and people shared that, and they made it a big deal. And let me tell you what, that was for me the one straw I was done. I don't care what my beef ever is with Natasha. that young girl's life did not need to be on social media and blasted the way it was, because most people, unless you were the few that were back then that know the story, do not know the true story and what that girl has gone through, and she does not deserve people on social media talking about her life.
Exactly. You want to come at me, but leave my children alone.
And
this dreamer craft corner in your chat said I scammed her. This woman is nuts. She says I've stole a picture on my Patreon from somebody else.
Oh Lord. See, I
That's
don't know
how she says I scammed her. I don't know. She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But as far as my child and my niece, Bree had no business putting any of that anywhere. None of it. If she had a problem with me, you go at me. You go after me. You don't mess with my children.
And I mean, I have seen Bree have to defend herself. I mean, she has been called trans and other things that
not by me,
not by you, but by others. And so I don't know. This gets so messy. It just all gets messy. But I mean,
yes, because people think that making these videos about people is going to accomplish something, and it doesn't.
Yeah, I won't.
Obviously, I'm not IP banned, or I wouldn't be on here. You might want to figure out what you're talking about.
When they lose their channel, guys, here's how YouTube works. When they take your channel, what they say is you're not supposed to have a channel. You can still have an account and go into people's lives and be there. So otherwise I wouldn't have her on my panel.
Again, misinformation. And this is exactly why I left over here, because most people don't know what they're talking about. And some people make videos responsibly, some people don't. Some people just take whatever they get and put it out there. And, you know, people say I've gone after this one and I've gone after that one. If I had put out half of the information that I had gotten about people, shoot.
I make my AIs, but I make sure everything in my AIs has truth in it. I try to make it funny. But if anybody comes after me for them, I have the proof to prove what I'm saying in them. I know you've asked me to make it.
I wish people would think about it.
I already finished it.
Everybody's always talking about mental health and this, that, and the other. And they're always talking about bullying. And Lord forbid that, you know, I go back at somebody. So do I, Harley Kim. So do I. I don't think there's any way to ever. There's always going to be a new person. You know what I mean? And all of this stuff that. And see, now she's calling my people a cult. No, they're
Lord, this is going crazy.
My
you have lost control.
It's gone.
Miss Host.
My goodness, this is very intense. I don't even know what to say. Wow.
This is what happens. That's why I told Tish having a panel like that with two creators that are some of the most controversial is a bad idea.
Yeah, they definitely should have split it up. I can see that now. Wow.
Because you have the story of Natasha and then you have the story of Fancy, and they're two separate stories that are somewhat connected, and things get muddied, and there's no way to find a happy medium with both on the same panel. There's just too much.
I just hate that people. Yeah, I don't understand why when it's on social media that people go back and forth. But sometimes, like if you ever have a private conversation or a phone call, things can be resolved, and it just don't happen anymore.
It just doesn't.
It's like I've had beef with people on social media, but on my other account that I burned down, that was a lot bigger than the one that I have now, because now I don't care. And we went at each other. And then when we actually was put in a position over a whole other situation, to have a phone call. We ended up having so much in common. We had our differences, but we ended up having so much in common. We would have never gotten there going back and forth like we were.
You know, Natasha, I think you ascribe to the theory like I do. We're Gen Xers, right? So it's just like we look at this stuff and we go, you know what? Suck it up, Buttercup. Like we come from the generation that, you know, we were outside. We didn't have all this social media nonsense. You know,
Yeah.
people talked one-on-one to each other.
Well, that's my thing. I mean, if I say something about you, I'm gonna say it publicly. You're
Mhm.
not gonna find private chats that with me. You're not gonna find plotting and planning from me behind the scenes with people. Anything that I have to say, I say publicly. I always have. I learned that a long time ago. A
Yeah.
long time ago.
Brandy,
Dreamer,
I have to step away for a minute. JoJo, will you help her?
Dreamer,
Absolutely.
you know what I'm talking about.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
And this, I mean, it's people who spread stupid misinformation that they know nothing about. It's just something that they've heard, and then they repeat it, and it's like telephone. And you know that too, because so by the time it gets to these people, because I mean, like this stuff with Mariah, that mess was done 3-4 years ago, and it's being brought
2019 into 2019 into 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now somebody brings it back up again in 2024.
Well, and then we had the diary thing came out. What was that, 2 years ago?
Yep. Somebody
Which
held
was,
that for 3 years to use
which
again.
was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
And not fair.
Well, it's not even that. It's just stupid. People are so ridiculous because, like I said, you can say one thing to them that pisses them off or that they don't like. If you don't agree with them for some reason, or if you tell them off because they've said something to you, and then they hold a grudge and they're going to do whatever they can do to try to ruin you. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. They're going to spread the stuff they hear. They don't do the research. They don't look and see what they found. They just run with whatever information somebody gives them.
I gave up. I spent a lot of time going on panels to make sure they had the right narrative, and then it just backfired and never worked. So I gave up.
It doesn't do any good. And that's what I said. People who talk about this mess, everything other than Mariah, I don't give a shit. Talk about me. You doing me a favor because you ain't doing nothing but sending people to me. Because people who have logical thinking skills can do their own research and see that I'm nothing like some of these people say. And then they end up staying, which is exactly why my channels consistently grow and others don't. I want to see any of you who've made videos about me go to TikTok and grow a channel to 50,000 in 4 months based on your content. Just saying.
Well, this went sideways quick.
Yeah, it really did. I wasn't expecting that. Are you ever going to go back to the video?
I have it pulled up. We can finish it. I did want to get to the part where Fancy goes on it and apologizes to Kendall because I wanted to prove a point, but I don't know how far that is into this.
I think you're pretty close from what I remember.
I'm back.
She said so much, I don't remember when she said it.
I think it was like, I know, because I personally also didn't hear it. I was told about it. I had just said goodbye. I said goodbye to you. I said goodbye to Tish and said I got a dip. And then I didn't walk away from the computer at like not even a minute, and my phone starts blowing up. So I really want to hear it too.
It was right after you said goodbye. So I mean, it's pretty close to the end.
Okay. And I know that this isn't. I stopped recording. They were still on panel, but it was just Tish and some other people. None of y'all were up there, so I don't, because I had not been home. I just had it recording, so I don't know how much longer we have with Fancy up there. But
I don't think you have much longer.
It shouldn't be that much longer from where you were at.
Yeah, because when I said goodbye, I left, and my phone blew up right away. So she's got to be right. It's got to be right as soon as I said goodbye.
Okay. All right. Let's go.
Something that is one interaction with a person, decides that's the whole thing they know about a person, and then proceeds to bully and produce content solely to shame a person that they've never even interacted with.
Okay. Now that ties right into, and I'm going to say it like I said it to the people out here. If it's not doing any damage to their life, to their career, to their, then people are allowed to, if it's not something going against guidelines or doing damage to somebody's life personally, it is their content, it is their opinion. And now I have seen, Fancy, I'm being very fair with you. I have seen some of the stuff you've done.
But with her specifically, what I'm trying to say is specifically, I have no interactions with Harley before that. I have had no interactions with Harley since. Harley made that content about me, saying inaccurate things about me with no knowledge of who I am. And that is where the bullying starts. When you are doing that to a person based on nothing more than just seeing one thing, and then you start doing that, that's where the bullying begins. That's what I'm saying. Now, I'm not calling Harley a bully. No. I'm simply saying it was the scenario that Natasha was specifically speaking about.
Actually, no. I'm talking about people, channels who have no content other than crap about me, and like for instance about the whole DV thing, where they clip my words
like that about me. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, that is not accurate. That is not accurate.
She doesn't help run exposing the good wives. She absolutely does.
You know what? That is okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be fair.
From my understanding, she doesn't run that channel, but whatever.
No, she doesn't. She has nothing to do with it.
That is a satire. Now, she is not my favorite person right now. Believe me. And this is making me mad that I have to defend this, but I'm going to, because it's.
And we've actually called her out on making a video on you.
Believe me when I tell you, she is not my friend. But I will tell you this. It is a satire page. I have watched it for a very long time. Fancy, and
you can call it a satire page all you want. I'm telling you, it's bullying me, and that's the end of that. You can.
That is not the end of that. That is not the end of that. That is not the end of that until I'm done with my sentence.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You can have your opinion on it, and I have mine. And I maybe misinterpreted what Natasha was saying, but these people did go out and create a page specifically to bully, harass, and put comments, and they have tons of pages to do that to me. And that's what they do.
What I am done with is not being allowed to finish a sentence.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Okay. At the end of the day, we get our feelings hurt. There's people making videos about me. I make a lot of people mad. Believe me. And my feeling. I mean, I'll tell you, we give them too much relevance. Fancy. That's what people need to stop doing, is allowing people to give them that much relevance. These exposed, none of them should matter to you at all. They are not.
They don't matter to me at all. That's exactly. The thing. They don't.
And as far as Harley goes, I will defend on that, because what she did, I did not agree with her, and I talked about it then. But it was not done maliciously.
All right, I'm done.
I can assure you.
Anti BullyGirl, it's not you, it's not the panel, but your chat is completely ridiculous, and I just won't sit here and listen to this anymore. I just won't.
Why is this
ranted in here?
I have four moderators.
I'm not going to sit here and have them bash me in the chat.
No, I'm not going to let that. Fancy, I would like for you to please accept my apology for that, and I would like you to give me an opportunity to fix this. And I really would. I would like to just say, you know what? All of you are making me very upset right now, because you're forcing me to do this. But I'm going to have to ask each and every single one of you that is sitting here right now doing this to either leave this room or let it.
I mean, you're basically proving the point right here. You've come in as Fancy Fingers. You've come in as Festering Fancy.
Okay,
and it's all hate on me, because why? Because I showed up on this panel that I was asked to be at.
Let me.
Guys, we've asked her to be here 100%. We asked Natasha to be here 100%.
And I know,
and we're not going to put up with that.
No, we're not. And I know who two of you are. And you are not welcome to be in this room. And you know who I'm talking about. And you need to leave immediately. Do not make me embarrass you, because I will. Do not do it.
That's fine.
Now, you came in here exclusively to do this. I had told everybody in this room that we will not be disrespectful or rude to anybody on this panel. That is what
We
I
can't
said.
just ignore them because
You
if
will-
they're, I mean, we're not going to have them
Well,
disrespect our
Stevie,
panel. We're not going to
do you
disrespect.
think
Hold
that-
on
them.
1 second. Hold on, please. You do not have to respect anybody you don't want to respect, but you will respect me in this room. And
So
if you cannot do that, you
Stevie,
need
do you think that you asking my Cash App for over $1,500 when you never gave me a penny was appropriate? Did you think that that was appropriate? You did that for,
We need to
fun or
not-
giggles. Did
okay,
you
we're
think
gonna-
that was appropriate? No, it's bullying.
I'm not going to allow.
It's not bullying, it's being a shit. There's a difference. Sorry.
And
The back
Harley,
and
you're
forth.
right. You have been very respectful in the chat. I've not seen anything from you. I'm simply illustrating. You had no knowledge of me before. You had no knowledge of who I really was or what I said or what I do or any of that stuff. And you just started going on the bandwagon with the other people. And that's all I was talking about.
And
I
she
didn't mean to specifically call her out. It was just the example. I saw her name. I'm sorry.
You'd like to see what question answered, Sabrina? Yeah, I'm actually.
Now to
getting
get back to
to-
Natasha's original question,
Please.
the
Yes.
scenario she gave.
I would like to first address this. I would like to first address.
Okay.
I would like to finish my sentence. Is what I'd like to do.
Okay.
Because now I'm getting mad.
Hang on.
And it's not very easy to make me mad. But here we are. You will not, and I repeat, show me one more disrespectful comment to anybody on this panel. Not Arctic, not myself, not Bjorn, not Boutique, Luna LaBelle, not Natasha, and not Fancy. Now, do not make me continue to defend all this because that is not fair to me. This is ridiculous. You will respect or you will leave. That's it. I'm done. My moderators have heard me. This is done. This conversation is over. And if I need to, I will disable the chat. Thank you very much, Jesus Saves. Thank you so much, everybody that was respectful and really thank you. Now, whoever wants to go. I apologize to everybody. I'm sorry I lost my temper. That makes me so angry.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's understandable.
Everybody has their own feelings, and you have every right to have that feeling while you're running a panel. And I'm sorry if I talked over you too.
That's okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Go ahead, Arctic. I'm sorry, honey. Why are
To
these
give your
comments being-
scenario is the part A of her scenario was somebody coming in and saying, going off on the host, and then the host flashing back, and then the person running to other panels.
Yes.
I do not consider anything bullying unless I see that particular person do it several times. Now, if I went into a host room and she was, going after this one person,
Mhm.
and then the next time I go in that live, she's going after that one person again.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go in that live and she's going after that one person again. Yes, that is considered bullying.
Correct.
Correct. I agree with you. I might have misinterpreted what Natasha said. I'm sorry because I didn't hear that first scenario the way you did, but I get it now.
Not a problem. The second scenario, if a creator makes their total platform on degrading a person,
Mhm.
taking clips of what they've said
Mhm.
and altering it
Mhm.
to make it untrue, and continuing to do that, and to where it affects that person's career, their reputation, then I do consider that bullying.
Their job, yeah, all that.
Well, and that's the point that I was trying to get to, because when you put out information like this and you claim that somebody, because of the words I spoke, and these were like 3 or 4 different conversations I was in, and they clipped all these things together to make it look like I was in support of someone being physically assaulted
Mm-hmm.
without knowing the context behind it. That is for number one, it's dangerous.
Yes.
Because when you make videos like that about somebody, you never know who's watching.
Absolutely.
And you don't know who is watching that may say, well, this person's a piece of absolute dog crap. I'm going to go find them and show them. And
So at that point, at what point do you draw the line?
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Okay, Vibes, if you would like to send me a message after the live, I would absolutely be happy to do that.
No,
I don't generally allow it to be talked about inside the live because it can cause too many problems for the person being bullied, or if it's not an actual bully, it can cause a problem for the person that's being accused. So we do not publicly. If you don't mind, just send me a private message, honey, and I will absolutely love to hear it. And I'll help you. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for understanding that. You just try to keep it off the public.
Another thing that I wanted to say is that when you have creators who go live about you all the time and talk crap about you, my stance, and anybody who's followed me for any length of time knows that if I have something to address, I do it at the beginning of my live, and then I move on to doing true crime. Most of the time, I don't even talk about it on my true crime channel. I'll just go to Twitch or Rumble and talk about it later. And then I address what I have to address, and I move on and we do something else. I don't just stay on one subject talking about somebody forever and ever. I address whatever it is that's been said, and then I move on. But these people who go live all the time, and then they say that you're the bully, but for instance, I didn't go live 2 days this week, and there were still multiple lives about me both of those days.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a shame.
And these people do not see that they are the problem. It's not me.
No.
It's y'all.
Yeah.
If y'all would just leave me alone and stay out of my lives and stop talking about me all the time, I would have no reason to react.
Right.
Do I delete the comments in my chat that disagree with me? No. Plenty of people disagree with me. I have no problem with somebody disagreeing with me.
I can actually attest to that because, like I said, I've been in there, and I have, because people have sent me in there to look, and I have looked, and I told her that, and no, she does not do that. She does not acknowledge them a lot. But when she does, it's not always pleasant, but it's not bullying on the levels I've seen.
No, I don't. I mean, if somebody has a different opinion, I don't care. As long as they're respectful. And I don't mind. I mean, for instance, like Bishop and I, we have different opinions about the case, but we're friends. And it hasn't, I mean, that's what people, I don't know. It's frustrating because people, they want to come in and they want to start drama, and then they want to go and play the victim.
Exactly. That's the exact thing. And then they run and talk about how mean Fancy was, or how mean Natasha was, or how we did this. But you know what? It would have never happened if you had just not come into our live and tried to cause chaos. That's the problem. It's you coming into the live that has nothing to do with you and creating chaos to go back and make more content so that you can make a person look bad. When truthfully, if you had just not come into our chat at all, or come in and started harassing us or bullying us or saying stupid shit, nobody would have a reason to even talk about you. We wouldn't even know who you were.
Be loving my boys.
Fancy has a point. If she would quit saying stupid shit, I wouldn't have a reason to talk about her.
I started to say if she quit lying, I wouldn't have a reason to make videos.
Oh, I can't. How much more of this voice do I have, guys?
It's got to be close.
Okay.
It says, Natasha, I have seen you be flat out rude to people in your lives before. Absolutely, I have. I'll be rude to somebody 100%. If they come in and they are disrespectful, I'm not going to be nice. Why would I?
Right.
Well, I'm going to say, oh, please come in and talk to me like I'm a dog. And then I'm going to say, poo poo pa-doo you. No.
I'm going to remind everybody that we are not here tonight, and I have asked that this not be done, and it is still continuously being done. So I'm going to start muting people myself right now. And I just want you to understand why I'm doing it.
I've asked you time and time again. I have done the very best I can. I mean, really, if you're asked multiple times to not create drama inside this chat and not continue on like a dog with a bone in this chat, because talking about what happened a week ago in somebody else's live has nothing to do with why I asked these women here tonight. And that is showing me disrespect. And I am done. I am done with it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete people myself right now. And I want you to understand why I'm doing it. I am done with the drama. We're not here to talk about what Natasha talked about in her live last week or who she was rude to last month. We are not here to talk about Gypsy Rose and Fancy's issue. We are not here to talk about, and for the panel too, we're not here to talk about whatever happened with another creator that made videos that they shouldn't have made. I mean, all of this is moot to me. We are here for a purpose tonight. And I would really like to get back to that narrative. And I would really, really appreciate it if I could be respected on that level in this room. And if I cannot be, then I just need to let you go. And I'm sorry. I don't like to do this. Everybody that in here will tell you I don't like to do this.
Hey, Tish, it's
Yeah.
and I just want to say I'm with you 100%. My comments are kind of just like, you know, and do I always agree with some of the people that are on this panel? No, but I do respect them as people, and everybody deserves to be treated with respect. So if there's somebody else I can boot out, I'm with you.
And I have friends that, I mean, that have gotten hurt because of this, and that I still am going to be respectful. And that's all I've asked. That's all I've asked. I haven't asked anything else. So thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you very much. I hope you come again. Now, I would like, this is when lateral question shine confuses everyone. My son is the forever peacemaker. I adore you so much. And you know you were made by me because you're a peacemaker. Now, people do, yeah, but respect in this room, I have done nothing but earn people's respect. I've done nothing to not earn your respect. You're in my room, and I've welcomed you in, and I've promised you kindness, and that's what you've gotten. So I've earned it. Let's show it.
You know, here's a question.
Sure.
If we weren't online and you walked up into my house and you just started saying horrible things to me, what would you think my reaction would be? Do you think I'd just be like, oh yeah, come in, sit down, have a cookie, and let me get you some tea? No, there's no way you're going to come into my own home and disrespect me in my own home. But yet you people do it every day online because you think that that's okay. And it's not. It's just not.
Okay. And we are all going to agree on that or disagree on that. And that is fine. What I would like to do is get back to why I do have these women here tonight. And because I'm sure I don't have much time left with them, and I really haven't gotten to where I wanted to get. What we are here tonight for is to try to figure out ways or avenues of how we can get back to being what we're here to be, you know. And I have questions. I'm curious because I don't understand. You know, if we have been given the kind of respect I've seen in this room for both of these women on this panel right now is unparalleled to what I've seen in a lot. So that's a power to me. That's a superhuman power that you have been given, Nancy, and that you have been given. And with that, I don't understand we cannot build a better and more constructive environment.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. It was my daughter being loud. I'm very sorry. She's gone now.
Dan, respect does go both ways. But right now, what we're doing is we're respecting me because I'm tired of being disrespected in this room. I've done nothing to deserve it. And that's just how it's going to be. But what I would like to know, and I'm curious about, is where is this rage that you have come from? Where is the anger coming from? Where is I don't understand, because you know what, Fancy, I'm going to be honest with you. I've watched, when I first got out of prison, I loved you. I mean, I read your articles. Because I was in there and I knew Gypsy and I knew that you were helping her and you were there and you were being a great, human being. And she said that multiple times. And
Randy, I think you can fast forward because I remember this part and I was still there.
That's absolute truth. She said it to me on more than one occasion.
And it's really nothing but
a very different level. It motivated me enough to notice you when
people start talking again.
That really stands out with me.
Of course.
because that one really stands out for me because that was my favorite magazine at that time. And you're such an incredibly good person when it comes to kindness. And I do believe everybody deserves to be treated like sitting in my scroll even. Why can't, and you actually do probably when she's unrealistic as you guys may think I sound, it really only takes one movement to make that happen. And it starts with us.
ABG, I love you, but you are long-winded, baby.
Because we're the ones that people are listening to.
I think that part was the part that
We are
really
the
made
ones
a lot of people mad. So
that people are listening to right
not
now.
trigger it
Whether you
again.
like it or not, it's our voices they're hearing. So what I would like to do is I'm just curious. Where is all of it coming from? The anger.
For me?
Yeah.
Because I was mercilessly bullied, stalked, and harassed by them. Including Christy Blanchard. And she did. And it's 100% true. And that is why. And for a very long time, it affected me during a period of time that I was struggling in my life.
And you know, I do know that.
They have done horrible, awful things specifically to me, and that is the Blanchard family themselves. Not outside people, not Gypsy and Christy have done horrible, awful things to hurt me, to destroy me, to ruin my life, to ruin my marriage, to ruin my company, my friendships, my relationships, my integrity, all of it. So when you ask me where it's,
how are they responsible for her integrity?
I'm not saying Christy didn't do some bullshit. I've been told the stories. I'm not saying she's innocent, but April acts innocent. Like she didn't do anything.
I'm stuck on this whole integrity thing because I'm sorry. There ain't nobody in this world responsible for my integrity but me. Oh my God. Okay.
Coming from
No.
What the hell you're asking?
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm asking you.
Okay.
One, I do know. I know a lot more than people think I know. And I do know that a lot of what you've been through. And I know a lot of what you had to endure. And I do know that. And I've told people that. And I do not support any kind of hate from anybody for anybody. So no, please don't misunderstand me, please. What I'm asking is, what I'm trying to say is, why not allow that part of your life to just heal? You know, because Nancy, you've been through a lot. Yeah, I know it. I know it. And that's why I said you've already answered that question. And I didn't realize that you were going to answer it so quickly, but you did when you first came in. So
I can answer that.
That's what I was saying. I was covering that with
the only money she gets. Without Gypsy, she's nothing. Sorry. I'll shut up.
There's your turn.
Well, there's really no way.
I get what you're saying, because what I had to do was finally decide that what was worth it to me. And what was my real goal in all of this when I started out, and that was the truth. I wanted the truth. When I started with the Blanchards, that's all I told them I wanted. I sat on their back porch and I told them I wanted the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. And I could have easily helped them, even with what I know today, to tell the story in a way that did not villainize all of them completely. But instead, they chose that because I uncovered the truth, they chose to try and silence me in any way, shape, or fashion, and they didn't care how they did it.
Your own professional don't even agree with you.
For me. But I had to get past that. It's been a lot. We laid this case down.
Let me just state that again. Go ahead, Kendall. Repeat that.
Her own professional don't agree with her opinion and what she did with her research.
Which is why she left the company.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Beth, that's bad. I just, she ain't gonna tell that part.
5 years ago, we walked away. We finished our podcast. We were done. But we still had a book and a documentary and things that we wanted to do. And so we went on and we talked for 4 years about every other case out there. And we did a whole other series on our podcast, and we forged different things, and we forged relationships with professionals. And instead,
and they left.
When she was coming out, when I found out that she was being released and we were starting our network, it became a push to get the content out. But I'm thankful I never did put out a documentary or anything at this point, because it still would have been inaccurate. I feel now I'm at a point that I don't need to participate in this stupid drama anymore. Because for the longest time, I was the only one pushing this narrative, pushing this story, pushing the truth. I don't have to do that anymore. I can sit down and let others people do it now.
Okay, and that was my point. And I would like to just say one more time, because I'm pretty sure you might not have been in here when I said it, Mishi, but we are not here to discuss her live. So, and can somebody tell me why we muted Jesus Saves? Because
I didn't mute him.
Okay.
I don't even know who you are, so I don't know how.
Okay,
And we asked
bully
we
you.
asked
I
the
don't
audience
know
not
who
to
you are.
continue to talk about
Yes,
the
we
Blanchard
did. Yes,
case.
we did, and that includes everybody,
So
including my friends, and I like Jesus Saves, so I'm really sad about that. That I did ask. I asked kindly. One more time, and I will not say it again. I'm still respecting that.
Well, not that we haven't been doing it as long as those haters comment.
I think the best thing to do is to address it quickly if you have to, and let it go, or don't acknowledge it at all. And you know, we have had an amazing on YouTube. We just found the feature that we could block people where we wouldn't see them anymore, not just hiding them from our channel. If you go into someone else's panel and they're on the panel or they're on the chat, you can put a little thing on their head and you can actually block them on YouTube. We didn't have that option before. Now we have, and that has made it so much less aggravating. And I think really, truly, you have to have a good mod team. And you need to
her mod team.
We're there to have your back.
The one she abuses.
Have to do all of that. And that's for a long time was something I was missing. And I've grown a lot through all of this. You know, yeah, I used to have horrible, terrible meltdowns, and you saw some of them earlier this year because I was going through so many hard things. But I really do believe that ignoring and going on unless it's absolutely something you need to address is the best thing, because you know what?
I need to address
Other
your
people's
lies.
opinion of you are none of your business.
I
can appreciate that. Thank you.
I say that all the time. What people say behind your back is not your concern. It's none of your business.
But you know why? Make a comment on that.
If you do make it your business, then you know what happens. You get unnecessary stress that you didn't develop. So why do you need to carry it? You know.
Exactly.
Can I piggyback off that if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just going to use you for an example. Okay.
Sure.
You see a creator that is having a bad day, because we all have them.
Yes.
You can't tell me that you've ever walked this earth and not had a bad day.
Right.
You see a creator online having a bad day and say they break down. Do you not make a big deal out of it and make 20,000 videos of it?
No, I don't. And I mean,
that's right. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying people have done that of you. And I don't agree with that.
Sure. Sure. And that's the thing. Like, they pushed me to that point, and then they videotape me having a fit, and then they put that out as fodder for look how unhinged Fancy is.
Here's a hint: don't go live when you're drunk.
You have no
or on gummies
to understand what that video really was. Like, they put the video out of the corn when they came in and they tried to put corn all over my freaking live, and I'm freaking out about it.
Okay, Natasha. Oh, she left.
Did she leave?
She left.
Can I just say that was not me? Because I know some people always thought it was me. Trust me, if it was me, those two one-eyed monsters that showed up in her live would have had a pink hat on and blue eyeshadow.
You would have decorated them.
It would have went down in history. It wouldn't have been a generic porn picture.
She lost her shit because I commented over on Exposing's channel over here on YouTube, and I said she acts like she's the only one that's ever had porn dropped on her freaking channel. That's why, if y'all noticed a while ago, I put an overlay up, because when people start coming in and you drop the link and they're going to come up here, when you add them, they can very quickly put whatever they want on the screen. I've seen people's little dingly bits and people pictures and things that people throw up here because they want the channel taken down or the content taken down. And it's just, people are stupid. There was one guy, I think I called him Marco. He used to go through all of the channels and make his rounds. He's from Twitter, I think, or something. I don't remember. He's made his rounds. She's not the only one that's happened to. It happens. But then I had asked, did she even have the link dropped? Because I had not ever known her to drop the link in the chat. So how would they have gotten it to go backstage? And somebody was like, yeah, she had the link dropped. I'm like, oh, okay. Then that makes more sense. Then it wasn't them planning it to happen. I still question that one, in my opinion, for allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. But, you know, it wasn't an isolated event. It happens. It sucks. It should have been done at a different live, not that live, because that was a serious live.
That was a serious live. That's the only thing I didn't agree with it. It was not the live to do it.
Her reaction's what was funny. Her reaction
was hilarious, but it was poor timing, bad material to do something like that. But everyone who did it was a genius, just should have picked a different time.
If I was going to do it, like Kendall said, she'd have put the hat and the stuff on it. I would have done it a little bit more fun than that. I mean, that's what Ryan said. She'd have added some to it.
Oh, yeah. I'd have put my AI in it, made them dance with their pink hats and their eyeshadows. I'd have one eye with blue eyeshadow.
If you watch the video on Twitter, because that's where they put it, to where it was actually the full video, so you see the whole thing. It's a video of two people having sex, and then when it goes off, there is a man with his dick there. So it was a man who did it. It was live video.
Hat. Yeah, I had a big old pink derby hat on it, which I told Sarah when me and her started talking that. I was like, I know you thought I did it. And she's like, we didn't know. I said, no, you said my name. You accused me. I said, but I promise.
And when Sarah's accusing you and Fancy's in the background, hey, Brandy Jolie.
Right.
Like, oh
Sarah was saying, well, I know who's real good at editing and AI. We know who it is. It's Kendall Grant. And I was like, come on. I even made a video. I was like, give me some credit, girls. I am good at that stuff. It would have been a lot more than just a basic picture.
All right, let's see if we can get to this.
Well, they post that, and their comment is, Fancy melts down again. It happens once every live. Well, every live you come in and you start some crap. That time you literally tried to put porn on my YouTube channel in the middle of the day after I finished just reporting on Adam Montgomery and the brutal slaying of his daughter and how he did this. And he's the first time he's ever been in court in the entire process of the trial, and then you come in there and you do that, and then you tape it for a reaction. And you know what that is? That's narcissistic gaslighting. That's what it is.
Okay.
On a lot of levels, I appreciate that.
The question that Boutique.
You reach out to me, and we will talk later if you want. Okay, I promise. I want to be there for you.
I tell anybody who's starting a channel is you better make very sure that this is something that you want to do.
Yes.
Because being a content creator, so many people think that, getting to 1,000 followers is, a magic number, and that something miraculous is going to happen once they get there. And they are just instantly going to be successful and have the same kind of support and following that I have, and I have seen it time and time again. It does not happen that way. I had a channel for 3 years before I ever made a penny, and
all right, I'm gonna fast forward through this.
Crazy. Enemy number one and want to take
one side. No, I know. And Tish is always saying
the biggest, and if I in somebody else's chat, I just don't do it. There's no need to. I mean, seriously, I don't. And when I tell people that I don't care what people are saying, I don't care. Everything and anything.
I don't agree. I think she's probably still watching, or her friends are, and I do think she cares. Otherwise, she wouldn't react. I think we all care when people are talking about us. You know what I mean? So I don't agree with her saying she doesn't care what they say, because I think she does.
It's human nature.
About me,
yeah, it is.
Haven't been about me you years.
I want to get to the other part.
I would have to put up a new channel every day. And put in
you have got to have that thick skin to begin with. And then you have to stand your ground, like Natasha said. If you believe so wholeheartedly in something that you're putting it out there, then you have to stand behind that, no matter what anyone says about you, you know?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I do agree with that 100%. I think that you have to stand. And I also am a firm believer in standing behind what you say. You know, mean what you say what you mean.
Exactly.
Make sure you follow up with facts, not fiction, and not rumors and not opinions. You know, we've all fallen into that trap, I'm sure, at least once. And
Right.
that can make or break you as a creator. That is for sure. If people can't trust you, then they're not going to support you. And I've seen it a million times, and it's sad. It's sad because some people come on here and they have some pretty great things to offer the world, you know, and they just can't back it up. They can't be honest, and they're not true to themselves, you know, and that's sad. And they're out here ruining themselves right now, you know. I'm not nobody here, but I mean, nobody here. I'm not talking about anybody here. I'm talking about other creators that just simply had started strong and are now finishing very weak, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
But I want to say that, Natasha, like I told you, I've always had nothing but respect for how you do what you do. And we don't always see eye to eye. We probably never will, but I'm always going to respect you and admire you as a creator. And I love the following that both of you have. Fancy, there was, you know, I'm sure that eventually I'll get back to that with you. I loved the person that I knew you to be when you started this. And I mean, you never had a big fan.
Dude, they broke me. Okay, they did.
I know.
They broke
I know.
me.
I understand
After
that.
all the bullshit, they broke me for a long time, and I became someone I wasn't happy with being.
And what a lot of people don't see or understand is it's happened to the best of us. You know what I mean? People do break, and they were relevant to you because they were people you cared about. And as much as I do love Gypsy, as much as I do, I will not defend that. Love you too, Kendall. And I really do. Kendall, thank you so much. Kendall, if everybody didn't know, Kendall is the reason that I do what I do here. She told me once that I could go higher than I thought I could. And she believed in me when I don't really think she even knew she was believing in me. And it gave me a lot of courage to do what I'm doing now. And if it wouldn't have been for her, I just wanted to give her that shout out because I appreciate her. And like I said, we all have different opinions. We all have different friends. We all have different communities. But when one thing we are all in here to do is something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I have nothing. I know what every creator here in this panel right here is capable of doing. I've seen it, and I love it, and I admire it. And you know, I want so much to just understand some of it. You know, I do understand how one thing can change your narrative and it can change your life and your path because it hurts you. You know, being hurt is a very powerful weapon, and it's hard to get past it. And I do understand that, and I will give you that, Fancy. I will 100% give you that. And you have hurt people I care about, and I do not like that. But I do not judge you. I'm not going to judge you or talk you down for it either. It's not my place to do, and I won't do that. I will not disrespect you like that here or anywhere. So.
Well, I wanted to say something real quick, and maybe she's still in here. I don't know if she is or not. Kendall Grant. I you know, we've had our go, and I don't really want to talk about that. But what I do want to say is that I listened to the interview that you did.
Okay, hold on. If you're paying attention, and if you're the one that needs to hear this, here we go.
Where you shared your own story, and to me, that was touching. And I understood where you're coming from, and I saw why you are taking the stance you are taking with Gypsy. Do I agree with it? No. And what I think it is one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest shows of how I believe that everyone is projecting their own traumas, their own experiences, their own abuse onto Gypsy. And they're expecting her to either be their hero or their villain. And she's neither of those to you. She's not your hero and she's not your villain because she's not your story. Your story is your story, and you're the hero in your story. And I would implore you, everyone who follows that case specifically, to think about am I just projecting the things that I want to be true because I'm the little girl that was hurt and abused? Or am I really seeing this for what it is? Because when you take away all the noise and the nonsense and the stuff, it becomes very clear what this case really is. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I would like to just say, I would like to add to that at the end of all this, and at the end of the road on this, the only person that has any right to tell that story is the person that story is some of it. You know, I do understand how one thing can change your narrative and it can change your life and your path because it hurts you. You know, being hurt is a very powerful weapon, and it's hard. Do not judge you. I'm not gonna.
Well, I wanted to say something real quick, and maybe she's still in here.
Let's do it again.
She isn't. Kendall Grant. I, you know, we've had our go, and I don't really want to talk about that. But what I do want to say is that I listened to the interview that you did, where you shared your own story, and to me that was touching, and I understood where you're coming from, and I saw why you are taking the stance you are taking with Gypsy. Do I agree with it? No. And what I think it is one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest shows of how I believe that everyone is projecting their own traumas, their own experiences, their own abuse onto Gypsy. And they're expecting her to either be their hero or their villain. And she's neither of those to you. She's not your hero and she's not your villain because she's not your story. Your story is your story, and you're the hero in your story. And I would implore you, everyone who follows that case specifically, to think about, am I just projecting the things that I want to be true because I'm the little girl that was hurt and abused? Or am I really seeing this for what it is? Because when you take away all the noise and the nonsense and the stuff, it becomes very clear what this case really is. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I would like to just say, I would like to add to that at the end of all this, and at the end of the road on this, the only person that has any right to tell that's life right now, I really don't. But then I would do that. That aren't heroes. Don't make coffee out of tea, and you just either hate
Pause
or
it for a
die.
minute, Brandy.
Everybody just needs to.
Okay.
My problem with it, and me and Tish went back and forth. She wanted me to trust her, you know, her gut that Fancy was sincere. What she didn't know at the time, besides me seeing manipulation the whole time through the live, was that I knew she had watched my story. I knew about her seeing my story, and that she kind of passed it around, went through the mods with several people, and she mocked my story. She cussed me and made fun of me, not necessarily my abuse. I'm not saying she made fun of my abuse, but mocked me. So to turn around and give this impression that it touched her is a bare-faced lie. And then I also know that when I went and talked to someone else about it, it was denied to them what she said. And she started twisting then what she said. And she clearly says the story touched her heart. And, you know, so nothing about her, nothing about that was sincere. It's just another piece of her manipulation to buy brownie points with the panel to seem a moment of being human.
So, I had people messaging me because of cousin over here saying they're going to dox me. They have had a channel since March of 2023 at cousin-K4E, but the picture I can't tell.
I'm going to dox you. Just ignore them.
So, I mean, they're going to dox me, evidently.
We know everything about you.
I mean, I've kind of been doxed already.
I mean, you're kind of an open book.
I mean,
I'm an open book. Everybody knows even where I live. So
are you a little threatened by me? Because, I mean,
I mean, come on. Half the people's got my personal cell phone. Come on. Who cares?
I mean, let's face it. April drops my full legal name all the time.
Right.
Most people where to
They
find me.
got their 15 seconds of attention. Let's move
Did
on.
you need some attention, honey? Was that what that was?
Take their little cheeks and bloop, 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 bloop. All right, move on.
Are you simping for your friend? I'm sorry. I'm sorry you needed to earn brownie points by coming in here and trying to.
They didn't spell your name right.
Yeah, they did spell my name right.
Oh, did they? Wait, I'm sorry. Come on. See, now I'll be the laughing stock. I don't have my glasses on. Sorry.
Most of the time they don't, but this one did. So good for you, honey. I hope you're proud. I mean, surely she'll go pat you on the head when you go back over there. Whatever. Okay, is there anything else in this I need to hear?
No, not that I can remember.
Because
I come back whenever my phone started going crazy, I come back and there was just stuff that's going to irritate you.
So I didn't quite hear that she apologized. Is that? But I mean, she's.
Yeah, I had 3 different people text me. One of them, well, 2 of them had said that she actually said she understands why I did what I did, which she obviously didn't say that, but that my story touched her. And one of them did say that that she said that my story touched her, and I think they said that she could relate or something like that. So I didn't get the full version of what she said, but still, she's showing me. Here's how I look at it. Being that everyone knows, and I've never covered it up, that I'm the one that made the complaint. And that she's never gave a shit about Colleen and her license, or putting her ass on the line, twisting her research, or anything to protect Colleen. And for her to even speak to me when I hurt Colleen so bad, to me is a betrayal to Colleen. I just think it is. Like, because I'm telling you, if somebody did it to Brandy, there's no way in hell. I sure wouldn't have sat on a live and lied to get brownie points from the host and sliced Brandy's throat by speaking to her nicely. And I'm sorry, that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, she cost Colleen her career.
Mm-hmm.
Her twisting Colleen's words and research and making it sound like it was Colleen is what has hurt Colleen.
And sitting on her lives and putting Colleen's name with, me and Colleen.
She's used Colleen's degree as a way
credibility.
To be credible.
Yeah. And now she doesn't need Colleen's credibility. She doesn't need Colleen for credibility because she got everything out of Colleen that she needed. So she don't need Colleen anymore. And she's not even telling the truth. So, but I'm not going to go into that because it's just things I'm not going to touch on. But
when it's time, that stuff will be talked about.
Yeah,
but
when it's time, and it's not my story to tell.
Here's the thing. Tori and I told Colleen she was going to be in trouble, that this is how things were going to go, that this is what people were gunning for. And this is before I was even talking to Kendall. I didn't know this was the actual hubbub that was going on with people, that they felt the way that they felt.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew social media well enough. Colleen had all of her stuff out there, where she worked, where she went to school, blah, all the things. And at some point, Fancy was going to have a hater big enough that was going to hurt her. And I didn't mean you to be a hater. That's not how I mean that. But
yeah, I know. It's like, here's the thing too, like, as Elle Connolly said, that Colleen should have stepped forward and corrected what April twisted. And the times that April threw Colleen's name in there when Colleen didn't want her to, didn't appreciate her doing it, and did not co-sign on what she was saying. That was Colleen's mistake for not stepping forward and correcting that behavior, because it gave the impression that Colleen, just like I tried to tell Sarah, it gives the impression that y'all give your stamp of approval when you don't come forward and correct.
And so here's the thing, guys. This is why April keeps, and I say this, and when I say this term, it's going to sound like I'm disparaging people and being ugly, and I'm not. It's not how I mean it. She keeps weak people who do not have a backbone. I tell Tori that all the time.
For
around.
people that just take confrontation and just won't stand up for themselves.
Right. Because
or fearing her retaliation.
Why do people think that I quit 3 times? I quit twice. She fired me once. I'll give her the one. Why? Because I am very strong opinionated and I'm going to argue my point. And if I don't like what you're saying, I'm going to tell you. Kendall and I've had those words. We discuss it. We move on about our business. It's not a big fight. You know what I mean? We figure out how to work around it.
We'll bump heads. We'll bump heads, but we move on.
And with April, she cannot have anybody like that. You have to, it has to be her way and only her way. And she would literally go in, because she had multiple chats with all of us. She would literally go in and say, Brandy is and that's just how it is. And nobody could have an opinion. If they tried to say anything, she would say, you just don't understand. And that's just how things went. So people like Tori and Colleen and Ty, they stick and they stay because she just railroads them into everything. And then when they finally have their fill and put their foot down is when they're out.
And then they're scared to put that foot down because she lashes out. She tells them how it's going to be. She cusses them. Sarah walked out, left a very nice message, leaving it with, I wish y'all the best. Was not going to speak. I wasn't going to speak on it. Let it go. Wasn't even an hour later, she's posting half-assed text messages. That gives the impression that Sarah was blowing her phone up. She wasn't answering her and all that. And I mean, the whole complete different impression of what really went down because I have all the truth. So, I don't know with Colleen, like if pattern is what pattern usually is, she's giving Colleen a hard time. And that's why these ladies that don't like confrontation, or they're scared of her retaliation, they're scared of her lies, they're scared of what she's going to do, stay and stay and stay and stay. And it just, and then they get deeper and deeper. So when they leave, she's got everything to use against them and to discredit them and hurt them. I don't think Colleen's going to lose her license. It isn't being investigated. Some people know this. That's in my circle. I've tried to stop the complaint. I literally wrote the board again when I found out that Colleen does not agree with a lot of Fancy's twisted narrative of the research. And I tried my best to stop the complaint. And they told me that, pretty much once it's filed, it can't be stopped. I never sent in any whatsoever evidence to prove anything that I was saying. So it was just kind of hearsay. It's got to go through the system. It's got to go through the process, not the system. But I don't think anything's going to come of it. And Colleen's going to be okay. That's just what my gut's saying. If I had it to do over again, like I've told, if I had it to do over again, many times over, I would have not done it because I was under the impression Colleen was okay with her putting medical documents behind, the paywall, and that she believed 100% that no abuse happened in a kid's life that had no control for many, many years, and that grooming did not play a part, that learning to play a role was not abuse. I thought she was co-stamping everything that April said.
Okay, I'm coming.
So once I found out that part wasn't true, I tried to stop it in a heartbeat. And I couldn't. But I have wrote the board again and told them what I know today. And that Colleen does not deserve to go down for someone else just throwing their name on shit and saying they agree. It's awful funny to me that very little you see of Colleen. It's always April saying me and Colleen's working on this, and Colleen's doing that. And you don't ever see it. And it's because Colleen's not. And I'm just going to leave it at that. But I've tried my best to stop it. I regret it so bad every day. I have offered to help. I've wrote letters. I've done everything I can do to right my wrong. And it still goes back to this wasn't just about Gypsy for me. It was about ignoring parental grooming and the power that it has. And me and Brandy just talked the other day that we are still going to do a live and get some professionals in here to talk about parent control and parental grooming and
narcissistic parenting,
right, and kind of like everybody wants to, love Elizabeth Smart's story, that they believe, she went through town, sat at restaurants, and would never stand up and take her veil off to show people that she's Elizabeth Smart. But they sure hate Gypsy enough to think that, why didn't she just stand up and tell somebody? Because there's the power of that grooming. I've never said that the chromosome disorder is not a big part of what Gypsy went through, but it does not tell the full story, and the grooming behind it deserved more than just and she played a role. No, it's much deeper than that, and it hurts everyone.
Let's think about it. They feel for you in your story, but you played a role in what your mom was doing.
Yeah, I played very much a role. I mean, I've had it thrown in my face. Well, you didn't get rewarded. Like, you're going to tell me that kid gave up her whole freaking life. And most people, I've always said I don't support what Gypsy does today, but I will always fight for the child that didn't have a voice, and everyone failed her, and somebody, including a medical professional today, should not still be doing that. And that was the role that I had in that. That was the way that I looked at it. But I wished I could guarantee that I could stop it, because I wish Colleen no harm whatsoever. And it breaks my heart that I have brought that to her doorstep by believing that what April was saying and feeding this world was what Colleen believed and what Colleen was a part of. And it just wasn't true. Well, you're right.
For somebody that hasn't been live in a while, I think I made up for that today.
You're right, Ozzy. Once it goes in, it can't be legally stopped. You're right. Colleen did let everyone believe that, but I don't know what went on behind closed doors. Like, she should have stood up and corrected her. But there's people stronger than Colleen that even has a hard time correcting April, because she runs over them. She's got this mod group literally just working their asses off trying to edit a book that I've been told still sounds like garbage. I mean, Ryan said back in the day that it was garbage. I'm still being told today it's garbage.
They're transcribing the podcast.
Yeah, which, like, that's old news. Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess her followers, there's going to be some followers that's going to feel sorry for her and will buy the book, but the creditization on the book, you take it for what it's worth. If you want to hate Gypsy so bad that you can't believe that there could be still very much of what April says be true, and that there could still be over the power of grooming, then believe a half a story. Colleen should have known better, and I think she did know better. I mean, this is my opinion. I do believe she knew better. But how do you stand up to someone like her?
That and if y'all go watch, I shared it. It's on my community post, and it's about narcissists and the future and how they do that. And I firmly believe that Colleen believed her. She believed that they had a future, that they were going to build this career and this amazing thing and have all of this money and all of these prestigious awards and titles and all of those things, that they were going to be something. And Colleen bought that story. She bought into it. We all did at one point. Just most of us woke up faster. I mean, and let's face it, guys, Colleen's been around long enough to watch her tear people apart. She tore Colleen apart when she got rid of Colleen in 2020. She was brutal to Colleen. So I do understand why Colleen just kind of hung on and hoped that she didn't take hits again. I mean, it.
I mean, you know, she was forced to live as a child when she was a grown-ass woman. Why would she want that? She wanted that for a selfie with a star. She wanted that so she could what? Get a house? Get a house? Because, you know, every child deserves a house. They shouldn't have to scam and help their mother provide a house for their own head. A trip to Disney World, every kid should get a vacation from time to time. I mean, that was things that she was supposed to have. I'm not talking about the trips. I'm talking about her needs should have been met without her ever being groomed into being a little sick girl.
Oh yes, Chrissy. They had a huge.
And at this point, I've always stayed quiet about it. And at this point, I don't care. I'm not staying quiet anymore. I will always fight for her childhood that was lost. Right. April's book's been coming for months. The mods better get on it, though. The mods better get on it. Because she sure as hell ain't doing it.
Alrighty, guys. I hate to do it because some have just come in, but I've been at this for over 5 hours.
Oh, Lord.
My dogs have to pee. I have
Yeah,
not
my grandson keeps saying, how much longer are you going to be on live? So I got to give him his room back. I'm up at their house.
I hope that we were able to kind of fix some of the miscommunications that were happening in that live between those wanting Fancy held to task and Anti BullyGirl and what she was trying to do. I think there's some miscommunication. I do think that's what happened, and I hope I helped fix that. I hope we were able to kind of dig through some of that. This was kind of insane in the beginning. It calmed down and got insane again, and then we calmed way down.
I'm not mad about the life. I'm just bored.
You're bored. Can you hear him?
I heard him. He's bored.
Yeah, he's not mad about the live. He's just bored because I told him he couldn't turn the TV up.
I always like listening.
And so I've got things I've got to go finish for the night. And, you know, let's face it, we do have somewhat of a hurricane coming through.
Right.
And I'm going to do another live this week and kind of catch up with everybody on what's been going on here and all of the new things. That's a whole other live.
Got a whole other live. And we'll also be planning something with Sarah since Sarah decided to speak tonight against my wishes. But, you know, she's our home woman and I'm never going to tell her what to do.
But I told you, I agreed with Sarah. I thought she needed to do it sooner than later.
Right. I thought she just to get away from Fancy's tactics and vengefulness to tonight, but she's her own woman, can do what she wants.
Yeah, baby Waylon is just perfect. I'm just gonna say, a little Mr. Perfect, born on the 4th of July at 8:36. He had fireworks going off all over town. It was kind of cool.
That is cool.
It really was cool. And
his fireworks were even going off at my house.
Right? They're all across the world. We get to celebrate him. That's just the coolest thing ever. The doctor asked us if we were going to do this every year. And I'm like, please, can we not?
I said, do I know you? Because, like, you're right. Abuse is abuse. And it changes people for their forever. I know Gypsy's out there acting out, but she never got to be 17 and 18. And
I do not agree with what she is doing, but I understand.
I don't either, but you can't tell a kid something and she's still doing kid stuff because she never got the time to mature.
I understand what she is doing. It doesn't mean I agree.
Right. And I don't think nobody can tell her anything. Nobody can tell a teenager anything, and she's acting like a teenager.
But she's in a fucking fishbowl, people. Like, she
can't do anything to please nobody, so.
Right. She stubs her toe and we're going to know about it within 2 seconds. So she needs a chance to unwind and find her footing.
That I agree. Abuse does change people, but it doesn't give the excuse to treat people like crap. Like I said, I'm not saying that I agree with a lot that she's doing. I'm just saying I understand some of the behavior. Some of the stuff that she's put on social media, you're right. No. And I'm like, why? But anyway, I appreciate everyone coming tonight. It has been a long live. Appreciate the support. Brandy, I love you, chick.
Love you too. I'm going to let y'all all go. Y'all have a good night, and thank you for coming. Make sure you give me a thumbs up over there, and I'll see y'all again this week.
Y'all have a good one.
But that's Brandy.